Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1. The beginnings. So, why are we all here? Currently, the students of Class 1A and 1B found themselves sitting around in a theater room, wondering what they were gonna watch. Aizawa stepped up to explain, but Nezu, hidden in his scarf, beat him to it. Well, you see, very recently, Ms. Hatsume from the support course managed to create a device that would let us peer into other universes. At this, the students stared at him in shock, before the whole room went into chaos. You telling me there are other universes? So multiverse theory is no longer a theory. That's cool. Or sweet, a movie. Aizawa activating his quirk, silencing the whole room and allowing Nezu to speak once more. As I was saying, this invention could very well give us insight on our own timeline, giving us ways to improve ourselves and warning us of later events that these alternate versions have already experienced. However, the device itself has to select someone, a catalyst, to view through. That brings us to right now. Hatsume, if you would. Nezu said as he looked towards the stage, where Hatsume was pushing along a heavy-looking chair with a sleek-looking helmet. Yep. This baby right here will let YA see any universe. One of my finest babies if I do say so myself. It'll do a scan of the room and search for a catalyst, and if it finds one it'll register their name to the panel here. After that, they just sit down here and will get to see their other versions on the big screen. She rambled, a huge smile on her face. How did she even make this machine? Was the common thought throughout the room. Izuku looked on in wonder. Something like this would be very helpful. A machine like that should be able to show the potential of 1B. A catalyst is sure to be in our 𝐶L-Monoma's rant was cut off as Kendo chopped his neck. Sorry, continue, she said, sitting back down, slumping Monoma's body to the seat next to her. Right. And here we go. Hatsume said as she pressed a button, the chair suddenly vibrating before shooting out a light grid that swept around the room. The grid shut off and the machine lay still for a few seconds. The panel flashed in success and a name showed up. Oh my! Well, I can't say I'm surprised in the slightest. Hatsume said with a grin. She put up the name on the big screen, Izuku Midoriya. What? Izuku stood up looking from side to side as everyone stared back at him. What? How is that demon nerd a catalyst? Bakugo yelled, hands sparking in anger. Everyone else was busy talking amongst themselves, glancing at him every now and then. Whoa, Deku, way to go. Your other selves must be really interesting. Although it doesn't surprise me. Uraraka said, patting her friend's back and hoping her blush wasn't obvious. Yes, I'm glad to know it was you, Midoriya. I wonder what your alternate selves are like. Maybe one of them has a better handle on that quirk of yours. Ida remarked with hand chops. All Might tried not to let his smile show. Well done, my boy. The former symbol of peace thought, a sparkle in his eyes. Then his eyes widened. What if they find out about One for All? Nezu caught his eye, and shook his head. Aizawa sighed, of course it'd be the problem child. Nezu clapped his paws together in order to get their attention. Well, if all this chit-chat is done, would you go on and sit down on the device, Midoriya? Nezu asked, to which Midoriya nodded frantically before going to sit down on the chair. Well, at least the seat is comfy. I hope it doesn't blow up on me. Hatsume grinned, a mad gleam in her eyes as she whizzed around him, strapping his arms and placing the helmet on his head, taking liberty to feel him up. She pressed some buttons on the panel and it selected a universe, the machine humming softly. The big screen flickered once, before finally going white, ready to show. Let's see what the rest of us are like. Canyon Izuku watched on as the new heroine swooped in, taking down the villain and stealing the glory in one fell swoop. Must be nice. To have a quirk, even if it's simple gigantification. Izuku thought bitterly as he walked toward school, eyes filled with envy. Oh. This one doesn't seem very nice. Uraraka commented timidly. The rest nodded with her. Has he always thought like this before? Bakugo wondered as he watched on with a scowl. The rest of the day passed on like usual. Getting picked on in class like usual, until at last the teacher singled him out for wanting to go into UA. In UA? Who the hell would want a quirkless Deku like you? Bakugo yelled, sparks flying off in his hands. Izuku tried to form up an excuse but was shot down instantly. Geez, come on Bakugo, were you really always like this? 𝐒𝐿 asked as he fidgeted in his seat, a bit annoyed by what he was seeing. Of course the ruffian has always been like that. Monoma said, not liking what he was seeing at all. He'd had his fair share of bullying for having his quirk, he couldn't even imagine what it was like for a quirkless person. The school day ended with Izuku taking notes on the new heroine Mount Lady, before it was roughly snatched out of his hand by Bakugo. What do you think you're doing, nerd? You can't be serious with this CRP. Bakugo smirked as he blasted the notebook between his hands, throwing it out the window. Izuku's eye twitched slightly as Bakugo put his hand on his shoulder, making the fabric smoke. Don't think of applying to UA, or else, he said with a smile that promised pain. Were you actually like this all the time? Mina turned to ask Bakugo, growing more annoyed by the boy's action, but he wasn't paying attention. He was staring at the screen in a dead calm face, his lips twitching into a snarl. It's another universe, so maybe this one is just worse. The class thought, not wanting to believe that was Bakugo. Bakugo turned around to look at Izuku as if he just had a brilliant idea. Oh, I know. If you really want a quirk that badly, take a swan dive off the roof of the building, and hope you get a better quirk in your next life. Bakugo said with a smile, as if what he'd said was truly amazing. It took a moment for Izuku to register what he said and what little restraint he'd had left snapped. He turned to look at Bakugo with a smile. An eerie smile that just barely contained his anger, but no longer hid a trace of fear. No. Bakugo, don't tell me you actually said that to him. Right? Kirishima asked, his tone hoping that his friend hadn't actually done that. Before Bakugo could respond, he felt a shiver down his spine and turned to look right at Uraraka, who was shaking out of anger. Did you say that to him? She asked with venom on her every word. Hey, the show isn't done yet. Kaibara said as he pointed back at the screen. Uraraka's expression softened, but not before shooting Bakugo a glare, as did many others. This isn't over. Bakugo stopped smiling as the nerd just stood there, shaking like a leaf with that dumb smile on his face. So, are you just gonna stand there? Bakugo didn't get to finish his sentence before a chair was thrown at him. Bakugo barely dodged in time, and turned back to the nerd in shock before meeting with his fist. The two extras cried out in alarm as Izuku descended down on Bakugo, his face eerily calm as he aimed punches at his former friend's face and throat, wanting to hurt him, to cripple him, to kill him. It didn't matter if he was weak, he wanted him to pay for all that he'd put Izuku through. Bakugo was in shock, barely managing to block most of his attacks as he struggled to understand what had just happened. He lashed out, blowing the nerd off of him. Whoa! Holy CRP! Soto said. Aizawa grit his teeth, glancing at Bakugo. He had a feeling that he really had said that at Izuku, given their relationship. Toshinori could only frown in disappointment. Izuku huffed, grabbing his bag and pushing past one of the extras. Hey! Hey nerd! What the hell was that? Bakugo half yelled, barely getting a hold of his wits. He rushed out but Midoriya was already gone. Izuku had simply run out and kept running until a saw grate had flown off merely a foot in front of him. The rest of the events played out like they had for our Izuku. He nearly drowned, before being saved by All Might. Whoa! He got saved by All Might himself. Kendo exclaimed. That nerd met the sludge BSD before me, Bakugo said, swallowing the guilt he felt. He didn't know how much he'd really angered Midoriya with that comment. What he'd said was stupid, and he realized that now. Can I be a hero? Even if I'm quirkless? Midoriya asked hesitantly, before freaking out as a skinny man walked out of the smoke All Might had just been in. Oh wow, so you looked like that even then? Uraraka exclaimed, and then looked at Izuku in realization. Did you know all along? Izuku frantically refused to believe he was All Might until he explained his situation, and then his dream was shut down by All Might. That last small spark he had left went out. Ah. Okay. 𝐒𝐿 said weakly as the man tried to comfort him, telling him a job as a police officer would be good. 𝐒𝐿 ignored him, not noticing the man left until an explosion in the distance snapped him out of his haze. Wow. He's crushed. Did this actually happen? It seems like it happened. Mina asked, turning to look at All Might. All Might sighed, giving a quick nod with a saddened gaze. The rest turned to look back at the screen, slightly troubled that the number one hero hadn't believed in 𝐒𝐿. All Might frowned, a bit disappointed he'd let Midoriya down. 𝐒𝐿 slowly walked downstairs, and was again snapped out of his haze when an explosion sounded closer than before. Did I seriously subconsciously walk here? 𝐒𝐿 thought, walking to the front of the crowd. Wait. That's the villain All Might saved me from. That means this is my fault. 𝐒𝐿 thought, slowly beginning to panic. He covered his mouth to stop himself from throwing up, and finally got a clear look at the victim. It was Bakugo. Bakugo! Almost everyone yelled in shock. The man himself just grit his teeth at this humiliating moment. 𝐒𝐿 locked eyes with him for a second. He recognized the fear in Bakugo's eyes. He could walk away, let him die. He could get revenge for all the pain he'd be put through. And all he'd have to do was turn the other cheek. It would have been oh so easy. But ultimately, there was still something in him that wanted to be a hero. He ran into the sludge, throwing his bag and managing to give Bakugo a second of air. All Might suddenly swooped in again, saving the day. Both classes cheered at the display of heroism, happy that Bakugo and 𝐒𝐿 were safe. 𝐒𝐿 walked off, ignoring the calls of the pros. He just wanted to get home and rest. He'd been so close to punching the symbol of peace in public the moment he'd seen him again. It wasn't his fault for shattering 𝐒𝐿's dreams, but he was mad nonetheless. Suddenly he heard running behind him, and turned around to meet Bakugo again. Whoa, is Bakugo actually going to apologize? I didn't need your DMN help, nerd. You did nothing. You got in the way of All Might, you quirkless BS. You shouldn't have run in. Bakugo yelled, huffing as he made to turn away. He heard 𝐒𝐿 murmur something, and Bakugo turned around again, angry. The hell did you say, nerd? 𝐒𝐿 turned around to face Bakugo, his eyes dead and furious. I said, then next time I'll just let you die. And with that, Midoriya walked away, leaving Bakugo shell-shocked. Holy CRP. This one's way more brutal than I thought. Tetsu exclaimed. He'd barely known 𝐒𝐿, but even he could tell this way out of the norm. Hello again. It is I, All Might's sudden entrance was cut off as he debuffed. Young man, 𝐒𝐿 raised his hand, cutting off the pro. No offense, All Might, he spat the name out like it was filth. But I don't want to hear another word out of you. Goodbye. 𝐒𝐿 said slowly, walking off and leaving the pro shocked as well. That was the day it all turned around. One could go so far as to say you're the reason all this is happening, All Might. 𝐒𝐿's voice narrated. Whoa, what? Was that a flashback or something? Kaminari asked. No, don't tell me. Aizawa's eyes widened imperceptibly as he thought, hoping he wasn't right. The screen began to display UA and the surrounding area. It was in complete and utter ruin. No. The majority of the people present said, shocked at the immense amount of destruction on display. Even Kamino hadn't been anywhere near this bad. It's not too late to stop this, young Midoriya. Please. Haven't you taken enough lives already? When will you be satisfied? All Might pleaded, sorrow and pain in his voice. He was in his skinny form, kneeling in pain before a slightly older Midoriya, who was wearing a suit. BLD was dripping from All Might's side. Toshinori desperately wished he could assist his students, but he could no longer muster up his quirk. 𝐒𝐿 said nothing, merely watched on as the remaining heroes and hero students on scene were being wiped out one after the other by his Nomus. Remnants of UA's building could be seen here and there, scattered across the broken land. I can't believe it. Midnight said. Everyone else agreed. Nezu's eyes saddened a bit at seeing his beloved school gone. How could Midoriya be capable of such destruction? Well, Midoriya said, watching as a Nomyu slammed into Todoroki's ice, grabbing the boy by the neck before roughly slamming him into the ground, where he stopped moving. I suppose you were right. Quirkless people have no chance at being a hero. Izuku sadly admitted as he turned to look at All Might, a deranged, broken smile on his face. But you have to admit, I make a DMN good villain. With that, Izuku weakly laughed as everything around them burned and broke. I'm so sorry. I wish I could have saved you. All Might coughed out weakly, looking down at the ground. Too ashamed to meet Izuku's eyes. Midoriya sighed, shaking his head like a disappointed parent. You're only saying that now because of what I've done. You have absolutely no idea how furious I was when All for One told me you were quirkless. Alas, none of that matters. If I can't be a hero, then I'll be a villain. And if I can't be that either, then I'll just burn the world to ashes and start anew. Izuku said, pulling out a gun. No. Midoriya, don't do it. Hey. Just put the gun down, okay? Almost everyone was calling out, clutching their seats or outright standing as their voices rose in panic. Izuku put the gun to his former idol's temple, who still refused to look at him. Say hello to Shigaraki for me, he said with a bored tone, and pulled the trigger. Nobody spoke for a minute after the video ended. Everyone was in shock. Izuku, their classmate, had just murdered the symbol of peace in cold blood. Nobody could believe it. I think it is best if we move on to the next one. That Izuku has already made his choice. Nezu said somberly, attempting to break the atmosphere. Well, I have at least learned something from that one, Nezu thought as he glanced at Midoriya, his eyes slightly narrowed. You would be a very dangerous villain, Izuku Midoriya. To his side, All Might clenched his fists. I wish I could have done something for him. He grit his teeth, no use crying over spilled beans. Hatsune nodded as she pressed next on her panel. The scene opens up with Izuku carrying trash on a beach. All Might jolts up, recognizing this was where he trained young Midoriya. My life has been pretty normal so far. At 4, I awaken my quirk just like anybody else. It was a mixture of my mom and dad's quirks, telekinesis, and flames. I trained to become a hero only using my mom's telekinesis, because if people saw my flames, they wouldn't see me. They'd see him. Izuku's voice narrated. Who's he talking about? Kinoko asked. Todoroki narrowed his eyes as he watched Izuku lift trash on the beach. So this version of you also has a shitty dad. Flame quirks too. Very coincidental, Todoroki thought, already having figured it out when he spoke of his flames with such hatred. But he didn't. The scene cuts to All Might on a roof with Midoriya, in skinny form and explaining his situation. He didn't see a villain in me, he didn't see my quirk. The scene cuts again to Izuku flying to his friend Kaken, who grasps his hand as Izuku uses his telekinesis to pull his friend out, blood running down his nose. Whoa, so you two are actually friends in this one. Kirishima exclaimed, flashing his sharp teeth. Bakugo merely grunted. He saw me for the hero I could be, and for that, I accepted his power, and became his successor. After I trained, I accepted his quirk, and prepared for the entrance exam. The scene cuts once more to Izuku walking into UA, joking around with Kaken before he trips. Uraraka blushes, already knowing what happens here. Izuku stops mid-fall, weightless. He uses his telekinesis to correct himself and turns around to thank his. Oh wow, she's really cute. Yeah. Oh ho, I'm sensing a crush here. Demon, you work fast, Midoriya. Uraraka resisted the urge to float away at that, her face bright red. Instantly his mind started running as she explained her quirk. Zero gravity. Holy SHT, with both our quirks combined. He didn't even want to imagine the potential. He rushed in quickly as Kaken joked about them, and soon it was time for the practical. Yeah. Zero gravity and telekinesis. That's a combination I wouldn't like to fight. Momo said, shivering slightly. Everyone else agreed. Izuku whizzed around from bot to bot, crushing them like paper with 5% of one for all. One for all? Zero asked. It's probably what that nerd calls his telekinesis, Bakugo said quickly, already knowing the truth. Yeah, but he still has the same green lightning our Izuku has. So, Tsuyu, the ever-observant one, said. It means All Might passed on his quirk to Midoriya. However, that seems to only be the case for this one. Todoroki finished. He was starting to believe this was the case for their Izuku as well, but he wasn't going to out his friend like that. Everyone watched on as Midoriya crushed robot after robot, and then the zero-pointer appeared. Oh no! Kaminari exclaimed. Uraraka bit her bottom lip. She figured she knew what was going to go on as well. But she had no doubt he'd save her. Izuku made to walk away, until he heard a pained cry for help. He turned around to see Uraraka, pinned down by rubble. Uraraka! The majority of Class 1A yelled out. All Might grinned, getting ready for what was next. Izuku ran to Uraraka, there in less than a second. Make me weightless, he yelled out. She slapped his wrist hurriedly and looked away as Izuku put 5% into his jump, soaring to the zero-pointer much faster than if he had used 100% of One for All. Izuku reared his fist back, the fabric shredding apart as he cranked up One for All to 100%, layering his arm in a telekinetic green glow for reinforcement. He swung his fist at max power, completely knocking the zero-pointer's head off of its body and destroying the majority of it with the force of a descending meteor. Holy! Both classes were in shock at the display of power they just witnessed. Uraraka watched on in shock as Izuku floated down to where she was, lifting the rubble from her. With that, I had made a good friend, and completed my entrance exam. Izuku narrated. After that, I attended UA, passing with the highest score. We had a few tests. The scene cuts to Izuku using his telekinesis and One for All to propel the ball as Aizawa watched on. The battle trial. The scene cuts to Izuku and Bakugo brawling, jumping from wall to wall like seasoned fighters. And the USJ Class 1A shivered at that, while Class B leaned in. They hadn't seen what had happened, but they knew it was bad. It was the first time I'd used my flames in a long time. The scene cuts to Izuku leaping onto the Nomu's back, tears in his eyes as he screamed, trying to make it come off of Aizawa. Shigaraki laughed on in the background as Aizawa weakly tried to tell him to save himself. Izuku's hands ignited into dangerous emerald flames and Shigaraki's eyes widened as Izuku completely incinerated his Nomu's head with a feral yell, his tears drying rapidly due to the flames. Holy Yasuo! Ribbit, he beat the All Might killer. Finally, it was the sports festival. I did well enough with my telekinesis, but I finally found someone in the same predicament as me. Someone who understood my curse. The scene showed Todoroki and Midoriya brawling for the headbands, Todoroki's left side briefly igniting into flames. He told me about his dad. The number 2 hero. Could have fooled me. Todoroki huffed as he tried to hide his small laugh. His dad was just as bad as mine, but I didn't want Todoroki to be shackled like me. So I pushed him. Midoriya is seen leaping above the glacier Todoroki sent, smashing down in front of Todoroki and punching him away. Until finally, flames bathed the arena as Todoroki finally unleashed his left side, a smile on both of their faces. Yeah. You go Deku. Don't celebrate just yet. Todoroki said. His class looked at him in confusion and he sighed. He hasn't used his flames yet. Todoroki's smile died down as he stared at Midoriya expectantly. What about yours? He asked. Midoriya shook his head sadly. There's no redemption for a villain's kid. I'll win without his power. Those were the wrong words to say to Todoroki, who grit his teeth in anger, his smile gone as his flames died down. You goddamn hypocrite. He roared out, unleashing his strongest ice wave yet, completely burying Midoriya. Whoa, holy CRP. Kendo said, shivering. Todoroki frowned at the screen, hoping his other self could save this other Midoriya, as he himself had been saved. Midoriya punched his way out of the ice, shivering and beaten up. He pulled out an icicle that was embedded in his left shoulder, gritting his teeth. The fight went on a bit longer. I was beaten to hell and back. Todoroki ran in, covering his right hand in ice and punching Midoriya in the chest, throwing him back. He yelled at Midoriya, telling him to use his power. I refused to use it. I wasn't going to be like him. I wasn't going to use his cursed quirk. But Todoroki reminded me. Todoroki grinned softly, watching as his other self yelled at Midoriya, telling him he wasn't his father. The scene changed to a flashback. This one of a younger Izuku with his mom, as he cried about not wanting to be like his dad. Almost everyone there was frowning, tears threatening to leak. It's okay, Izuku. Whatever you choose to be, you'll be great. I know it. But if you really want to be the greatest hero, you have to give it your all. Inko smiled, booping her son on the nose. Oh, the girls cooed. His mom is really nice. Tsuyu complimented. The scene changed again, to show Uraraka and Izuku sitting on a rooftop, eating some burgers. Whoa, romantic, Toru said, causing Uraraka to blush. Hey Deku. How come you barely use your flames? Uraraka asked, staring at her food pensively. Here. You know why. Izuku said, puzzled. Yeah, I know, but, I mean. It's kinda dumb, isn't it? She said, causing Izuku to frown. Wow. Nice. Kaminari said, facepalming. I don't mean to say that you're dumb, Deku. I just mean that. Your reasoning for holding back doesn't make sense to me. It's not his quirk. It's yours, isn't it? She said, staring at him expectantly with those gorgeous, chocolate eyes. Uraraka coughed, focusing on the screen despite the massive blush that had just erupted on her face. Well, I mean, Uraraka cut Izuku off, pouting now. No excuses. You said you wanted to be like All Might, right? Be the greatest hero. She asked, putting down her burger as she sat closer to him. Yeah. I want to be a hero that can put the people's hearts at ease. Izuku said fondly. Everyone smiled at that. His attitude was really infectious. Well, could you really be happy with yourself? Being the best without giving it your all. It'd be like you're looking down on everyone, including yourself. Uraraka said sadly, Izuku's attention now on her every word, both of them staring into each other's eyes. But that's what the nickname's for. Deku. As she said that, music began to softly play, slowly rising. Everyone sat up straight now, they could sense something was about to happen. To remind you to give it your all. Uraraka said as she poked his chest. Jokingly. The scene faded away to show Izuku back in the ring with Shoto, his eyes tearing up slightly. To remind you to do your best, Deku. With that, Izuku erupted into an emerald inferno, his flames bursting from him in a torrent of pain and realization. Yes. Uraraka yelled as she stood up from her seat, the rest of the class cheering on as well. The Uraraka on screen did the same. Ida stared at Izuku as he remembered something. The scene faded away as Ida recalled a memory from a few years ago, to a younger Ida and his brother watching the news. The villain has incinerated nearly half of Musutafu. Endeavor was quickly taken down after a brief standoff with the villain. All Might is now en route to dash. The memory fades as Ida comes to a realization, shock drawn all over his face. It can't be. All Might looks to Izuku as well, a small smile on his face. You're finally using your flames. Young Midoriya, I hope you know what you've gotten yourself into. He trailed off as he gazed at Endeavor, the flame hero's face slowly contorting in rage as he realized just who his son was fighting. Finally it cuts back to Todoroki, who was now realizing Izuku was Green Hell's son. Izuku's dad had beaten his own in terms of sheer firepower. Musutafu was a testament to that. He was starting to regret breaking down Izuku's wall as the ice and concrete around Izuku was basically vaporized. Holy CRP, Midoriya's stronger than Todoroki. They both ignored Endeavor's yells as they powered up. Todoroki pushes his flame output to the max, as permafrost formed all over his right. Izuku smiled as he cranked up his flames higher, turning them nearly white as green lightning also crackled around him. The floor at his feet peeled away from his telekinesis, and Cementos decided to cut it off. Yeah. He'll kill Todoroki. No offense, man. Kirishima apologized. Todoroki said nothing, eyes transfixed on the screen. Izuku and Shoto's flames collided, but Shoto was forced to use his ice to leap upwards as Izuku's flames almost immediately overpowered his. He landed back down as Izuku ped his fist back, condensing power into his arm. Todoroki smiled as he realized the futility of his situation, raising his hand to try to counteract Midoriya's attack. Holy CRP, this is intense. Todoroki will be incinerated. All Might. Shut it down. 𝐒𝐿 yelled. All Might tore away his shirt to reveal his hero costume as he leapt out. At the last moment, 𝐒𝐿 ted a wall for Todoroki as All Might threw a punch to counteract Midoriya's, completely destroying the ring in an instant. With that, the battle was over. Holy CRP. All Might himself had to step in. This Izuku is incredibly strong. Everyone bickered amongst themselves as Todoroki and Izuku were carried away to the infirmary on screen. Todoroki looked at Midoriya on the chair and smiled. I'm glad you're someone I can call a friend, Midoriya. This next one will be the last one for today. Nezu announced, eliciting awes from the crowd. Hatsune sighed as she pressed the button for the next one, the rest curious as to what they'd see this time. So, let me get this straight. Wait, that's my voice. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 said, confused. The scene showed 𝐭𝐾𝐲 sitting across from Izuku in a cozy cafe, a warm cup of coffee in her hand as she lifted a finger and waved it at him. You're hot. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 blushed slightly at that, a bit embarrassed at how forward she was, although she couldn't deny he looked good, now that she looked at him. Everyone else laughed at that. She raised another finger. You already have a job, and might I add your food is literally godly. Izuku blushed at that, rubbing the back of his head. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 raised up one last finger, this one disconnecting from her hand. And you're a really sweet guy. So, how are you single again? She asked, utterly baffled by her own question. Diamond girl, you sure work fast. Kendo asked, teasing her friend. Mina looked back at Uraraka, who was wearing a slightly gloomy expression. That's not it, my butt. Mina thought with a sinister smile. Well, you see, nobody really likes quirkless people like me. Izuku tried to argue, but 𝐭𝐾𝐲's hand flew off to cover Izuku's mouth. And I'm saying I think you're pretty darn great. 𝐭𝐾𝐲's phone hummed, and she sighed. Welp, sorry to call it short today, but class will start soon. You know, you really don't have to visit me as I'm opening up shop every single day. Izuku sighed, checking the time, which was barely 7 a.m. Though, I won't deny I enjoy your company. And miss seeing my favorite mophead. Also, your coffee is literally the only thing that keeps me awake for class. Unfortunately, Vlad King did say we'd be gone for a week for training camp, so I won't get to see you often. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 said with a frown, her tone sad. They sure seem close. Uraraka mumbled. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 was staring at the screen fixatedly, wondering where this was going as an almost imperceptible blush worked its way onto her cheeks. Oh, going camping in the woods. Izuku joked. Yeah, but Teach hasn't given info on where. You know, villains and whatnot. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 said, waving her hand in dismissal. Anyways, I'll see you next week, Midoriya, or would you prefer? 𝐭𝐾𝐲 split her upper half, hovering to Izuku so she could pet his hair. Izuku, she asked with a smirk. 𝐭𝐾𝐲! Izuku exclaimed, to which she laughed as she went back to her lower half. They bid their farewells and that was that. Wow, you're really direct, aren't you? Yanagi said as she looked at 𝐭𝐾𝐲. Well, what can I say, honesty is the best policy after all. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 said, shrugging it off. Izuku watched her go, his smile slowly falling as he sighed. Sorry to do that to you, but right now you're also my way to finding the league. Izuku thought, pulling out his phone. Wait. What? The majority of both classes exclaimed. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 was puzzled now, wondering what the other Izuku meant. Izuku revealed that he had in fact placed a tracking device on 𝐭𝐾𝐲. Normally I would never have done this, especially to her, but I know the league is gonna strike. Shigaraki will likely be after the top contenders of the sports festival, considering what happened at the mall with Katsuki. Izuku corrected himself mentally. Wait. But he's quirkless, isn't he? If he knows what's going to happen, why isn't he going to the poly dash? Momo asked before her eyes widened as the screen changed. Izuku walked into the backroom, revealing an absolutely massive army filled to the brim with guns and weapons of all sorts. Holy 𝐒𝐻𝐵akugo simply said. Everyone else gawked at the weapons in the room, enough to arm a small army. Izuku closed up shop for the night, texting his mom that he'd be going to Hosu for some business and that he'd be back by next week. After that, he drove for a while until he came close to where the camp was, staying far enough away that he wouldn't be detected. Holy F, he's a vigilante, Kaminari said as he watched Izuku take out his gear. And now, I wait, Izuku said, leaning back in his totally not stolen car. The camp went normal at first, with the students practicing to improve their quirks, until the third day, which is when he finally noticed them. The League. They'd amassed more people than he thought. It had only been Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and the Nomyu, but now Izuku's recognized a few of the high-profile villains. Moonfish Muscular, some kid with a gas helmet, a Nomyu Derby Togweight. Izuku zoomed in on his binoculars on the two. Mothif. Izuku cursed, recognizing the last two. Hell, he'd saved those two a while ago. He'd also made quick friends with them, bonding over their own shackles, and even patrolling with them as vigilantes, but they'd eventually gone to do their own thing. He recognized twice too. Great. I have to fight people who I like. To protect people who I like. FDMN. This is a complicated situation. Present MIC commented, feeling a bit uncomfortable at what he'd just witnessed. Nightfall fell and that's when the League finally made their move. Izuku had run out of his car as soon as he'd seen the blue flames in the distance, putting on his gear as he tumbled down the mountainside. Gotta get to that cliff for a good vantage point, he thought as he sheathed a knife to his side. Wait. Wasn't that where he thought Aizawa's thought was cut off as Midoriya finally made it to the top of the cliff? I think you and me should have some fun up here, kid. Ready? Muscular exclaimed as muscles burst out of his arm. Kota could only look on in horror as Muscular raised his arm, ready to kill him. No! Almost everyone yelled, wanting to save him. The next scene happened in slow motion. Muscular's confident expression slowly morphed into one of pain and shock as Izuku suddenly appeared, severing Muscular's arm as if it were butter. He scooped up Kota and flung a grenade at Muscular in one fell swoop, jumping off the cliffside. Woohoo! Tetsu and Kirishima yelled proudly, standing up in respect of the sheer badass that was Izuku Midoriya. Who are you? Kota said shakily in his arms as they ran. Izuku ignored the angry yell behind him, even as he felt a very hard landing just a few yards behind him. Just your friendly neighborhood vigilante, here to save the day. Izuku quipped as Muscular yelled bloody murder behind him. Izuku barely beat this guy with a quirk, ribbit. But now, he doesn't even have that. Tsuyu commented, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Izuku put Kota down, turning to Muscular. Keep on running ahead, kid. Eraserhead should be around here to help. Kota looked up at Izuku in shock as he loaded what looked like a grenade launcher in his hands. What? But what about you? He'll kill you. Kota argued, tears running down his face. Izuku unhooked his mouthguard, letting Kota see his fearless grin. Don't worry, kid, I'll be just fine, I just don't want you to see what comes next. Kota's eyes widened, and he ran. Izuku smiled, turning around and walking towards Muscular, who was finally there. Oh, I don't think I can watch, Ibara said, covering her eyes. He's got ball. Facing down a villain like that even though he's quirkless. Kaibara said, nodding at the Izuku on screen with respect. Muscular punched a tree out of his way and barely managed to raise his arm as a grenade flew at him. The impact blew him back, burning some of his muscles away. He grunted, BLD still dripping from his other arm even though he'd covered the wound with muscle. The smoke cleared, and Izuku wasn't there anymore. Where did you go, brat? I'll rip off your dumb arm and shove it up your butt. Muscular yelled angrily as he frantically looked around. A second later, he dropped heavily to the ground, unconscious. Whoa, what? Wait, what just happened? Mina asked, confused. Aizawa glanced at the floor. It was dark, but he could just make out the gas that was on the ground. He knocked him out. Smart. He's efficient. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 dropped down from a nearby tree, tightening his mouthguard to make sure the gas didn't seep through. That should keep you tuckered out until tomorrow. And now, to find my stupid friends, and make sure the hero kiddies are okay, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 thought, running off to where the gas was. Here. It's slowly dispersing. Someone must have knocked out the source, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 thought as he changed direction to the blue flames. He had an idiot to scold first then. Tetsu and Kendo smiled with pride, happy they'd helped. Come on. Where are you? 𝐒𝐿 thought until he ran headfirst into none other than Darby. 𝐒𝐿 and Darby rolled away from each other, flames sparking off one's hand as the other took out their pistol. They both recognized each other, shocked. Holy crp, Midoriya. What the hell are you doing here? Darby asked in shock, getting up and shaking the man's shoulders. I should be asking you that, Darby. Seriously. You're attacking children. Why on earth are you following Shigaraki of all people? 𝐒𝐿 asked incredulously, waving at Twice offhandedly, who was incredibly conflicted on what he should do. Hot demon, they just got busted. Toru squeaked. This feels extremely surreal, Shishida stated. Stain was with the league, so I figure Handyman also follows the same. Darby's explanation was cut off as 𝐒𝐿 dropped to his knees, laughing. You really think my MSTR would ever work with someone like him? Are you serious, Darby? Holy SHT, you are. 𝐒𝐿 said, wiping a tear from his eye. MSTR. Ida noted, a bit shaken by the implications of that statement. Look, Stain would never have worked with someone who lacks conviction, and frankly, Shigaraki doesn't have SHT in the conviction department. 𝐒𝐿 said seriously as he turned away, causing Darby to look away as well. Look, I suggest you just leave, please. I won't take you down, but this is low, even for you. You're always welcome back at Serendipity. 𝐒𝐿 said, running off to find Toga and leaving Darby to think. So he took down a dangerous villain, walked headfirst into another one and talked him down, and now he's going after another one. Boy's got a death wish. Midnight muttered, rubbing her forehead. Toga was easier to find. All he had to do was follow the girly laughter and bloodlust. He caught her just in time as she was about to jab Uraraka with a needle. They both made eye contact, one exasperated and the other shocked. Toga's posture immediately shifted to look more rigid. So, 𝐒𝐿 said, tapping his foot, all disappointed as Uraraka scrambled off of Toga in shock, believing 𝐒𝐿 to be with the villains. Toga sat up, looking incredibly guilty all of a sudden. I'm sorry, I kinda just went along with all this, it seemed fun. Toga muttered, beginning to sweat nervously as she rubbed her wrist. Of course she'd feel guilty. 𝐒𝐿 had saved her life before. She better be grateful. Wait, what? Jesus, this 𝐒𝐿's life is all over the place. 𝐒𝐿 yelled out. The scene cut to 𝐒𝐿 throwing out the trash from behind the bakery, going into the back alleyway only to find a trail of BLD. He followed it hesitantly up to the source. It was a girl about his age, laying down hidden by the cans, heavily injured. What kind of person would he be to not offer the girl aid? She'd weakly tried to attack him, then pleading not to be taken to a hospital, and so he reluctantly complied. His reward once she was better. A stab on the shoulder. The girl had smiled, bloodlust written all over her face before it fell away to a frown. Ah. Not what you expected. 𝐒𝐿 joked. Toga frowned. Usually when I stab someone, I love to see them bleed, but I don't like seeing you bleed, she said, furrowing her eyebrows as she lowered the knife. Well, aren't I special? 𝐒𝐿 sighed, and that was how they became friends. The scene changed back to the present. Toga sighed, sheathing her knife and standing up. Uraraka helped Tsuyu to her feet, glaring at the two warily. 𝐒𝐿 waved them off. Relax, I'm not actually with them, I'm just here to convince her that this is a dumb idea and she should get out as soon as she can. 𝐒� turned to look back at Toga with a smile. You know my door is always open for you and Darby, adios. 𝐒� said, waving a peace sign and running off. All was well for a minute until, out of nowhere, a kick smashed into him, breaking his helmet and throwing him into a tree. It was Ida. OCRP. His screwed. Mineta mumbled, gnawing at one of his ball as Ida adjusted his glasses with a bit of guilt. Thing. Ida, Izuku thought angrily, doing his best to ignore the pain as he threw a smoke bomb, ignoring Ida's cry of shock. He was ducking and weaving in between trees, the darkness providing cover for him. He was almost to the edge of the forest and began to slow down, until a disembodied hand came from his side and punched him in the side of the face, tripping him up. "Oh, there she is," Mina said excitedly, throwing a quick glance at 𝐭𝐭𝐻𝐿. "You!" 𝐭𝐭𝐻𝐿 yelled, angrily floating up to Izuku, who was getting up slowly, cursing everything he ever knew. "I know what it looks like, but 𝐭𝐭𝐻𝐿 slapped him. An honest-to-God sharp slap that hurt him more than the punch." She was very disappointed and angry at him. He looked up to see tears threatening to fall as she grit her teeth. "You were with them, weren't you? Your friends attacked my friends," she yelled at him, anger barely contained. "This is intense," Kinoko murmured, her classmates nodding in agreement. "It's just like in those romance movies." Bakugo idly thought as he watched on. No. I'm not actually with them. I came because I actually know two of them and I came to talk them out of it. And also to find you." Izuku murmured that last part out. 𝐭𝐭𝐻𝐿 stopped staring at him angrily, confused now. "You know them, but you're not with them?" she asked, hoping he was telling the truth, trying to understand what he meant. She didn't want to fight him. Oh, the girls cooed, making 𝐭𝐭𝐻𝐿 blush harder. She felt bad her other self punched him, but not like she wouldn't have reacted the same way. "I met them before. They're nice people, I swear, they just got mixed in the wrong crowd just now. I also didn't want anything happening to you," Izuku said, rubbing his head. Ida's kick had more power than he expected, he noted as he felt blood on his fingertips. He could hear a few of the students not that far off. "I'm sorry for making you think the worst of 𝐵. Izuku was cut off as 𝐭𝐭𝐻𝐿 hugged him tightly, and he pretended to ignore the tears that were falling on his shoulder. "You stupid idiot. You could have died. You're a vigilante. You're quirkless and you're a vigilante." She pulled away from him, staring into his eyes with her own watery and slightly angry ones. "Are you insane? Do you have a death wish or something?" she cried out, half angry and half sad, shaking him as if she could snap him out of his vigilanteing. I've always wanted to be a hero, but I'm quirkless. So I became the next best thing. I can quit. If that's you want." Izuku coughed out slowly, and he meant that. He knew it would bug him to not help when he knew he could, but he'd do that for her. "Hopefully she won't turn me in to the authorities. This much fluff is going to give me cavities," Monoma grumbled. Kendo smacked him in the back of the head. "Oh, shut it, this is really sweet." Bakugo leaned in. "Come on, nerd, for once in your life do something right and kiss her," he thought angrily. "God. To think I have a crush on a vigilante. I can't just turn you in," she mumbled as she facepalmed herself, too distracted to notice her slip up. Izuku froze at that, startling her. You alright?" she asked, worry in her eyes. "Why you have a sea crush on me?" Izuku asked, surprised and completely lost now. "Holy crp, she has a crush on me. She has a crush on me. On me. What do I do, what do I know?" Maybe she didn't mean it that way or hook, Bakugo thought with a small smile. 𝐿 stuttered, before she took a deep breath and just decided to come forth. "Yeah. You know, I would have thought the constant flirting would have been obvious," she half-joked, trying to distract herself from her blush. Her classmates' voices were getting closer. Bakugo's smile turned more ferocious, leaning in to see what was to come. Everyone was watching expectantly, especially 𝐭𝐭𝐻𝐿. I like you too, 𝐭𝐭𝐻𝐿, Izuku said, causing the girl to snap out of her train of thought. "Sinker," Bakugo laughed as everyone else cheered, happy at the confession. 𝐭𝐭𝐻𝐿 stared at him as if he'd just grown a second head. He began to sweat, about to say sorry as if he'd said something wrong, when suddenly she grabbed him by the mouthguard, pulled him towards her, and kissed him. The classes erupted, with MIC taking the lead as Aizawa sighed, although the small smile on his face was unmistakable. Midnight sighed, saying something about young love as All Might looked towards the screen with pride. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 blushed furiously as Uraraka tried not to feel jealous. She pushed him away, smiling and blushing as Izuku looked like his brain had shut down. You should probably go. It'd SCK if my boyfriend was arrested literally right after he became my boyfriend. She joked, flashing a smile at him. Why yeah I'll go do that. Izuku mumbled, stumbling off before breaking into a full-on sprint. The police were already on scene, but by then he was gone. He arrived to his beloved bakery, Serendipity, at early light, and within the hour, 2 people had shown up at his doorstep. It was Darby and Toga. We're here to take you up on that offer, Midoriya. Darby asked hesitantly. He respected Izuku, kind of like the younger but wiser brother he'd needed for a while now. Toga made herself at home, slumping on a chair and snatching one of Izuku's donuts. Izuku smiled, sighing at the 2 of them as he went to get them something to eat. They may be villains, but deep down they're good people. Izuku would make sure to help them, because they needed it. You really are a hero, aren't you? Taking villains into your own place to help them. Ida said, awe and shock in his voice. His respect for his friend grew by the second. Uraraka smiled warmly, the kiss from earlier pushed to the back of her mind. The day was spent with Izuku helping Darby and Toga get comfortable. They told him about the League, and about the mysterious boss of theirs. He mentally promised himself he wouldn't let anything happen to them. If Shigaraki wanted them, he'd have to go through him. 2 days later, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 finally showed up. She was there, early as usual. You know, you never did tell me how a 16-year-old kid somehow runs an entire bakery, she joked. Trying to make idle talk, walking into the bakery as they held hands. Well, this actually belonged to my dad. But I've been helping him for as long as I remember, so I'm fit to run it. I also kind of did school online, so I had a lot of free time. No one to bully me in class when I don't have class to begin with. Izuku quipped. 𝐭𝐽𝐽's top half floated above him, her hair falling in front of him. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, I can't see. Izuku laughed, but she shook her head. You can call me Setsuna, you've earned it, she said, flashing a sharp smile at him as her top half settled down on his head. Well, it's only fair my G-girlfriend gets to call me Izuku, he said, chuckling as he ran his hand through her hair. This is so romantic. I want him to touch my hair like that. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 thought wistfully, gazing towards Izuku strapped to the chair. Unknown to her, Uraraka was having the exact same thoughts as her. The rest just watched on. Oh, are we interrupting something? You want me and Darby to come back later? Toga's voice came from the counter as she watched them, chewing on some chocolates. Immediately Izuku bolted up, his face bright red as 𝐭𝐽𝐽 floated off his head. Oh, so you're one of the villains that he was talking about? 𝐭𝐽𝐽 said warily, and Toga simply saluted to that as Darby walked out, throwing a nod her way. Setsuna looked down at Izuku with a questioning gaze. They work here now, he said, staring down at the desk sheepishly. Oh, so she's the love interest. Here. She's all right. Toga remarked as she looked her over, slightly offending 𝐭𝐽𝐽. She pouted at Toga, who simply shrugged. Izuku sighed, so this is my life now, he thought. With that, the screen faded to black as Darby asked where the mayonnaise was. Well, a waste. That was certainly something. Honinuki. Midoriya certainly lives an interesting life. Todoroki remarked. Yeah, no kidding. Quirkless bakery owner by day, quirkless vigilante by night, all with a hot girlfriend to boot. Mina squealed, whipping around to look at 𝐭𝐽𝐽, who just blushed and looked away. Uraraka pushed down her feelings, not wanting to get jealous when it wasn't even her Izuku. I believe it's time to release Mr. Midoriya. We will continue more of these tomorrow. Class is dismissed. Nezu stated, and the classes nodded. Mai went to free Midoriya, and 𝐭𝐽𝐽 couldn't help but look at the green-haired boy. He is pretty hot now that I'm looking at him. I wonder if he'd bake something for me. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 thought idly as she left with the rest of her class. Well, that was certainly enlightening, Nezu said as he rubbed his eyes. Aizawa huffed and Mic nodded rapidly. All Might smiled proudly, happy his successor had managed to talk down 2 villains from a life of crime. No matter what Izuku chose to do, he'd be amazing at it. The next day, both classes came in livelier than usual. They were excited to see what Izuku's other selves were up to as well as their other selves. Tokage glanced at Midoriya once, blushing furiously before taking her seat, an action that didn't go unnoticed by Uraraka. Hello class. The other staff members won't be joining us today because we still have a school to run. I'll be your fill-in teacher, Aizawa breathed out as he made himself comfy in the back. Go ahead and play the next universe, Aizawa said with a yawn before falling asleep. Hatsune blinked at him before smiling and pressing play. The scene showed Kamino, more specifically, All Might statue, indicating his last battle as the symbol of peace. A man was sitting on a bench in front of it, shoulders sagged. This one seems like a sad one. Bondo murmured, his classmates agreeing with him. Suddenly an explosion was shown a couple blocks away. The man stood up quickly, before pulling out his phone and ringing his agency. Whoa, a hero. I think I can already tell who this is. Get me Wavelight and G-Force, they're needed here in Kamino. There's a villain attack. Izuku said, hanging up. Whoa, it is. Zero exclaimed. Wavelight and G-Force. Kendo questioned. Probably the nerd sidekicks. Bakugo scoffed. Izuku sighed. Can't I go one day as the number one hero without trouble around me? Izuku thought as he took off his sweater. What? That nerd's number one. Bakugo yelled out, wanting to leap at their Izuku in anger. Murmurs of astonishment and approval echoed out throughout the room at the news. A blur of light appeared in the distance, appearing next to Izuku in an instant to reveal the two sidekicks. One of them looked like a sleek rabbit, and the other a big man with a long white beard. Here you go, boss, the rabbit said as he handed a sphere to Izuku. You know you don't have to call me boss, right, Wavelight? Izuku said as he tapped the sphere 3 times, which opened up and enveloped around him to reveal his costume. No matter how many times I see that, I still can't get used to it. G-Force thought. Whoa, his sidekicks look so cool. Mineta exclaimed. Ida studied Wavelight with interest. He's faster than me even with Recipro. Ida admitted reluctantly. Oh, that baby looks so good. I wonder if it's mine. Hatsune said to herself thoughtfully. Izuku's costume design hasn't changed much in the future, save for the fact he didn't have his hoodie bit anymore, and the design was different here and there. Wavelight and I will evacuate, you're in charge of the villains until we're done. Deku told G-Force, who nodded before the 3 of them ran off towards the villains. Tsuyu sighed. Who knew he'd grow up to look that hot, ribbit? Zoo! Momo exclaimed, flustered. Uraraka merely stared. The civilians in the immediate area were evacuated in just under a minute. Wavelight and Deku zipped in from building to building, coming out of them a mere second later with civilians in tow, the heroes in the area helping out. The sounds of battle were close as G-Force burst out from one of the buildings, grabbing one of the villains and moving them downward, to which they promptly slammed into the pavement. Almost as if gravity had been increased. Whoa! They're so coordinated. Honinuki stated. Everyone was keeping their eyes peeled to the screen, picking up on how the future number one hero worked. His sidekicks compliment him. Another speedster to help him with evacuations. His prioritizing rescue while he lets his other sidekick fight the villains. He must have a lot of faith in those two. Then again, they already have the skills of a seasoned pro, so it's no wonder he trusts them, Aizawa thought as he watched his student zip from building to building. Deku and Wavelight appeared next to G-Force as he finished off the last of the villains, who was forced to the ground due to the gravity being increased. That the last of them? Wavelight asked. Izuku closed his eyes, using his senses to determine if it was. Whoa, that guy has a gravity-based quirk just like you, Okako. Toru squealed, turning to look back at her friend who just smiled sheepishly. They heard a laughter somewhere around them. G-Force sighed. Apparently I missed one. They stood back to back with each other looking for the enemy, when suddenly, a grey sludge-like tendril leapt out from under one of the cars, solidifying into a person. You're mine, the villain yelled before shooting out their stretchy arm at Deku, who still had his eyes closed. Midoriya, open your eyes. The majority of both classes yelled. Todoroki shook his head. That villain isn't a threat to him. Think again. Wavelight yelled as he intercepted the villain in midair, kicking him off quite a distance before the villain slammed into a car. The villain grunted, shaking his head and getting up, but Wavelight didn't give him a chance to recover. Two balls of light shined in his hands as he aimed at the villain. Justice! Flash! He yelled as the two balls slammed into the villain, exploding spectacularly. Super speed and energy attacks. This guy's just too strong. Both of them are. Soto yelled incredulously. The smoke cleared to reveal the villain, sprayed across the car in a messy display of spilt sludge. The villain's face twisted into fear. Please, don't hurt me, it cried weakly. His body is like sludge. Be careful, Wavelight. G-Force warned. Yeah, I'll knock him out before he tries something else, he yelled as he ran towards the villain, closing the gap between them in a second. Justice! Kick! Wavelight yelled as he kicked the villain in the face, cleaving the car behind him in two. His kicks pack a tremendous amount of force. Ida commented, respect for the sidekick's abilities. He's an idiot though. Still green. Bakugo yelled, making the rest of the class look at him in confusion. The DMN rabbit got cocky. He let his guard down. Bakugo yelled at them as if they were idiots. Wavelight smirked, happy with his ultimate move. He'd never admit he got the inspiration from his boss's finisher smash. The villain recoiled in pain, but then laughed as he shrugged off the kick and leapt at the sidekick. Wait, what? Wavelight's shocked cry was cut off as sludge. Tendrils wrapped around him and slammed him into the pavement before hardening around him. Whoa! He regenerated from that like it was nothing. His quirk is pretty diverse. Kirishima said in awe. Minoma nodded. It's kind of like Vlad Sensei's BLD control. You know, those ears of yours are like parachutes, Wavelight. The villain commented gleefully as their hand morphed into a pair of scissors. Maybe if I snip them off, you'll be able to run even faster. Wavelight struggled against the sludge. Why, you're a monster. DMN's sidekick got too overconfident. Hasn't Deku taught him anything? Bakugo huffed. The poor guy. I don't want him to cut his ears off. Mina pouted. I'm sure Deku isn't just gonna let that happen, Mina. Uraraka chuckled. Wavelight botched up. G-Force huffed angrily as he made to step towards the villain. It's okay. Deku said from behind him, shocking G-Force. He stepped aside for his boss. Deku smiled at him, the same smile he'd used to comfort people. I'll handle it. Whoa. He's gonna fight. I wonder how strong his quirk's gotten. That smile. I feel safer already. Music began to play as Deku stepped into the scene. The villain looked up surprised, before smiling. At last. The big man steps in. The villain yells out happily. Deku merely stared at the villain, his eyes glowing dark green with power. Hey. That's really intimidating. Kinoko whimpered out. That villain is done for. Midoriya is in a class of his own. Shishida noticed. This battle was over before it started. Don't take your eyes off me. Wavelight yelled as light exploded, throwing the sludge off him. What in the dash? The villain startled as Wavelight leapt away from him and to Deku's side. Boss. I'm sorry, he said, before leaping away from the fight. Deku simply nodded as he stared down the villain. Tisu, whatever, you're the one I came for anyways. The villain's annoyed expression went back to confident as he stretched his arm out to Deku's direction. Let's have some fun. Show me what you've got. The music got more intense as the villain clenched his fist, his whole arm getting bigger and bigger. Holy! His arm's nearly as tall as that building. Doesn't matter. Midoriya has already won this fight. You can see it in his eyes. The villain's arm finished growing, and then the villain's humongous arm descended onto Deku, ready to crush him like a bug. Midoriya looked up at the arm, a smile on his face as it got closer and closer. When it was nearly a yard away from him, he simply exhaled. The force of it blew the giant fist and villain away in an instant, destroying the immediate area in front of Deku as well as the villain was swept away. Everyone just sat there in shock. What? All that from a mere exhale. If that was just with him breathing, how powerful is his punch? Aizawa's eyes flashed red, silencing the students. He sighed, looking at the screen with no small amount of shock and awe. I understand we're all startled by Midoriya's alternate self, but keep it down. Well, that's that. Deku turned around to look at his sidekicks, who weren't hiding their shock very well. Let's go get some food. G-Force, do me a favor and tell the agency to pick up the villains. Deku said as he tapped his chest 3 times, his costume shrinking down before turning back into the sphere. Hatsune squealed. Midoriya and Wavelight walked away, chatting about as G-Force made the call. He looked at the damage a single breath had taken, and looked back at Midoriya. Sometimes even I forget how powerful you really are. I'm just glad you're not a villain. G-Force smiled under his beard as he ended the call. Man, that was intense. Kaminari said, leaning back into his chair. Yeah. He's much stronger than even All Might was. Jiru said, twirling her jacks. Uraraka smiled as she looked at her Deku. I knew you could do it. Hatsune got up and stretched a little, moving back to the device as she got ready for the next universe. W8. Koroiro hesitantly called out. His class looked at him in confusion. I need to use the B bathroom. After Koroiro came back from the bathroom, Mai played the next universe. The scene opens up with Bakugo and Midoriya on a couch, playing Super Mario. Whoa, that's one of those pre-Quirk era games. Kaminari said. Hey Kaken. Deku said. What is it, nerd? Bakugo asked lazily, focused on the game. Can I share something with you from earlier today? Deku asked with a smile on his face. Yeah, what is it, Deku? Well, I sent you a text early in the morning because I had to go out of town for one weekend this month. And so I was like, I won't give specific dates, but... Deku began, Bakugo struggling not to laugh as Deku talked. I was like, do you have any preference whether I go this weekend or the next weekend? Your response? Deku was cut off as Bakugo began to laugh, and Midoriya did his best not to laugh as he stared at the text. They sure seem pretty friendly. Zero smiled. It's so weird to see Bakugo genuinely laugh like that. Mina exclaimed with a pun. At 9:30 in the morning. Motherfucking Jesse Eisenberg, Jesus Christ F dude, motherfucking Facebook movie bullshit. Jesus, can you believe this? As no punctuation. Bakugo laughed as Midoriya just shook his head with a smile. Both classes began to laugh at that. Seriously, Bakugo. PFV Kirishima snorted at Bakugo's expense. Random capitalizations. Midoriya said. So I respond, I have no idea what we're talking about right now. 45 minutes pass. I get a text from you. God Diamond created Facebook, then Fing lawyers and SHT right Fing Winklevoss twins. God Diamond rowing the boat FYO ST. I can't even believe this. Have you seen this ST? If I just watch this STF Jesse Eisenberg man. I respond, Kaken, you're scaring me. Bakugo laughed hard, clutching the couch in his stomach as he recalled the incident. Midoriya rubbed his forehead with a sigh. Wahaha. Uraraka was clutching her stomach. Tokage smiled fondly, she liked seeing Midoriya happy. Almost everyone was laughing or had a smile on their face. Even Todoroki. And Aizawa had a small smile on their face. An hour passes, you respond, motherfucking Spider-Man, you put in the time motherfucking built SHT with this bare hands Fing best friend SHT Jesse Eisenberg. I'm very tired. Bakugo was outright clutching his stomach as tears fell from his eyes, the game long since forgotten. Midoriya continued reading, no problem, man. I'll do most of the talking at the grump session today. Immediate, like response. I'm talking like 5 seconds later. No man, I'll just talk about the Facebook movie all day. Man, you have to be so interested in the SHT. I have to say about the Facebook movie dude, I just watched it a year and a half ago. Jesse Eisenberg man, he fed over Spider-Man crazy Winklevoss twins rowing Trent Resin or did the soundtrack. This guy who invented Facebook. I don't like dying. I can't think of who the invented Facebook. All I can think is who played the guy who invented Facebook. Who the invented Facebook. And then, in all capital letters, 2 hours later. Mark Zuckerberg. Bakugo laughed harder than before, almost falling off the couch as even Midoriya began laughing. Both classes had stopped listening as soon as Izuku had yelled Mark Zuckerberg, the idea of Bakugo being so out of it incredibly funny to them. "Oh man Bakugo. This is appealing." Kirishima laughed, wiping manly tears from his eyes. Bakugo himself even had a rough smirk on his face, his on-screen counterpart's joy being too infectious. Bakugo tried saying something, but just kept laughing. "What the F?" Midoriya said, bewildered. I had to wake up supremely early. I was." Bakugo tried to defend himself. "I was crying reading those," Midoriya said as he placed his hand on his friend's back. "Really? Or that makes me happy." Bakugo said. "Well, I didn't wanna call you out and be like, what are you talking about anymore? 'Cause I was afraid you'd stop, so I was just like, I'll just calmly respond with my own agenda, haha. And see what happens. I had to wake up way earlier than I usually wake up, right? To take Kirishima to the airport. And then on my way back I was just like so tired." Bakugo said as he rubbed his eyes, resuming the game. Izuku startled at that. "You were texting that while driving?" "Bakugo. That is extremely irresponsive." Ida started. "Can it 4 eyes?" Bakugo yelled back. No, here's the thing. That was all Siri, that's why it was all just thing nonsense." They both laughed at that. Izuku wiped a tear from his eye. "That was insane." Bakugo shook his head with a smile as he continued. But, as I was leaving the airport, I saw this Fing kid that looked just like Jesse Eisenberg in the Fing car, and it got me thinking of Jesse Eisenberg and the Facebook movie, and then I was just like Fing Jesse Eisenberg man, and then I had my phone in my hand because I just started the GPS situation, and then I was just like, beep beep. Izuku laughed as Bakugo rambled on. Hey. Text Deku. F Jesse Eisenberg, and then that just made me laugh really hard, I just kept crying. And then I was really surprised that it stayed on track with everything I said. Bakugo said. Deku nodded. It was amazing. They both laughed at that, and the scene faded away. Jiru sighed. That was poetry in motion. Momo nodded. That was quite entertaining. Well, at least you do possess a hint of humor in you. Monoma said condescendingly. The hell you say to me? I'll have you know I'm hilarious. Bakugo burst out. Aizawa's eyes flashed. Bakugo, sit down. Hatsune, please play the next one. I thought I told you that the jetpack was off limits. Izuku said in a slightly scolding tone. I'm sorry, said a soft voice, belonging to a child. Oh, jetpack. Mai remarked curiously, while the rest were confused about the child. The screen came into focus, showing Izuku bandaging up a little girl's wrist. The girl had light gray hair and a horn, and crimson eyes similar to Bakugo's, minus the cruelty. Izuku simply sighed as the girl winced. You could have really hurt yourself, eh? You're lucky I hadn't calibrated that one to go higher than 15 feet. Izuku said, standing up and looking around his room. It was a relatively large workshop of sorts. Ah! Look at all those babies. Hatsune squealed, zooming in with her quirk to look at Midoriya's inventions. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. He knew what the nerd's room looked like, and this wasn't it. Who's the child? Kaminari asked, already lost. Jiru rolled her eyes. Who knows? But her name is Eri. Anyways, it's gonna be time for school. I trust you'll be okay. Izuku said as he scratched the back of his head, peering down to look at Eri. She nodded her head. Izuku set about to cleaning up the area a bit, as one of his inventions prepared breakfast. Wait. His leaving her alone. That's really reckless, she's a child. Tetsu exclaimed angrily. Look at her arms and legs. Kodai said quietly, and they all paled when they noticed. Her limbs were littered with pale scars. Aizawa grit his teeth. To do that to a child. No, it couldn't be Midoriya. Izuku turned around, walking back over to Eri before handing her a modified shotgun. Midoriya, are you insane? You don't give weapons to kids. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 activated his quirk, silencing any further comments. Eri looked down at the shotgun, then at him. Midoriya chuckled, ruffling her hair. Relax. This one doesn't kill. If anyone enters that's not me, just shoot them with that. It's a stun shotgun, just pull the trigger easy peasy. Midoriya explained as he buttoned up his UA uniform. Food's in the fridge whenever you're hungry, and I saved you some apples from yesterday. Look, I know I'm basically a stranger and you don't have to explain what's wrong. But there are people after you, aren't there? Midoriya said, it wasn't a question. Wait. What? Kendo said, incredibly lost. People are after Eri. Uraraka asked, worry in her tone. I'm willing to bet they're the same BSTers that hurt her. Katsuki growled, already. Itching to fight these unknown criminals. Eri looked down again, nodding softly. She was afraid he'd kick her out. She would understand, no one wanted to be a target for some little girl, especially not one they just met barely a week ago. To her surprise. Yeah, I figured as much. We can talk more about it later, but for now, you know the drill. Just stay inside and don't let anyone see you, and no one gets inside unless the facial recognition goes green. Midoriya said. She looked up at him in disbelief. He isn't kicking me out. She thought as she saw him smile. Of course Midoriya wouldn't kick a little girl out. He's so manly. Kirishima loudly exclaimed, wiping away a tear. Relax, I won't let anyone hurt you. Midoriya said gently, finally ready. Eri's eyes began to water. But why are you doing all of this? For me? She asked in a wobbly tone. He laughed softly, realizing that was what was worrying her. I wouldn't feel right not helping someone when I know I have the means to. Isn't that reason enough? He asked. Deciding to let her think on that, he bid his farewells and left for UA. Either way, I have security cameras and drones all over this area. If anyone comes after her, I'll know. Holy SHT solo dad Midoriya. Mina cheered loudly. But that poor girl. She barely looks 6 and she already has the eyes of an adult. Ojiro commented sadly. Oh, I hope I meet these villains so I can give them a real thrashing. Tokuj growled, her classmates agreeing with her. The rest of the day passed on normally for Midoriya. He was in the support course, since he didn't have a quirk. Midoriya sighed as he recalled the past year. Just take a swan dive off of the roof of the building. I am sorry, young man. Without a quirk. There is just no way you can become a hero. Izuku's dreams had been broken, but from the ashes, a new one had sprouted. Heroes protect the civilians. But who protects them? He had thought, and then the answer had come to him. He didn't want to be a cop, or a doctor or anything bland like that. So he decided to be an inventor, and through that idea came new friends. Izuku glanced at Mai, still hard at work even though it was lunch. But then again, he was still in the workshop as well instead of eating. He chuckled at that. Oh, his support course. Zero remarked, impressed. Uraraka took the opportunity to glare at Bakugo, then at All Might. That makes twice those two have said the same thing, crushing Izuku's dreams. Tokuj took the opportunity to glare at Bakugo as well, she hadn't missed the fact he'd said that either. Meanwhile Mai was writing down notes, reminding herself to invite Izuku over very often so she could teach him how to make super cute babies with her. A soft voice cut through the noise, and Izuku perked up and looked at Momo with a smile. Well, if it isn't my favorite miracle maker Momo, he greeted. Momo blushed at that. I thought I told you to just call me Momo, Izuku. Momo was still embarrassed at the nickname Izuku had coined for her the instant he'd found out what her quirk was. Needless to say, he'd nearly fallen in love with her quirk right then and there when he realized just how much of a help she'd be. Oh, it's love. Almost all of the girls squealed, while Yorozu blushes and denied it, but then she felt a shiver down her spine. She turned to look behind her and saw Hatsune barely an inch away from her. So, your quirk lets you create anything? Mai asked, voice barely a whisper. Back in the workshop, Power Loader shuddered as he felt some fear for apparently no reason. Yes. So long as I know the molecular structure, and no organics. Yorozu explained timidly. The grin on Mai's face instantly let her know that she had just made a terrible mistake in explaining her quirk. Good to know, Mai said before hurrying back to the front. Soon enough, school was over. Izuku, Mai, and Momo walked to the station together. Momo was the only one who didn't need to take the station since she got picked up every day. Usually she just dropped them off, but then, you know, it's been nearly a week since I've last been to your place. Are you working on something new again? Momo asked curiously, and Mai instantly perked up as she overheard. SHC, I didn't tell her about 𝐂. Izuku cursed internally, and he decided to roll with Momo's question. Yep, making a little something special for my kick-ass girlfriend. I'm sure you'll like it. Izuku exclaimed happily. Momo blushed and smiled. I look forward to it. He smiled back. He really liked seeing her smile. Oh, this is so romantic. Mina squealed, shaking and sighing as she watched love bloom before her very eyes. Mineta was biting one of his purple ball, muttering something about Midoriya being a ladies' man and whatnot. Momo simply looked at the screen. He is surprisingly romantic. More than I thought he would be. No, I'm not getting flustered over my classmate, it's just another version. Momo shook her head, attempting to make her slight blush disappear. She looked towards her Midoriya, thinking. Unless. They all said their farewells, and Izuku walked the last mile home. He made it a point to not take the train to the stop nearest his house. Who knows what might follow? He thought idly as he checked back the security cameras. And saw they were all offline. Nearly everyone there said slowly, fear and panic slowly making its way into their hearts. Izuku's eyes widened in fear and he was off running, making it to his base in less than a minute, or at least, what was left of it. No. Izuku ran around the rubble, looking for 𝐂. His creations. His defense system was completely torn apart. 𝐂, he yelled, hoping against all hope that she'd call out to him, and Izuku tensed up as a heavy hand wrapped around the back of his neck. Well, isn't this a surprise? So you're the filth that took 𝐂. A voice said, and he was turned around to come face to face with a man. A man who was wearing a mask, shaped like a beak. He had short brown hair, and yellow eyes that were filled with barely controlled rage. Aizawa tensed up immediately. He knew that face. He'd seen that face in the briefing that Night Eye had given him just a few days ago. That's the leader of the Shy Hasaikai. Overhaul. Aizawa told the students, already making notes for Night Eye. He had to know a little girl was involved in all this. Shy Hasaikai. What's that? Soto asked, focused on the screen. You're the ones she was running from, aren't you? Izuku spat out, voice filled with venom. The hand on his neck tightened. We'll be the ones asking the questions, kid. The man next to Overhaul chided. He wore a white hood with a similar mask to Overhaul, only it covered the eyes as well. How filthy. You're all infected with hero syndrome. Don't even think about using your quirk, it won't end well for you. Overhaul warned, and Izuku sneered at that. Shouldn't be too hard, considering I don't have one. At that statement, Overhaul froze, looking back at Izuku, really looking at him. So his quirkless in this one too. Todoroki noted, silently worried for his friend on screen. Deku did say he got his quirk really late. Uraraka replied. Overhaul's eyes seemed to be smiling, and frankly it was creeping Izuku out. The man had also stopped rubbing at his exposed wrist, and the other henchmen around him had also turned to look at him. Someone who isn't infected. I haven't met one like you before. Overhaul's voice sounded lighter now, and he turned towards the man on his left. Kurono, change of plans, we're taking him with us as well. Izuku tensed at that. Why on earth would he? Izuku's thought was cut off as the man nodded, and an arrow-shaped line of hair cut through his white hood and stabbed into his shoulder. Izuku. Midoriya, the students cried out. Izuku winced in pain, before noticing that everything seemed slower now. So much slower. It must be his quirk. Izuku realized as he tried to struggle, but he was already in the car the villains had presumably come in. He didn't see 𝐂, they must have taken her back to their base already. Izuku struggled, or at least tried to under the effects of Kurono's quirk. Overhaul was sitting next to him, and the man took off his mask, so Izuku could see his face fully. Kurono and the man sitting next to him both turned back to look at their boss in surprise. Apparently the man rarely takes off his mask. Izuku was startled to find a sincere smile on the man's face. "What's your name?" Izuku tensed, but he answered anyways. "Not like there's any family left for you to hold against me." "Izuku Midoriya." Overhaul nodded, relaxing into his seat. "Kai Chisaki. You and I, Midoriya, we can change the world." Everyone was hooked onto the villain's small talk now as they noticed the conviction oozed into every word. "This world. It's infected with sickness. With these quirks. But you're not sick. You can help me cure this mad disease. With you, I can rid the world of this sickness. Curing quirks and this hero filth." Kai turned to look at Izuku, with some sort of fondness and greed in his eyes. "You're going to be very helpful to my cause," Kai said. With that, the screen went black. No one knew what to say. But they were all wondering the same thing. This villain is out there. And they are keeping a little girl hostage. So, that's it. Come on. You can't just leave us off on a cliffhanger. That isn't manly at all. Midoriya just got captured with a on and on. The students protested, until Mai put her foot down and shut them all up. "Sorry, that's just as far as my baby can make this particular universe go. Now, can I play the next one?" she asked, annoyed. Deep down she was worried for the Izuku and Eri on screen though. Everyone kept their traps shut after that, and Mai played the next one. "Hey shitbag. Whoa, okay, what a way to start the next one." Toru eeped out, startled by the suddenness of the curse. The screen showed an annoyed Izuku, glaring back at Endeavor. Todoroki perked up at this. "Excuse me?" Endeavor asked, not even being able to comprehend the 180 that just happened. "Did I stutter? I was content to let you grumble on and on, but your son decided to spill his tragic anime protagonist backstory a few minutes ago, and as an aspiring hero I can't just ignore it," Midoriya said lazily, perfectly willing to throw down with the number 2 hero if need be. "Holy as a Monoma simply said, and no one could disagree." Todoroki was suppressing the biggest SHT-eating grin he'd ever had since. "Ever. You have some nerve to speak to me that way." Endeavor began as he took a rough step towards Midoriya, only to be cut off. Yeah, cut the SHT, fire fart. "Unlike you, I have a lovely gravity girlfriend I need to make out with, and then I have an icy hot F that I need to knock some sense into. Now, I'm only going to say this once. Gravity girlfriend," Mina said, eyes widening in realization. Everyone turned to look back at Uraraka, whose entire face was strawberry red as her eyes remained transfixed onto the screen. Shoto had long since started recording. This opportunity was simply too good to miss. Aizawa pretended not to notice. Izuku's voice took on a serious tone as he stopped being sassy. "Shoto isn't you. Todoroki may be his last name, but you are nothing compared to him. Just like how All Might and I have nothing in common," Izuku said, beginning to walk away from the stunned flame hero. "Wow," a few students quietly said, too shocked to respond with anything more. Todoroki's respect for Izuku was growing by the second. Midoriya paused right before turning the corner, as if he'd just realized something. "Oh, except we're both male. That's the only thing we have in common. Only thing you two have in common. Yeah. I just ruined the mood, didn't I?" Izuku winced at himself before hurrying off. Bakugo just sighed and facepalmed incredibly hard. Shoto was shaking, though 1A wasn't sure if it was due to anger or something else. "So who won?" Izuku said as he heard the cheer. "Oh, Izuku. Kirishima won the arm wrestling match," Uraraka said, leaning in to give him a kiss. "Shouldn't you be preparing for your match?" Izuku laughed, nodding in agreement. "Can't go to my match without a good luck kiss, it'd be bad luck for me." Izuku flashed her a grin. "Smooth as silk, aren't you?" Kaminari remarked, a few of the students snickering. Mina kept sneaking glances back at Uraraka, who she was pretty sure had been knocked unconscious due to the kiss on screen. Soon enough the match started, and Todoroki and Izuku made their way to the ring. Best out of 5 wins. Izuku joked, but Todoroki did nothing. Sheesh. Talk about a cockblock. Izuku huffed as he prepared his quirk. Midnight gave the go-ahead and Izuku just had time to shield himself before Todoroki released an enormous wave of ice at him. After a few moments, Izuku burst his way out of the ice, using his telekinesis to throw the chunks out of the ring. Whoa, so he's got telekinesis in this one too. Kirishima said, excited to see this manly duel. Auntie Inko has a very minor form of telekinesis. Possible this nerd got her quirk, just stronger. Katsuki said, deciding to give the extras some info. Midoriya's scary. Yanagi said, focusing on the Midoriya on screen. Maybe she'd discover something new to help her quirk with this one. Listen Todoroki, I told you before. No amount of ice can cool down all of my hotness. Midoriya sighed, shaking his head like a disappointed parent. Shoto got ready to release another ice burst, but the floor tile in front of him peeled away and slammed into his face, courtesy of Midoriya. The match went on like that for some time, with Midoriya blocking Todoroki's ice, while Midoriya launched any object in the ring at Todoroki. Wow! This is almost like the opposite of how it went during the actual match. Kendo said to herself, watching as the Izuku on screen didn't seem to be trying. Todoroki and Izuku talked as they fought, and Shoto was getting more and more distracted until, hey, I had a talk with your BH giver, and I told him to shove it. Izuku said as he socked Todoroki across the face. Caught off guard by the suddenness of Midoriya's statement, he stumbled back. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told him. I'm not All Might, and you aren't him. Your quirk isn't his quirk. It's yours. And with that, Todoroki's left side erupted into enormous, bright flames. Midoriya took the time to subtly push the cold air towards Todoroki with his telekinesis. He knew very well an extreme temperature change could blow him away. You may have been winning before, but you just forfeited your chance to win. Todoroki said as he took a step forward, a borderline deranged smile on his face. Did I? Midoriya quipped. Your quirk can't block fire. Todoroki said. Doubtful. Midoriya smirked. Before Todoroki could comment back, they were interrupted by a loud Shoto and Izuku rolled his eyes, turning around to look at Mr. Firecracker. Endeavor started ranting on about how Shoto had given up his rebellion or something. Midoriya honestly didn't care enough to pay attention. He glanced back at Shoto, as if to ask, is this really your dad? He's got his head so far up his but it literally popped right back into place. Midoriya thought, slightly in awe. Shoto snorted at that. An actual snort that to this day no one in that room will ever forget. The rest were just too busy laughing and staring in awe at the ball. This Izuku had to talk SHT about the number 2 hero on screen. Aizawa jotted down notes for Nezu. It was best to note whatever he could to help mold the students properly. Telekinetic, sassy, confident. Relationship with Uraraka Okako. Made Todoroki use his flames instead of winning the match. Midoriya began to yawn, as noticeable and loud as he could make it. Holy SHT Shoto. Midoriya walked towards Todoroki, the match temporarily forgotten by him. Todoroki simply seemed baffled as Midoriya stood in front of him with a broken look on his face. Izuku placed his hands on Todoroki's shoulders, then hugged him. Everyone's jaws dropped. Holy SHT, he's hugging Todoroki. Did he forget the match? How is he not getting his arm burnt to a crisp? Midoriya was fine as the flames simply rolled over his telekinesis-covered arm. He began to cry on Todoroki's shoulder, his tears turning to steam as they landed on the flames. He patted Shoto's back, who was simply at a loss for words. The entire stadium was frozen, too shocked and confused to even know what to say. Ah, are you crying? Todoroki asked, not sure what to say or do. Yeah, sorry. I just didn't realize how much of a shitstain your dad really is. There's nowhere near enough toilet paper here to help with that. Midoriya began to laugh as he said that, releasing Todoroki from his grasp. The look on Todoroki's face was priceless. Honestly, I wish I'd brought a camera for this instead of my phone. Thought I'm not complaining. You're the last child that in D-Hall over there will ever have right. Yes. Good to know. Guess he won't be needing his ball anymore after this match. Todoroki choked on the air hearing that, coughing hard. Todoroki was trying incredibly hard not to let a grin show on his face. The mental image of Izuku kicking the flame hero between the legs was very amusing to him. Anyways, sorry you have to put up with adult Katsuki over there. Oh, and sorry for this. Midoriya finished saying as he used his telekinesis to push a startled Todoroki out of bounds. Midnight took a few seconds to process what had happened, but then, Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. And the crowd was snapped out of its stunned silence, applauding Midoriya. Izuku turned to look back at Endeavor's barely contained fury, smirking at his expression. He nodded towards Todoroki in farewell and walked back into the stadium. Well, that was anticlimactic. Zero whined, he'd been expecting a more dramatic finish. Midoriya could have beaten Todoroki at any point in this fight. Kodai noted. Todoroki silently agreed, but he was more interested in the fact that this particular Izuku had just insulted his father on multiple occasions and lived to tell the tale. Izuku! Congrats! Uraraka squealed as she hugged him tightly. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't worried about her boyfriend going against the strongest student in her class. After that, Midoriya dropped out, because he didn't really feel like going against Bakugo. Also, I know it's bound to PSS him off. Izuku snorted at that as he enjoyed some mochi that Uraraka had given him. That DMN nerd. I'll kill him. Bakugo yelled out, before realizing that unless he figured out how to hop dimensions, he wouldn't be able to. He huffed and sat back down. Yo Midoriya. Manly match out there bro, Kirishima said as he walked over. Midoriya narrowed his eyes. How's the new power treating you? Izuku said, and Kirishima froze, before sighing in defeat and sitting back down next to him. You know Midoriya, I thought you'd be more accepting of this. All Might chose me for a reason, I thought you'd Midoriya cut off Kirishima. Wait, hold up. You think I'm upset because I wasn't chosen? He asked, stupefied. Kirishima nodded, confused. What no? Why would I want all that stress? No, right now I'm just annoyed because you got that power right before the entrance exam. You've had ample opportunity to practice with it, but it seems like you haven't practiced with it at all. Izuku said disappointingly. One for all. Pony asked to herself, chosen by All Might. Kirishima asked, puzzled as well. This isn't the first time it's been mentioned either, ribbit. Tsuyu noted, a finger on her chin. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. He'd made the connection a few moments ago. This one for all. It's definitely the name of All Might's quirk, and he passed it on to Midoriya. It would explain why he kept getting injured if he got it that late in his life. A low growl escaped Aizawa's lips, as he silently promised himself to lay into Toshinori when he saw him next. What I'd like to know is why I wasn't informed of this despite being his teacher. Kirishima's eyes widened in realization, and he looked away sheepishly. Honestly, I've been more busy trying to improve my own quirk. Sorry. Izuku waved him off, too busy eating mochi to answer properly. Gran Torino is sure to WHP you into shape, so I won't worry too hard. Izuku thought as Kirishima walked back towards Katsuki. He'd never understand how someone could enjoy Bakugo's company, but to each their own. Gran Torino, that was the pro that was there at Kamino. Yoirozu noted. Tokuge's eyes widened. She glanced towards their Midoriya. Could he actually have All Might's power? It's not something I could just ask him. Unbeknownst to her, she wasn't the only one thinking that. Katsuki huffed. Guess that's out in the open now. So there is a connection between you and All Might, just not one bound by BLD, Todoroki thought as he regarded his friend. Izuku perked up as his phone went off, but his cheerful expression fell away into shock. His friend, Flashfire, had just messaged him. One of your classmates is called Tenya Ida, right? His older brother was just attacked by the hero killer in Hosu. Do we move in? Flashfire. That's the technique my father uses. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Izuku's eyes were swimming with rage. His friend's brother was attacked. He had to respond in kind. Mobilize the team. Izuku typed. He got up to leave for Hosu immediately, bumping into Uraraka on the way out. "Hey, sorry Ochiko, something came up." He kissed her and flashed her a smile. "Don't wait up. Mobilize the team." Mina asked. Kendo glanced at her lizardy friend, already having an inkling about what this Izuku was going to do. Midoriya was shown walking towards the screen, before the scene changed and suddenly it was night time, and he was outside, in a vigilante outfit. Another one. A waste choked out. "Just how many of these Midoriyas are lawbreakers?" Ida commented, his arms chopping all over the place. "Little rich coming from you, isn't it, Ida?" Todoroki thought offhandedly. "Guess Midoriya isn't as much of a goody two-shoes as I thought." Tokage mumbled to herself. Midoriya jumped down from his perch, landing in front of 3 other people. He greeted all 3 of them. "Flash fire!" Shoji scared in a breath, recognizing the vigilante as the flame villain who had attacked them at camp. "Darby!" Midoriya turned towards the second person, who was dressed in a long, dark purple coat, running a gloved hand through his gray hair. "RBB." The man nodded in greeting, a smile on his lips. Aizawa jotted down this new person. Possible future villain. And finally, Izuku turned towards one of his most recent recruits. "Mind wipe." And from the shadows, long scarf flowing in the wind around them, came out Shinso. Ojiro's mouth dropped. "No thing way isn't that the dude Midoriya fought in his first round?" "Yeah. He had a brainwashing quirk." Aizawa used his quirk, reining in the students while also making a note of this event. "I'll have to invite Shinso for the next time. The kid does have potential." Aizawa noted the scarf wrapped around the general core student, and pushed down the small bit of pride he got from that. Izuku flashed all 3 of them a smile. "Well, gentlemen, I've called you all here in Hosu to hunt down the hero killer. His presence has gone on long enough. So, let's go catch a killer." The screen turned black. Immediately the students started talking amongst themselves. Uraraka flustered as Mina and Toru teased her about the other version of her that was with Midoriya. She tried not to notice my feeling Izuku up as she freed him. Tried being the key word. Yorozu and Tokage were also looking, as well as Todoroki, but for a different reason. He had questions about One for All. But he supposed they could wait. For now though, he would be content with what he'd recorded. Midoriya, Izuku turned around and came face to face with Todoroki, who proceeded to pull him away from everyone, stopping at an abandoned hallway. "What's this about, Todoroki?" Izuku asked, puzzled. "This reminds of that time in the sports festival when you told me the truth about your family." Izuku thought. "I need you to answer something for me. In these universes we've been seeing so far, a quirk known as One for All was mentioned." Izuku froze up at that, something that Todoroki noticed. He hadn't been told much about what the others had seen. "Last time we had a talk like this, I asked you if there was a connection between you and All Might, so I just want you to answer me 2 questions, Midoriya." Todoroki said, his voice unbelievably soft right now. CRP. If Todoroki knows then maybe the rest do too. But Izuku looked at Todoroki, really looked at him. "He's my friend. I can trust him. Are you All Might's successor?" Izuku tensed up, before nodding in defeat. "I am." "Your quirk. It's his, isn't it?" Todoroki asked. It is." For a minute, all was quiet as the weight of this brief conversation settled in them. Todoroki placed his hand on Midoriya's shoulder, a small smile on his face. "I'm glad it's you. You're a good person, Midoriya," Todoroki said, before beginning to walk towards the theater. Midoriya startled, not expecting what Todoroki had said. "Wait Todo it's Shoto. I think you've more than earned it," Shoto said, still walking away. Izuku looked at his friend's slowly receding form, a smile forming on his face. "I'm happy he took it well at least." He followed after him, and was joined by Tokage and Yorozu a few seconds later, who proceeded to make small talk with him on the way to the theater. There were many new things when both hero classes came back into the theater that day. For starters, Shinso and Night Eye were now with them to watch, courtesy of Aizawa. Tokuge and Yorozu had been talking with Midoriya since they'd walked in together, much to Uraraka's chagrin. Finally, Mai appeared to have made some modifications to the universe-peering device. Hatsune, what are these new settings for? Izuku asked timidly as he approached the chair. Oh, I've added 2 new settings to my baby. One of them is a short burst viewing mode, although I suppose you can call it a trailer mode. Mai exclaimed, quite proud of herself. Izuku nodded, jotting it down in his notebook. And the other one? At that, Mai's cheeks heated up. Oh, that one's not really a setting. It's more of a filter really, she said, not meeting his eyes. That's unusual for Hatsune. Usually she's all honest about everything. Izuku thought as he noted her appearance. Filter. She coughed into her hand before staring back at him. I took the liberty of peering into your other selves to see if I could get inspiration for some new babies. But let's just say other versions of you make babies too, just not the mechanical kinds. She finished, her voice trailing off to a whisper at the end. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized the implication of his statement. Oh, why that's probably for the best. Izuku coughed out, not being able to comprehend or imagine him doing it with anyone like that. Midoriya tried not to freak out as he noticed All Might's sidekick staring at him, seated next to Aizawa. They exchanged brief pleasantries before Izuku walked back towards the chair. Hatsune nodded silently and proceeded to strap him in, unaware of the earphone jack that had been listening to the whole thing a few feet away. Jiru was having a hard time pushing down the blush that had surged up. Hatsune, you can go ahead and play the next one, Aizawa said, before flicking Shinso's forehead, waking him up. You could learn from a few things you see. I don't waste time on lost causes, so pay attention, Aizawa simply said, and Shinso grit his teeth, nodding with determination. Night Eye said nothing, just leaning forward to observe what was to come. The screen flicked on, and they were ready. Uravity level 22 Uraraka Ochako Midoriya briefly looked at the info above his friend's head, before proceeding to check out the levels of his other friends. Mineta has the lowest level here at 18, while the lowest on the other team is Shinso, also at 18, him. Izuku thought. They were currently getting ready for their match, which was the last match of the joint training exercise for today. Whoa, what? Levels? Kaminari perked up. Like in video games? Awase asked out loud. Shinso's there as well. Minoma noted. Must be 1A against 1B if it's joint training. Aizawa thought to himself. I float. Uraraka exclaimed as she made her helmet float. I melt. Mina followed up as she spewed some acid from her hands. I stick. Mineta finished as he pulled out a few of his ball. We don't stand a chance. Mina and Uraraka drooped in defeat. Izuku chuckled at their attitude. I think we'll be fine. They have Shinso, Minoma, Kodai, Yanagi and Nirenjiki. The only real one that poses a threat to me would be Minoma. Shinso's quirk won't affect me, Izuku remarked. I can go on ahead and try attacking them. I'm too big of a threat for them to simply ignore, even if I'm heavily weakened right now. It's still SC case that Aizawa won't let you use your special abilities. You wouldn't even need us if you could just use all of your quirk right now. Mina pouted. I think that's the point, Mina. Uraraka chuckled. Aizawa nerfed him. Kaminari asked incredulously. So he's apparently so strong here that he has to be held back. Okay then. Kinoko mumbled, slightly afraid of just how much power that Izuku had. But we can still beat them, right? Even if you can't use your cool tricks, you're still allowed to use the enhancing aspect. Mineta asked hopefully. Izuku nodded. No hero is just their quirk. I think I know what their game plan is. Lucky I passed off one for all as just another aspect of my quirk. Who knew that a gaming quirk would be so diverse? There's that one for all again. Pony whined, wondering exactly what it was. I'm beginning to believe our Midoriya has this power as well. Minoma huffed out, throwing a glance at the green-haired boy in question. Shoto and Bakugo said nothing, focusing on the screen. Are we not gonna acknowledge the fact that Midoriya has a quirk that basically turns him into a video game character in real life? Kaminari asked excitedly. Sure, we're about to see it, idiot. Monoma and 𝐭 will definitely come after me. They don't know I'm immune to brainwashing, and Monoma is the only one who can even think of contesting me. Izuku began, trying to slow down his ramble so his friends would understand. The other three will be looking for you, so maybe attempt to lure them in by faking them with Mineta's quirk, and then doubling around to take them from behind. They've all got powerful quirks, but I'm sure you two girls can take out Yanagi and Kodai in a one-on-one, and from there it would just be Nerenjiki. I'll come around to assist as soon as I've captured Monoma and 𝐭. Midoriya finished, already having 2 backup plans on reserve in case this one fell through. Whoa. He picked us apart pretty fast. Nerenjiki whimpered out. He's a scary tactician. I'm not sure if we'll win. Yanagi sighed. Midoriya leapt from pipe to pipe, looking for his opponents until he heard Uraraka cry out near him. Betting that's 𝐭. Izuku thought as he whipped around, spotting Monoma leaning against one of the pipes. My. Sounds like your classmates are in trouble. Shouldn't you be going to help them? Monoma drawled. Izuku smirked, opting to leap towards Monoma. He sighed, floating a few shrunk-down chunks of concrete courtesy of Kodai and Yanagi's quirk. It must be so nice to be born with a magnificent quirk. Monoma continued, his voice turning harsher as he enlarged the chunks in midair, hurling them at Midoriya. Midoriya punched and kicked through the debris, slamming down where Monoma had been a second ago. He heard Monoma's voice in the distance, most likely 𝐭 impersonating him. You don't know what it's like to be pushed down. Simply because of what quirk you were born with. Someone as blessed as you wouldn't know what it means to work to get to where you are now. Izuku growled. Then he heard Monoma just a few feet behind him, standing there with an incredibly smug smile on his face. That can't be good. Kendo grumbled. She knew that expression well. 𝐭 and Monoma were both focused on the screen. I had the luxury of copying your quirk a couple of weeks ago. Quite an informative and complex one if I do say so myself. Imagine my surprise when I read your information. To learn about your parents. Or should I say, your father? Monoma said, smiling at the angry expression that overtook Midoriya's face. He didn't have time to react as Izuku leapt forward and threw him onto the ground. He ignored the dislocated shoulder and continued. Tell me, Midoriya. Do your classmates know? Do they know your father is a villain? Do they know that your father was responsible for putting an end to the symbol of peace? Everyone's eyes widened at the implication of that. You mean to tell me his dad was the villain All Might fought at Kamino? It's a possibility. But keep in mind this is an alternate reality. It's possible this isn't the case for your Midoriya. Night Eye stated calmly, even though deep down he was freaking out hard. If All Might passed on one for all onto all for one's child. If it really is Midoriya. Night Eye pondered, trying not to let his worry show. Aizawa excused himself. This was something that demanded immediate attention. Midoriya froze up in shock, before looking enraged again. Before he could knock Monoma out, a large chunk of debris slammed into his head, knocking him off of Monoma. You're getting too excited now, Midoriya. Monoma taunted. Shut up. Midoriya said, leaping towards Monoma again, but before he could punch him. Fire! Izuku's head was slammed to the side by an invisible force as Monoma activated Twin Impact, leaving Midoriya sprawled on the ground. Izuku! Tokage cried out at the same time Uraraka cried out Deku. They both tossed a quick glare at the other before turning to look back at the screen. HP, 438 yeah. I noticed. Izuku grumbled angrily in his head as he got back up. Monoma had retreated a bit farther back, lounging on a roof. I suppose it's too much to ask for you to simply give up. Monoma asked, exasperated. Izuku snorted as he rubbed his head. In your dreams. Monoma grinned, activating brainwash effect. Brainwashing has been detected. Negating. Monoma's grin died down as Midoriya raised his arm, positioning his fingers in a flicking motion. Game over, Izuku said as he flicked his finger. Instead of the usual air blast coming out however. Long, dark tendrils rapidly sprouted from Midoriya's arm, quickly filling up the immediate area between them. Monoma yelped and ducked away as a few tendrils pierced right through the building he was sitting on. What the heck? Nearly the whole class yelled out. What the hell? Izuku yelled in his head as this new power began to rampage around. It wasn't responding to him at all. What's going on? Stop. I said stop. Izuku yelled internally as the tendrils picked him up and flung him through a few buildings. Midoriya! ♯! Monoma yelled out in worry. ♯ had been hiding behind one of those buildings Midoriya had just blown through. I'm here. What the hell happened, Monoma? ♯ yelled out as he held his arm, which was hanging loose. Brainwashing didn't work on him. He appears to have activated a new power wh. Monoma was cut off as Midoriya roared in pain. He made eye contact with the two of them, fear in his eyes. You two need to get away. My quirk. NNGH. I can't control it. Midoriya yelled out in pain. HP, 370 HP, 213 HP, 148. Izuku's health is getting lower. He's going to die. Kaminari squeaked out, fearing for his friend. Why aren't the teachers stopping the exercise? Shishida asked, worried as well. Why can't I control it? What is this? Is it one for all? Izuku thought as he was slammed into another building. He could briefly spot the others as he was lifted higher by the tendrils. Get away. From me. One for all. Stop. Midoriya desperately clawed at his arm as he was slammed down again, BLD flying from his mouth. HP, 86. One for all. HRK. Stop. Midoriya spotted a glowing pair of red eyes in the distance, and suddenly the tendrils ceased to be. He slumped down, comfortably slipping into the warm embrace of unconsciousness. Both classes sighed collectively, grateful that no one had died. Then, they began to wonder just what had those tendrils been. Midoriya had assumed they belonged to One for All, so maybe. Could our Izuku have those tendrils? In his quirk? Toru asked, deciding to voice out the question no one else wanted to. Fut, come on 𝐔𝐸𝐽. His is just an incredibly strong enhancer, that's all there is to it. 𝐒𝐿 laughed it off. I wouldn't be so rash as to assume that. Tokage muttered, just loud enough for them to hear. What do you mean? Ida asked. Kodai was about to answer, but then the screen wasn't black anymore. Everyone quickly paid attention. Where am I? Izuku groaned, before realizing that he didn't have a mouth. Or a body. He didn't have anything except his legs, hands and upper head. Before he could freak out in this empty space he was in, a voice called out to him from behind. Easy there Pipsqueak, she said. He turned around, meeting 3 individuals. Night Eyes scared in a breath. It couldn't be. Whoa, who are they? Kaibara asked. One of them looked like a bald ruffian, an annoyed expression on his face. He wore a leather jacket with shoulder pads and had a square jaw. The one next to him was a muscular woman with a large flowing cape. She had a kind look on her oddly familiar face. Finally, the last one stepped forth. Izuku scared in his breath as he finally realized who he was looking at. Hello, nephew, the frail man said. The first holder of One for All. Bakugo choked on his spit, curling into himself as he coughed hard. Night Eye was as unmoving as a statue. Everyone else had begun to freak out. Holy CRP. Holders. You mean there were others before that held this quirk? Izuku is related to the first holder. Wait, so is his dad actually that villain? Is our Izuku his son? Everyone cut off their opinions at that question, pondering the implications of it. They were almost certain now that their Midoriya did in fact possess this quirk. And if that was true, what else was? A loud clap startled them all and they turned towards an irritated Kendo, who had clapped with her enlarged hands. She pointed towards the screen. Questions for later. Izuku was freaking out, spewing word vomit that no one but himself could hear. The woman laughed, while the ruffian chuckled at his obvious despair. Deigoro, Nana, please. His uncle said, sighing as if he were tired. Right, we're short on time. Nana waved him off. Wait. Holy CRP, that's All Might's MSTR. She reminds me a bit of my mom. And someone else. Izuku thought, and Nana noted that he recognized her. She smiled and ruffled his hair. You've probably heard about me from Toshinori, or All Might, but yep, I'm Nana Shimura, she greeted with a grin. And that's where he recognized her from. His father had mentioned that last name. Tenko Shimura. Otherwise known as Tomura Shigaraki. The students froze up at that, especially the 1A students. They hadn't been aware that the villain who had attacked them at the USJ, who had been responsible for the attack at camp, was the grandson of All Might's MSTR. It was a very hard pill to swallow. Nana's smile deflated as she noted the look in his eyes. She sighed, I already know, kiddo. It's not something I want to talk about just yet. Right now, we're here to give you some info on that crazy quirk you pulled out. Hey! 𝐷𝐻𝐻 complained, before walking up to Izuku and lifting his hand. From it, the exact same black tendril sprouted out, only it was very well controlled this time. That crazy quirk you used a few moments ago was my quirk. It's top grade if I do say so myself. I call it Black WHP and it's incredibly useful for restraining or just for getting around. Swinging around like your tape-armed friend. 𝐷𝐻𝐻 said as Black WHP receded back into his hand. Zero perked up at that. A quirk so similar to his own. Wait. So he was able to use his quirk. Does that mean he can use the other quirks as well? Momo questioned loudly. Mina pat her head rapidly, telling her to shush and watch. That's right, kid. One for all is growing inside you. You're lucky you were able to use my quirk first. These quirks that you're going to be getting. They're much stronger than they were back when we held them. Boosted by one for all. Yours included. 𝐷𝐻𝐻 explained. Everyone scared in a breath as that information settled in them. One for all could boost any of our quirks to a much greater degree. Yoirozu thought to herself. It's possible that you were able to access our quirks due to being my brother's child. His resistance to multiple quirks might be why your body can handle ours. But that won't make them any easier to MSTR. The first holder said. Nana nodded in agreement. You're safer mestering Black WHP first, and mine. Float is what I call it. She said with a smile. I can float. Izuku wondered in bewilderment. He'd always wanted to fly. Uraraka smiled slightly at that. She felt a bit warm and fuzzy thinking about floating around with Izuku, sharing a kiss in mid-eye. Uraraka slapped her furiously blushing cheeks, trying to calm her rapidly beating heart. The three holders flinched as the area around them glitched. Guess we don't have much time. Listen, kid, these quirks. They're not to be taken lightly. They respond to emotion, so MSTR them. Have heart, kid, because you're about to inherit all 6 of our quirks. 𝐷𝐻𝐻 smirked, plunging his hand into Izuku's dark, misty chest. We'll always be with you, Izuku Midoriya. Keep on smiling, and don't be afraid to use us. Nana said as she began to fade his uncle, the first holder of One for All, ruffled his hair as he smiled. My brother may not show it. But he does care for you. He's simply too far gone to make amends. You have many people who care about you, Izuku. Good luck. He said as Izuku's vision began to blur again, before finally going black. The screen shut off, no longer playing that universe. Everyone was too starstruck to make coherent thoughts, too busy trying to make sense about what they had just witnessed. Night Eye was the only sensible one there, already jotting down notes on their interactions. On the holders, on the information given, on everything he could remember. For a minute, nothing could be heard except for the scratching of Night Eye's pen scratching against paper. Then the screaming started. Izuku expected many things when he got out of the chair. Being forcefully ripped out and shaken around while people were screaming was not one of those things. He barely had a second to process it was Kaminari shaking him before a giant explosion startled them all. Calm your shitty selves, extras. Bakugo yelled. Thing repeat of the break-in CRP from the beginning of the year, he grumbled as he slumped back down in his year. We have questions. Kodai said. Lots of questions. Bondo followed up. Izuku gulped. He didn't know what had happened, but he had a pretty good idea. Before he could say anything though, Night Eye interjected. It would be most unwise to share a secret as big as that one to everyone here, if it is true you possess it. Night Eye warned, glaring at Midoriya. He didn't approve that he had been chosen, and his lack of control over Black WHP in that universe had all but proved it. Bakugo scoffed at that, while Todoroki's eyes simply narrowed. Something the matter, Bakugo? Night Eye asked dryly. Yeah. You may have been All Might's sidekick, but you aren't him. He's the one who can decide what to do with his power, and I'm sure he would have stopped this whole thing if he knew One for All was involved. The fact that he didn't means he trusts everyone here. Besides, it's for Shitty Deku to decide now. Considering it's his. Bakugo sneered, leaving Night Eye momentarily silenced. Kaken. Deku sighed, a bit flattered by his friend's words. Wait. Bakugo. Does this mean you knew about One for All? Kirishima asked his friend. The DMN nerd told me right after the battle trial. I thought he was pulling my leg, but over time I managed to put the pieces together. This nerd is All Might's successor, and he has his quirk. Bakugo said. He figured it'd be best for him to explain since Shitty Deku would turn into a stuttering mess. That just raises so many other questions. Jiru trailed off. To be handpicked by the symbol of peace. Yes, I can see it. Shiozaki mumbled to herself as she looked Izuku over. Mai was busy jotting down notes on marketing now that she knew Izuku's true value. So, you would have stayed quirkless if you never got One for All? Soto asked Izuku. He nodded sadly. I doubt I'd even be here if All Might hadn't chosen me. Tokage had floated over to Bakugo, a small glare on her face. Uraraka took notice of that, and immediately connected the dots. You used to go to middle school with him. Uraraka addressed Bakugo. It was time to resolve this issue here and now. Yeah. You don't strike me as the type of guy who wouldn't pick on a then quirkless kid. I barely know you, and yet I think I can safely say you two weren't all buddy-buddy. Tokage said, daring him to say something stupid. Bakugo's face was absolutely livid right now. Gee guys, that doesn't really matter. It's all in the past anyways. Izuku's defense was cut off by Yorozu. On the contrary, since the beginning of the year Bakugo has had it out for you. It hasn't appeared to be resolved in the slightest, and I can only assume this has been going on since before UA. Yorozu concluded, her voice trailing off in slowly growing anger. Bakugo. Did you use to bully Midori? Mina asked, any cheerful tone in her voice long gone. Shinso was pretending to be asleep, but if the shaking of his uniform was any indication, he wasn't happy about what he was hearing. Bakugo simply stood there in silence, shaking in rage as he longed to blow something up. Oh, I think it's safe to assume that his silence speaks for itself. Monoma drawled out lazily. Now isn't the time Monom-Kendo began. On the contrary. I'm not out to pick on them right now. I'm simply saying that it's clear as day you saw him as beneath you. He's not the only one here who has been shunned by their quirk. Or lack thereof. Monoma said, any friendliness in his voice long gone. Bakugo. Kirishima whispered, not wanting to believe his friend would stoop that low. Someone with such a blessed quirk. I bet no one ever really said no to you, here. And someone with nothing, like Izuku, still shone brightly and believed in his dreams, and you didn't like that one bit, did you? Monoma spat out, Bakugo's eyes getting more and more deranged. For a second, all was silent. Then small pops began to emanate from Bakugo's hands. He yelled and began to throw a right hook at Monoma, while Monoma's fist enlarged, courtesy of Kendo's quirk. Before either of them could connect, everyone's quirks were erased. That is enough. Aizawa's voice droned out, venomous in tone. He'd been watching for a while. He had hoped they could resolve this peacefully. Everyone sit down, we're playing the next one. This issue. Bakugo, we will be talking about this at the end of the day. Aizawa said. I had assumed you two simply had some rivalry with each other, but now it's crystal clear to me. Here at UA, we don't condone bullying of any kind, so make no mistake, we will be addressing this. Aizawa said silently, before proceeding to sit down. As for any questions you all may still have, save it after class. Hatsum shivered for a bit, patting Izuku's back comfortingly as he sat back down. Before she could play, the screen flashed red in warning, something that anyone noticed. Is it going to blow? Uraraka asked, already familiar with Hatsum's inventions. No, it's just the filter I installed. It's warning me that this universe has graphic depictions that aren't suitable for younger audiences. What? Like deaths? Zero asked. Among other things, yes. Hatsum nodded. Wouldn't that be useful? If it could give us insight on the possibility of someone's death in our reality. Todoroki spoke up, many agreeing with him. I agree. Whether it be mature or not, you are all aspiring hero students. You'll eventually have to come across death, some of you have almost come close to it yourself. This is an opportunity that is simply too useful to pass up. Night Eye reasoned. Aizawa hummed. Next to him. It's only logical. Go ahead and play it, Hatsum. Mai nodded, turning off the filter. She pressed play, and the screen went back up. Class 1A. Class 1B Tamaki and Hadu no pro heroes setting, you authorize lethal force. Here. What's going on? Soto asked. Are we targets? Kendo asked. But then why aren't the pros being targeted? Shinso asked. Who's speaking? Shoji wondered, not able to pick up the voice due to the distortion in it. The screen cleared up to reveal UA, and someone walking towards it. Someone decked out with more than enough weaponry to wage a small war. Wearing a darker version of Izuku's jumpsuit, with a sick smile painted onto the mouthguard. A copy of Aizawa's scarf slung around him. Don't tell me that that's... A waist trembled. There were just so many weapons. Guns, blades, grenades, pouches. Scattered all over his person. He jogged towards UA calmly, already hearing the students running downstairs to intercept him outside. He had taken care of the security system already, so he wouldn't be seen going in. Not just anyone can knock out UA's security system. Aizawa trailed off. Izuku stood to the side of one of the entrances, casually loading up a shotgun he withdrew from his back. The sound of footsteps were getting near. The next moment seemed to last a minute, but only took the span of a second. The door was blown off, as a figure had burst through it. Wait, Kirishima, someone yelled inside. Izuku pointed his shotgun at the back of Kirishima's head, now filled with armor-piercing rounds, and pulled the trigger. No matter how hard he was, it wouldn't matter at such close range when caught off guard. Kirishima! A few people screamed. Mai paused the video quickly. One or two nearly threw up, barely holding it in. But none of them were prepared for what they had just witnessed. They couldn't believe it. One of their own had just been snuffed out, just like that. Aizawa had white knuckles as he watched his student fall to the ground on screen, lifeless. Kirishima himself was shell-shocked, having a hard time processing just how quickly it had happened. He'd been disposed of so easily. For a minute, everyone sat there silently as they tried to cope, and Mai was given the go-ahead to resume. Izuku swerved into action the moment he pulled the trigger, ignoring what was left of Kirishima's head as he flung a grenade into the building, shooting it in midair and causing it to detonate, killing whoever had been inside. He ducked as Katsuki's palm passed over his head, propelling himself upwards to evade Midoriya's bullets. Bakugo blasted towards Midoriya in a fit of rage, and Izuku leapt up to intercept him. Izuku grabbed both of Bakugo's wrists, redirecting the blasts away from him while simultaneously slamming him down into the ground. He slashed Bakugo with a paralysis-coated knife, leaving him immobile, but still alive. Bakugo shuddered quietly at the quick efficiency he had just been taken out with. He strolled in, walking past Tetsu and Shoda's corpses. He shot them each in the head once, just to make sure, then he continued walking. No one was saying a word anymore. Everyone's eyes were focused now on the enormous threat that had just taken out 3 of their classmates in less than a minute. He jumped inside one of the classrooms as Jiru's amp attack tore through the hallway he'd just been in. The instant she stopped firing, he peeked around the corner and shot twice. She dropped to the ground, dead. Jiru was having a really hard time trying not to throw up. 4 of them had been killed with an ease that was almost downright nauseating. 4 down. Foolish of the hardheads to run in head first. They're not invincible, Izuku chided in his head as he ran out and to the side. He knew they were coming. He'd left a little surprise in the bodies. Izuku ducked down barely an instant before Ida's recipro-powered kick could shear his head off. In one fluid motion, Izuku shot at the leg that landed first, causing Ida to fall forward. Straight into Izuku's knife. He didn't have time to think as he dove forward, Mina's acid spilling right through the floor he'd been standing on. He fired quickly, his bullets melting in the acid wall Mina had thrown up. An instant later, Izuku was behind her, shooting her twice. He ran away, swerving from hallway to hallway, dropping tear gas in his wake. I need to find the big guns, Izuku said as he headed towards the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, a good assortment of students were holed up, having barricaded any entrance inside. Todoroki, Shoji, Pony, Tsuyu, Ojiro, Soto, Hagekure, Monoma, Tokage, Mineta, and Bondo. We should be out there helping them. Tokage grumbled, feeling a bit tense about being boxed in like this. Are you crazy? We'd die if we went out there. Mineta squealed out. They made their choice, we have a higher chance of survival in here. Besides, the rest are out looking for him. If he comes here, we'll be able to dash. Todoroki was cut off as Shoji perked up. I hear movement, above us. Wait, no, it's gone. He tensed up as he tried desperately to hear where the vigilante was. We're dead. Mineta choked out, gnawing on one of his ball. A second later, 3 of the walls were blown away by set charges, the students leaping up and distracted, their focus split on all 3 holes that had just been made. None of them noticed Izuku materialize in between them, 2 rifles aimed at the biggest threat in the room. Is that his quirk? Todoroki, watch out. It's like Hagekure's, but he could control it. Todoroki didn't have a chance to react as the bullets tore through him, his body falling forward as Midoriya spread his aim, taking out Ojiro and Mineta in the spray. He leapt backwards as Tsuyu slammed down where he'd been standing. He rolled away from Pony's horns, discreetly dropping some odorless and colorless tear gas in between the bodies as he ducked and weaved, taking out Soto in the process. We're getting massacred out there. Todoroki paled. No one could believe their eyes. The students were being mercilessly shredded through by one person. He shot at Monoma, scaling up the wall even as the copy quirk user fell as well. Shoji, where is he? Tokage yelled out, turning towards Shoji just in time to see him fall forward, a knife buried in his neck. Everyone scatter, Tokage said as she detached, floating upwards a split second before Izuku materialized out of thin air, his blade passing through empty air. He jumped up just as another one of Pony's horns passed by, tossing a grenade at Tsuyu and shooting it before she could react. The grenade went off, icing over the immediate area with frost. Tsuyu passed out almost instantly from the cold, and Izuku redirected his attention towards the rest. Bondo and Hagekure had already fallen, succumbing to the tear gas they'd been too late to realize. He shot them all once, just to make sure, and glared up at Pony and Tokage. They couldn't get out through any of the entrances except the 3 Midoriya had made. And the only way out was through him. Mineta threw up. It was inevitable. He just couldn't stand seeing his own dead body. Quite a few more were close to following. Tsuyu shivered a bit, watching her other self encased in ice, unable to do anything. Aizawa and Night Eye were taking down notes, trying to ignore the lump in their chest as they saw the dead students. This one is highly efficient. No movements are wasted, and every action is made with intent to kill. Aizawa shuddered. This version of Izuku was completely logical in the methods he took. That makes only 26 left, Izuku said as he checked over his gear. Tell me, how does it feel? To be so helpless that you couldn't even save one of them. Izuku taunted Pony, spreading his arms out to gesture at the dead bodies around him, every move of his calculated to be as condescending as possible. The girl gave a yell in rage as she dove towards Izuku, the smile on his mouthguard seeming to mock her. Pony and Tokage rushed towards her friend but was too late. Izuku blurred and suddenly he was moving his blade through her chest. He pushed her away and tore out the horn that had pierced through his shoulder. He glanced up at 𝐒𝐭𝐻's tear-stained face. Then he began to hear running and shouting, getting closer and closer. As much as I like to play with my food, I'm simply short on time, Izuku said with finality. He tossed another grenade up at her. She flew to the side to dodge, but it went off, electrocuting her. She yelled out in pain as her floating chunks froze up and spasmed, before she fell back down, unconscious. Izuku walked forward to shoot her, but then the ground began to soften, and vines quickly came out of nowhere and began to constrict him. More students had joined them, and they were all wearing gas masks. Fin yoirozu. Izuku grunted. He cut the vines off before he was properly ensnared, but more kept surrounding him. He took the liberty of throwing out 2 smoke bombs to block their sight. Okay. I spot Honinuki, Shiozaki, Kinoko, and Tamaki. I hear more of them coming. The biggest threats right now are the 2 nature girls, so they have to go. Izuku thought, a plan already in motion. He held his breath, erasing his presence for the moment and cutting away from the vines. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 burst in, followed by 𝐴𝐻𝐸 and Shishida. He's here, right? Everyone else is coming. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 told Tamaki, wincing as she glanced at the corpses. They were trying to dispel the gas, while Shishida tries to sniff Izuku out, but the tear gas was making it difficult. He's surrounded now. It's over, Todoroki stated. He'd watched as Mirio alone had wiped out his class. The other 2 of the big 3 should be enough. Izuku materialized again, quickly throwing 3 more smoke bombs and taking a shot at Shishida, which was blocked by Tamaki's quirk. Honinuki's yell was cut off as Izuku slit his throat, quickly dropping him to the ground and withdrawing into the smoke. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 turned towards the noise, and then she felt chills at the back of her neck. This smoke gas was made to double as an incendiary weapon as well. It's highly flammable, Izuku explained, no emotion in his voice. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 turned around quickly, her eyes catching sight of the flamethrower in his hands. 1 spark. It took 1 spark before the majority of the cafeteria was completely engulfed in flames. Izuku held the trigger down, the flames rushing out like a torrent and incinerating 𝐒𝐻𝐈. He could hear panicked yells and shouts from the others. The flames liked over him, his gear having been made to withstand extreme temperatures. He spared a glance at Shishida and 𝐴𝐸's burnt corpses, and quickly put a suffering Shiozaki out of her misery. Now where is Izuku's honed instincts kicked in without conscious effort, making him roll backwards as Tamaki's octopus tentacles swept over where he'd been. He opened fire, Tamaki's hard shells blocking his shots. Izuku blurred out, materializing behind Tamaki and aiming to stab his neck, but then wings sprouted from his back, making Izuku stumble. He quickly leapt back as Tamaki began to lay it heavy to him, forcing him to go on the defensive. Without warning, Izuku threw out his scarf, ensnaring a startled Kinoko. He pulled her towards him, pulling her out of the smoke and wrapping his arm around her neck. With his other hand, he aimed a gun to her head, forcing Tamaki to freeze. Kinoko! 1B yelled out in fear. Izuku sighed. Here's a tip for you, free of charge. It's always wisest to attack the villain before they can orient themselves properly. You just threw away that opportunity. Izuku's voice took on a serious tone, and he pulled the trigger. Tamaki barely had time to react as Kinoko's body was thrown at him, the BLD from her wound splashing onto his face and blinding him. BLD spewed from his mouth, and he dropped to the ground, dead. Izuku had slid his sword into his side, bypassing his armor. Let's do a head count here. Izuku talked to himself, checking over his gear. 24 are dead, that leaves Creati is the biggest threat at the moment. Oh. Make that 25 dead. Izuku mentally corrected himself, throwing a flashbang at the ceiling and shooting 𝐭𝐻𝐈 as he popped out of the now bright ceiling. 16 left dash. Izuku was cut off as an enormous word just punched right through the wall, severing the cafeteria in half and slamming him out of it, hard. Manga. What is he? Soto whispered out. This is a learning experience for you all. Make no mistake, you all have powerful quirks. But that doesn't make you invincible. Aizawa said, seeming to have aged a decade or 2 as he witnessed his students dying. Quite. Anyone, with the right amount of time, knowledge, and equipment, could effortlessly take out any one of us. Even All Might. Night Eye said sadly. The proof lay in front of him. Find him. SHT, Minoma. Yorozu, we need you. That was Kendo, and Yorozu was here as well. Minoma was apparently still alive, but he'll die soon enough anyways. For alive so far. Momo goes first. Izuku grunted slightly, pulling out a sniper rifle and using heat signatures to lock onto Yorozu. They couldn't see him yet due to all the smoke from the flames and gas. His eyes widened as a laser came out from the darkness, severing his rifle in two and forcing him to back off. He opened fire on Aima, only to have the bullets get deflected by Dark Shadow. He quickly booked it, running down the halls as Tokoyami gave chase, all alone. Bad move. Shoji said. Tokoyami silently agreed. He was no doubt influenced by Dark Shadow in the darkness, and he knew he wouldn't make it out alive. Izuku turned a corner, subtly dropping a mine down before continuing to run. He stopped and turned around just as Tokoyami swept over the mine, blowing him up. Foolish. Always be aware of your surroundings. Izuku doubled back around, hoping to intercept Emma, and lo and behold there he was. He startled, firing off a laser which Midoriya ducked under. He fired another one, which Midoriya easily dodged. A knife got buried in his belt, disabling it and making him unable to shoot. Before he could figure out what to do, Izuku was on top of him. One quick knife to the gut, and that was it. He made his way up to the top of the building, overlooking the now exposed cafeteria, courtesy of Manga's attack. Useful to barge in, and useless when wanting to stay hidden. The entire cafeteria is exposed to me, including all of you. Like fish in a barrel. Izuku said as he surveyed who was inside. Manga made note of that. The last thing he wanted was to doom his classmates. Manga, Kendo, Yorozu, Uraraka, Yanagi, Tsuburaba, and Rin are here. Not to mention Kaibara, Kamakiri, Zero, Koda, Kaminari and Kodai. Everyone is accounted for except Bakugo. Okay. Izuku cautious pulled out 3 grenades, slowly stalking closer to the edge as he surveyed his opponents and laid out a plan. Shinso's eyes widened as he realized something the others hadn't. He glanced at their Midoriya, a bit of fear in his eyes. He could have turned out like that one. With just a couple of changes. The thought hit Shinso like a freight train, and he decided to focus back on the screen. Izuku let go of the 3 grenades, causing the hero students to scatter instantly, save for Kodai. She shrank down the one closest to her and Kendo threw it away. The other 2 blew away the students, and Midoriya leapt down, plunging a knife into Kaibara's neck. He immediately opened fire, spraying shots everywhere. Kodai managed to enlarge some rubble and shielded Kendo and Manga. Zero and Koda got caught in the fire before Rin started shooting, his scales managing to break the rifle. It doesn't matter if we group up or fight individually. It's like he has equipment for any scenario. He's been reading us like a book. Kendo murmured to herself. No one was finding it pleasant seeing themselves die. They didn't understand what was going on. Why there were no teachers or other students. They didn't know why this Izuku had turned out like this. Izuku said as he placed his palm on top of Rin's head, his sonic support item slamming Rin into the ground hard, where he stopped moving. He ducked and weaved Kamakiri's enraged barrage, almost like child's play. He leapt forward just as Kamakiri lifted his foot, but the boy's quick reflexes saved him from getting skewered. Izuku pushed off on the impact, rolling backwards and firing off 2 shots towards Tsuburaba and Kaminari. He heard Kaminari's body hit the ground so he ran towards Tsuburaba, Kamakiri running after him. Izuku broke through Tsuburaba's shield, his fist nearly cutting right through the boy's jaw and knocking him unconscious. Before he could finish the boy off, he was forced to intercept Kamakiri again. "You're holding your own well enough, Kamakiri." Kaibara complimented him, silently relieved they hadn't died yet at least. "It makes sense. You've already got really good reflexes, and your quirk is perfect for this. Lethal force is necessary in this case," Shishida told his classmate. Kamakiri nodded with a scowl, hoping his alternate self can put an end to this Izuku. Izuku and Kamakiri leapt towards each other like seasoned fighters, exchanging strikes and jabs at each other, barely managing to parry the other's attacks. But all it takes is one small slip-up. Kamakiri stumbled on the rubble, and Izuku jumped at the opening. Kamakiri yelled. "I feel a little bad saying this, but at least it's not us," Sero whispered, patting a still shaking Mineta's back. Bakugo was suffering an inner turmoil. For years he thought he'd been unmatched when it came to efficiency and power. He thought no one could best him in a one-on-one, and this Midoriya had crushed that thought and discarded it in less than 15 minutes. The blade Izuku had been about to plunge into Kamakiri had been pulled away by an invisible force, and Izuku turned around to look at Yanagi. She suppressed the need to shiver. He looked downright dangerous as he was, hunched over slightly, his body coated with the BLD of her classmates. Of her friends, Yanagi froze at the thought, and Midoriya tried to take that opportunity to strike, but Kamakiri was quicker. The boy yelled out, a blade jutting out from his palm and plunging into Midoriya's shoulder. Izuku barely felt it, and grabbed Kamakiri's head, bringing his knee up to break the boy's jaw hard. He dropped Kamakiri, now unconscious, and turned to who was left. Then he heard a series of explosions coming above, and backflips out of the way just as Bakugo shot off an AP shot, punching a hole through the floor he'd just been standing on. "CRP! Come on, Bakugo!" Kirishima yelled out, encouraging his friend. Bakugo, Manga, Kodai, Kendo, Yaozu, Yanagi, and Uraraka. Izuku noted. "How does it feel to be so useless?" Izuku taunted. Every word chosen specifically to unnerve Bakugo. Bakugo was one of the most dangerous there, but he was also the most predictable. Bakugo. Predictable. Tokoyami asked himself, lost. It's because they've known each other the longest. Deku read Bakugo like a book back at the battle trial. And without his quirk. Uraraka recalled, impressed with her friend. "Yeah, he knew I'd start with a right hook. He's been reading me like a goddamn." Bakugo's eyes widened in realization. "Like a book?" "Hey," Kirishima said intelligently. "Deku. He's been writing in his notebook since forever. The DMN nerd keeps notes about heroes and quirks and..." Bakugo's voice trailed off. He hadn't checked the nerd's books in a while. But he knew very well just how much info they could contain. Kendo laughed quietly. "You're telling me he has notes on all of us? Strengths and weaknesses and whatnot?" Bakugo nodded. Deku was writing down a whole bunch back at the sports festival. Uraraka whimpered out. Night Eye's eyes widened, and he made a mental note to check out Midoriya's notebooks. Aizawa wrote that down as well. He figured these notebooks would help him a lot if they contained that much information. "Come now. 41 of you against one of me. And yet, in less than 20 minutes, you've already been reduced to a mere for shame." Izuku shook his head in disappointment, his distorted voice grating on Bakugo's nerves. "A pity that you couldn't even save the person who was right in front of you. I'm sure Kirishima must be very pleased with you." Izuku drawled, and everyone could hear just how condescending his tone was. Bakugo yelled out in inarticulate rage, blasting towards Midoriya, just as he had expected. Uraraka shouted out in warning, but it was too late. In one fluid motion, Izuku pulled out the knife fastened against his wrist, and severed one of Bakugo's hands clean off. He followed up that motion by drawing out a pistol with his other hand, and emptying the whole clip into his chest. The entire exchange took barely a second and Izuku wasted no time, throwing a grenade against the floor and shooting it as it bounced up, taking out Yanagi and Manga in the process. He pushed away Uraraka's outstretched hand, shattering her helmet with a kick from his steel-toed shoes. His instinct screamed at him and he ducked just as a cannonball whizzed through the air, missing him by a couple of centimeters. He opened fire, with only Yaozu's quick shield saving her life. He grunted as he was a step too slow, Kendo's enlarged fist grabbing onto his leg. She yelled out in rage as she brought him around, slamming him down onto the ground with as much force as she could. The impact shattered Izuku's mask and he quickly kicked Kendo clean in the gut, sending her back. He rolled away behind cover as a hail of bullets rained down at him, from Yaozu. He threw a grenade, taking the chance to catch his breath. Last 3. Come on ladies. Please. Mina whimpered out. Kendo gave out another yell, Izuku leaping above her big fist only to catch an enlarged pipe to the chest from Kodai. He grunted, ducking and weaving while subtly making his way to Yorozu. Once he was within range, he quickly ensnared her in his scarf, pulling her in front of him just as Kendo lashed out. Damn it. I'm sorry Yorozu. Kendo cried out, begging forgiveness. Momo sighed. It's all right. I doubt the outcome would have changed. She said sadly. Midoriya quickly held Yorozu's neck, breaking it and throwing her at Kendo. While she grabbed her friend out of reflex, Izuku rushed in, landing 2 solid hard punches into her chest. The force of it blew her away and Izuku quickly closed the distance, only for a solid wall of ice to erupt between them. Minoma! Nearly everyone shouted. Momo winced, rubbing her neck and feeling the phantom pain of her alternate death. Minoma was held up by ice he had seated, having copied Shoto right before being shot. He was bleeding badly. Midoriya sighed, disappointed that he'd wasted a bullet. Minoma roared, sending out a torrent of flames as Kodai supported Kendo. Izuku quickly loaded up another rifle, almost killing Minoma if not for another ice wall. But the wall obscured his vision, and Izuku's blade cleaved right through the wall and into his chest. He turned around, finally ready to end this. BLD covered his cheeks, and his hair was damp with it. He turned towards Kendo and Kodai, but only saw Kendo leaning against the far wall. Before he could move, he heard the sound of a pin being removed, and turned to his left to see Kodai holding one of Bakugo's gauntlets, now enlarged. The last thing he saw was her rage-filled eyes before he was engulfed in the enormous explosion. Nearly all of the 2 classes cheered loudly at that. Happy that this madness had been stopped, and then they got silent again. Out of everyone there, only 2 remained. Kodai cried out quietly in pain, a tired expression on her usually emotionless face. Her arms had nearly broken at the force of that blast, but at least it was over. She staggered over to Kendo, wanting to check up on her friend. Adios, Kendo choked out, BLD flying from her lips as 2 knives buried themselves into her chest. What? Nearly everyone yelled, completely lost at what had just happened. They'd killed Izuku, so why? A for effort. I'm always too soft around you. It makes me slow. Izuku said, reprimanding himself. Kodai could only watch silently as Izuku walked out from the flames, perfectly intact and healthy. Kodai barely had time to say before Izuku opened fire on her. 0. Izuku sighed, walking forward to stand near Yui's body, and watched as the sky began to fade away. Wait. What? Pony whimpered out timidly. Aizawa's eyes nearly popped out as the surrounding area began to disappear. Don't tell me. Izuku stretched in relief and looked up at the sky as everything faded away. The bodies, the rubble, everything except him. And suddenly he was prying a helmet off his head, safely back in the warehouse he called his home. UA Simulation 4407 complete. Deaths. 1. Izuku sighed as the AI he had installed rattled off information on the simulation. He turned around to see Yui, silently sitting on the sofa and sipping her tea. You have got to be kidding me. Kaminari began to laugh, followed by Kaibara and a few others. It was just a simulation. Tokage yelled out. Many of them were now crying in relief or simply out of fear. The more sensible ones were just trying to process this turn of events in their own way. Izuku sipped his water, pecking his girlfriend's lips as he placed down the helmet on a cluttered desk. Hope I didn't make you wait too long. Girlfriend. Nearly everyone turned to Kodai, who was staring at them all with her normally emotionless face. And he just killed you not 1 minute ago. What do you mean? Tetsu rattled on, completely lost. Does the fact he literally killed a simulation of you and us not bother you one bit? Kendo asked incredulously. It was a simulation. Kodai simply said, as if that was reason enough. Right now her thoughts were more occupied thinking about Midoriya as a potential partner. She couldn't deny he was efficient, intelligent and kind, and cute as well. She simply said, lost in thought. You've got to be kidding me. Nearly everyone thought. I'm just glad we didn't actually die. Kaminari choked out, holding an unconscious Mineta in his arms. Mineta had passed out the moment it was revealed it was all a simulation. Yui handed him a notebook. It was the notebook he'd lent her to give her some advice. Thank you for the notes on my quirk. It helps to know what my strengths and weaknesses are, she simply said, and he hummed happily as he went to put the notebook away. Yui sat there silently for a second, before saying, you wrote down emotional chain in red ink on my page. No one else had that. Why is that? Izuku tensed up at the question, before sighing. If there was anything it was honest. I care about you a lot. It can be seen as a weakness. One that others can exploit, that can be used against me. Izuku answered. I'm not defenseless. Yui argued. I know. It's not for you. It's for me. Emotional warfare and all. But I've made my peace with it, so you shouldn't worry. Okay. Yui said, trusting him. Wow girl, you're very trusting. 𝐭𝐽 noted, resting her dismembered arm on Kodai's shoulder. I wouldn't have picked him as a lover if I didn't know I could trust him. Yui said, Yanagi humming in agreement. Izuku sighed, picking up a blade to inspect it, and getting lost in thought. Families, friends, allies. Don't let any of them distract you from the mission, Midoriya. Stain lectured him, withdrawing the very same blade Izuku now held. No one must ever hold you back from your dream. You can change the world, so do it. Izuku turned to look back at Yui, a small, sad smile on his face. Don't let anyone stop you. The screen turned black, and shut off. I think that's enough for today. Aizawa cut through the silence as he jotted down some more notes. Quite. Night Eye simply said, adjusting his glasses. Come to think of it, this is the second time Midoriya has been shown to have Stain as his teacher, Ribbit. Tsuyu said. Wait, really? Honinuki asked. Yes. The quirkless Izuku that had a crush on 𝐭𝐽 did mention that Stain was his MSTR. Ida recited with punctuated hand chops. I guess it makes sense. He was all about the perfect hero. And Midoriya does seem to fit that bill. He has a lot of conviction. Uraraka said, a bit of admiration for Izuku at the fact that the hero killer respected him. Bakugo, Shinso, with me. Aizawa simply said, getting up and beginning to walk out. Izuku groaned, rubbing his neck as he got out of his seat. Everyone watched silently as Hatsune unstrapped him, some of them still unsettled by his other self. Kodai, however, was not deterred in the slightest. In the silence, nothing could be heard except the sound of her walking towards Midoriya. Oh hey Kodai. Can I help you with something? Midoriya asked timidly. I wish to go on a date with you. Kodai said, as if she was simply asking for some spare paper or something. Izuku blinked at her, completely lost. Nearly everyone else was staring at them with their mouths hanging open. Izuku met Kodai's even gaze, his eyes widening in realization, and then his head tilted in confusion. Hey! Todoroki silently counted the seconds in his head. Then the shouting began, everyone crying out simultaneously. 𝐻M took nearly 30 seconds, Todoroki thought humorously. Why you? Midoriya stuttered like a broken record. Hold on now Yui. You can't just call dibs like that all willy-nilly. 𝐭𝐽 scolded, a slight twinge of jealousy surging inside her. Uraraka and Yorozu nodded furiously. Why? Yui simply asked. Because you don't even know him that well. Uraraka fumbled for an excuse. Quite. Relationships must be made by people who know and love each other quite well. Yorozu said wisely. That's what the date is for. Getting to know him. Yui simply stated. Uraraka cut herself off as she simply couldn't contradict the logic of that statement. Todoroki glanced at Midoriya, noting the boy's near catatonic state. Perhaps it is best to discuss this at a later date. Ida interjected, also noticing his friend's current state. 𝐻M. I apologize if I overstepped your boundaries. Kodai told Izuku. That snapped him out of his funk. He didn't like others feeling bad over him when they did nothing wrong. It's fine Kodai. You just caught me off guard. Hee hee. Izuku whispered to her, flashing her a comforting smile. She gave a very small smile that Izuku noticed, and that made him feel so much better. Please let me think on this. I'll give you an answer before the end of next week. Izuku nearly shouted, bowing in apology in case he was being too much trouble. Okay. Yui said, walking back to her seat. Before anyone else could freak out, Night Eye cut in. Midoriya. Izuku startled, turning towards All Might's former sidekick. He had a feeling Sir didn't like him, and he had a hunch as to why. I would very much like to see these notebooks you write in. The ones that have information on quirks and heroes. How did you? Izuku startled, realizing they'd probably have seen them in his alternate versions. He supposed he trusted everyone here with his books, even if it didn't end well with Bakugo. I'll be glad to. If anyone else wants to see then. They're welcome to as well. The next hour was spent with Night Eye and his classmates nearly ravaging his notebooks as they flipped from page to page, looking over their own pages and then some. He was afraid they'd accidentally rip a page off or something, but thankfully they were respectful. After that, class resumed as usual for a bit. The next couple of days went by in a blur. Izuku and his class got their butts handed to them by Mirio Tagata from the Big Three, and then Izuku learned that Sir Night Eye had asked Mirio to invite him for his internship. Izuku's hunch about Sir not liking him turned out to be right. He didn't approve of Izuku being one for all's current holder, but ultimately he admitted he wasn't the worst choice All Might could have made, so he left the argument at that. Izuku had also noticed that Bakugo seemed more subdued, and seemed to be avoiding him at that. He briefly wondered what that was about, but ultimately his attention was now focused on a girl. Specifically, 5 girls. Since the last universe viewing, Yarozu had asked him to help her with her quirk, listening to his suggestions and sparring together. It wasn't bad, but it was a bit odd and out of nowhere. Mai had taken to randomly kidnapping him and dragging him to the workshop, teaching him a bit about making support gear and showing off her babies. It was nice, and Izuku was grateful for the new knowledge. Tokage had also taken to hanging around him a bit more. Considering they had never really talked that much before, it was odd, but he was happy to make a new friend. He liked her passion for dinosaurs, so similar to his own passion for heroes. He also found her quirk really interesting. Uraraka had been a bit more attached than usual, striking up conversations more often and just generally hanging out more. She also seemed to be blushing more than usual, though he wasn't sure why. Lastly, his thoughts currently were filled up with Yui's proposal. A date. Izuku muttered, his voice the only noise in his quiet room. How was he supposed to answer that? He'd never been asked on a date before. Maybe she'd been joking. He honestly wouldn't be able to tell with her passive expression. But I'm not opposed to saying no, so why don't I just say yes? Oh, that's right. She's a appealing, strong and heroic female that was levels above him. He was just Deku. Izuku huffed at that. He should really just get it over with, see what comes of it. Plus ultra. Izuku said in his head, psyching himself up to go and tell her. He went to open his door and came face to face with Bakugo, who had been just about to talk. WH-chan. You scared me. Izuku cried out. Bakugo, unreasonably calm, simply said, mind if I come in? Izuku blinked at that, incredibly surprised and confused his friend hadn't blown him up or at least started yelling. Sure. As Bakugo slumped down on Midoriya's bed, he thought back on the conversation with Aizawa. The conversation that had taken place after the last universe viewing. Aizawa had told Lavender Hair to go and fetch All Might. Then he directed him to the teacher's lounge, where Principal Nezu was already waiting. Ah, Mr. Katsuki Bakugo. I've been expecting you. Would you like some tea? Nezu chirped out. No, sir. Bakugo grunted, throwing in the formality at the last second. Very well. Let's cut right to the chase then. We're here to discuss your attitude, specifically your attitude towards Izuku Midoriya. Nezu said, placing his tea down. What does shitty Deku have to do with any of this? Bakugo growled out. Quite a lot actually. In fact, he seems to matter a great deal to you, Bakugo. For the wrong reasons. Bakugo gave a confused glare at that, and the principal chuckled. Tell me, why did you bully Midoriya? I never bullied the Dij. Bakugo started, but Nezu cut him off. After the first viewing, the one where Mr. Midoriya became a villain, I decided to do some research of my own. I visited your middle school, and spoke with both your and Midoriya's mothers. Based on the conversation we had, it seems they are terribly unaware of what seems to be going on between the two of you. Nezu said. Bakugo's teeth were grinding against each other, as he struggled not to yell. So what? Whatever I have with the nerd doesn't affect me as a hero. Bakugo responded. Aizawa sighed. That's where you'd be wrong. You see your classmates as extras. Simply there as stepping stones for your grand illusion as the future number one. Bakugo started at the insult, but Aizawa's eyes flashed furiously. Know this, Bakugo. People have feelings. Humans, villains and heroes alike all have dreams and aspirations. They love and they hate. Aizawa leaned forward, his gaze level with Katsuki's. You had no right shunning Midoriya for simply following his dream. There was no acceptable reason that could justify what you and the others did. You simply did it, because you were strong and he was weak, and you didn't like that someone as weak as he was wanted to stand beside you. Aizawa's voice was slowly getting a dangerous edge to it. You need to understand that you seeing your classmates as below you makes you completely unworthy of standing beside them. No one has ever appeared to put their foot down, so I will. This is me putting my foot down and telling you that just because no one bothered to say no, that doesn't make it right. Aizawa finished, his harsh glare almost making Bakugo gulp. Deku's never fought back. I doubt he cared. Bakugo weakly argued. Nezu sighed. Tell me, what kind of hero do you wish to be? Bakugo stared at the principal, confidently saying that, I wanna be like All Might. The number one. The indisputable champion that always wins. Nezu hummed at that. So tell me, place yourself in All Might's shoes, and answer me this. Would All Might harass Midoriya because he was quirkless? Bakugo froze at that. No matter how he thought of it, the answer was obvious. Of course All Might would never shun anyone, because he was All Might. Because he cared about saving lives and never judging based on a quirk or lack thereof. No. Bakugo growled out, his hands clenched into fists to prevent from exploding. At that point, All Might and 𝐭 had walked in, and they gulped at the tense atmosphere in the room. Did you get it? Aizawa gruffly asked Toshinori, who nodded and passed him a sheet of paper, who passed it to Nezu. 𝐭 shifted from foot to foot, awkward and confused at the situation. Expelling you would not resolve the issue. You have a promising career as a hero, Mr. Bakugo. I will not punish a child for never having been taught how to treat others equally. That fault falls on the adults. As you are now, you don't strike me as an All Might. You strike me as an endeavor. Nezu said, his almost jovial tone causing Bakugo to nearly blow up, figuratively and literally. You need to realize that people have limits. Everyone, even someone as nice and forgiving as Mr. Midoriya, have limits. If you truly want to be a hero like All Might, then you need to learn how to properly address your weaknesses and how to interact with people. No one has told you that you were wrong before, so we will. Nezu leaned forward, sliding the paper upside down towards Bakugo. How you've been treating others is wrong. Bakugo hesitantly reached for the paper. Nezu's eyes had a dangerous gleam to them as Bakugo slowly flipped the paper over. Your words make a huge difference in how someone turns out, whether they show it or not. On the sheet was a bunch of information on the currently known alternate Izukus that Mai had taken the liberty to explore in her spare time. He glanced down at the percentages. 57% hero. 32% vigilante or other. 11% may not seem like a lot. But no matter which iteration of Midoriya it is, they all share something in common. They all embody plus ultra. Even the villains. Nezu said, almost sounding sad. 11% villain. I do hope you can make peace with yourself and him. Who knows, maybe one day it could be the difference between life and death. Nezu told him, pointing his head at the door to indicate this conversation was now over. Chan. Deku's voice snapped him out of his thoughts, and he glanced up to see Deku staring at him with worried eyes. At the end of the day, that's simply all there was to them. Worry. Not a hint of malice or any evil intent. Just good old-fashioned worry. Do you still see me as your friend? Bakugo asked, because that was the easiest question to ask right now. Izuku did a double take at that, not expecting the question. Well, Izuku thought, because he'd never really thought about his relationship with Bakugo. He never really thought about where they really stood. I think I was fooling myself into thinking you were. But I don't think we are. I don't think we've been friends for a long time. Izuku said, a bit of sadness in his tone. Then, why? Bakugo choked out. He was a bit angry. If he didn't consider him his friend, then why did he save him? Why run in during the sludge villain incident? Izuku seemed to realize what he was asking. Bakugo. I'll always run in when someone is in danger. I told you back then, didn't I? You just looked like you needed help. Izuku smiled weakly. Heh. So you're just that nice of a guy here. Bakugo huffed out somewhat bitterly. He wasn't expecting such a simple answer. And no. I just. Wouldn't you? Izuku deflected. Bakugo grimaced at that, because in reality, his first reaction would have been to attack the sludge BSTRD if their roles had been reversed. He'd always jump first to attack, to win. Maybe that was the problem. He cared more about winning to save, rather than saving to win. But maybe now that he understood where exactly they stood, maybe he can improve. Before, I don't think I would have done that first. But now. Bakugo looked down at his palms, the ones he'd used to show off his quirk or attack weaklings with. I would. Izuku wasn't quite sure what was going through his head, but he understood Bakugo had come to some sort of realization. He smiled at his classmate, hoping he'd found the answer he was looking for. Bakugo got up, stopping right before he left the room. He seemed to be shaking, though Izuku wasn't sure of what. Deku. Why yeah. Bakugo grit his teeth, swallowing down his rage and pride just this once, because he knew it was only right to do this. I'm only going to say this once. I'm sorry for being in, but whatever Izuku had been expecting, it wasn't that. In his infinite wisdom, he simply said, "Here. You heard me. Just. Yeah." Bakugo finished, turning around to leave for the gym. He needed to work off all this mental stress. Izuku watched as Bakugo left, completely lost on what Katsuki was thinking. He would never have apologized in a million years before, but now. Here. I guess his matured. Izuku sighed, shaking his head with a smile. He'd have to answer Yui tomorrow. He was simply too mentally exhausted now to do it. I wonder what we'll be watching tomorrow. Everyone, Midnight will be chaperoning this session. We discussed it yesterday and we agreed that deaths are valuable information that we can take advantage of, even if it is a bit messy. Aizawa sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Midnight liked her lips. Of course, the chances of anything immature happening are high with the filter off, and I'm not talking tragedies. She said, winking at them all. Right. I don't get paid enough for this. Aizawa said, walking out, but Midnight stopped him. Oh no you don't. Midnight snagged Shinso's capture weapon, smoothly tying Aizawa up like she'd had practiced doing it before. Aizawa's eyes flashed in panic as he struggled against the makeshift restraints. Class 1A took it all in stride, while 1B blinked in confusion. Wait, by mature do you mean? Kinoko whispered out. Yep, the down and dirty. Baby making, not the mechanical kind. Mai confirmed, her blush barely visible. She'd already seen quite a few in her spare time and it wasn't as much of a shock. Correct. If anyone wishes to step out, now is the time. Midnight said somewhat seriously. Everyone took a second to think, before steeling their nerves. Play the video. Mineta shouted excitedly. A loud crack was heard and Mineta dropped unconscious, courtesy of Bakugo, who simply huffed and nodded. Mai shrugged and the screen turned on. Day 1 Mineta and Kaminari brushed their teeth, a nod passing between the two. As they finished, Izuku walked into the bathroom. You ready for the whole month? Kaminari smirked. Mineta elbows Kaminari before whispering. Come on, you know he wouldn't know about November. Oh, yeah. Let's do our best this month. Izuku smiled bashfully, a light tint of pink on his cheeks. Mineta and Kaminari left Izuku and out in the hall glanced at each other. What? What are you guys talking about? Mina asked, completely lost. Oh, that's most likely no nut November. Kaminari stated. Everyone gave a resounding in understanding, then glared at the two. Kaminari simply shrugged. Kaminari spoke first. You sure? That definitely seemed like the kind of reaction Midoriya would give to this. Mineta pointed to himself. Look me in the eye and tell me you honestly believe Midoriya knows about No Nut November. Kaminari scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, I guess not. Guess he loses by default here. What? I don't even think Midoriya you know. Mineta made an obscene hand movement. With or without partners? You know, I actually can't imagine him doing it. Uraraka managed to cough out. The idea of such an angel involved in such lewd acts was such a foreign concept. Everyone else silently agreed with her. Kaminari laughed. Yeah, he'd probably faint just by holding hands with a girl. Kaminari snorted at his own joke. They went back to their rooms and prepared for the first day of their month-long challenge. Day 7. Mineta sat in his seat waiting for class to start, thumbing the eraser of his pencil anxiously. He ground his teeth, eyes darting across the room. What's wrong, dude? You look tense. Kaminari sat down in Izuku's empty chair and rested his elbows on Mineta's desk. This is harder than I thought it was gonna be. Mineta whined. Really? I don't think it's been that bad so far. How often did you normally pop off, if you catch my drift? Kaminari made the motion of Mineta using his quirk. More like when didn't I pop off? I was the pop-off MSTR. A by Dashtimai. Jiru grumbled, wanting to stab her earjacks in Mineta's head. Okay, yeah, let's not go that far. Zero chipped in, trying to hide the mild unease Mineta's comment had riled up in him. You in on this too? Kaminari's eyes widened. I mean, most of the guys in the school are, I think. Even Bakugo, but I'm betting he's gonna lose real quick. Zero pointed a thumb behind him at the blonde. The hell I will, flat face. First I'm gonna beat not beating my meat, then I'm gonna beat your butt. Bakugo's spiky hair bristled with an angry confidence. The hell I will, flat face. First I oh god fing dim in it. Bakugo stopped as he realized he was quoting himself. Minoma guffawed at him. My. Such youthful vigor. Midnight whispered out, Aizawa silently beginning to scream in his makeshift cocoon. Kirishima clapped a hand on Zero's shoulder. Is that an insult or just him cracking so early he's hitting on you? Mineta tried to tune out the resulting noise from Bakugo hearing Kirishima's playful jab. Instead he looked around the room trying to distract himself. Kaminari pointed to Ida, who was busy talking to Koda. What about them too, Mineta? Think they're in on this? Mineta clicked his tongue. Not in the slightest. I tried bringing No Nut November up to Ida and he said it was incredibly unhealthy. Something about studies saying it's better for you to regularly release. That you're more likely to be happy if it happens often. I got my doubts. Always on about what's best for everyone, aren't ya, Ida? Zero chuckled. Ida sputtered at that. Kaminari tapped his chin. You sure you don't start gaining powers or something the longer you hold back? You know, like those people that can avoid eating for a really long time. A sacrifice for forbidden power. Tokoyami nodded sagely. No. Tokoyami, not you too. Toru lamented. Were you just eavesdropping the whole time? Zero asked. No. Tokoyami crossed his arms. Yes. Dark Shadow gave a thumbs up. The door slid open and Mineta looked over thinking it was their teacher. It wasn't. It was just Izuku chatting happily with Okiko, bright smiles on both their faces. They were the image of unburdened joy. Kaminari nudged Mineta. Are you sure about Midoriya? Those two seem real chummy together. Dude them too. No way. Zero made an X with his arms. Those two are way too innocent and pure for anything spicy to happen. That's what I said. Mineta agreed. Why do I feel like there's definitely something spicy going on now? Tsuyu commented, already having an inkling on how this was gonna go. Honestly, with Midori's luck I wouldn't really be surprised. Toru added on. I'd be more surprised if Midoriya had her Chen. Kaibara pitched his 2 cents in. Kaminari swerved to face him. Wanna bet? Kaibara shook his head, not wanting to tempt fate whenever Midoriya was concerned. They watched Izuku and Okiko walk over to her desk and chat. The duo was in the best of moods. Aizawa entered the room shortly after and the kids all rushed to get in their seats, beginning the day. Day 14. Mineta sat slumped down on the sofa of their dorm's first-floor common space. He had a miserable expression on his face. He groaned. This is torture. His phone vibrated and he checked it. There was a message from Kaminari. It was a picture of Kaminari holding 2 fingers against each temple with his mouth open as if he was yelling. In front of him was a single slice of pizza somehow in midair. The message with the photo read, Kaminari, 14 days into Enon and I've mastered telekinesis but, a waste spit out, laughing at the image. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 looked back at Yanagi, a question already forming. No. I'm not doing that. Yanagi stated with finality. We'll see about that. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 thought. Mineta send something back. Mineta, I hate you. He tabbed out of his messages and saw the midnight-themed background for his home screen. Mineta groaned again. The dorm room doors opened and in walked the Real Midnight. Mineta's eyes widened at seeing Midnight in her hero costume despite having seen it many times before. He looked up to the ceiling. Who keeps deciding to torture me? This is hard enough as it is. That's karma for you. Kendo sighed. Mineta glances back to Midnight to see that she was talking to Ida. Midoriya. He's helping Asui study right now, I think. Ida chopped in the direction of the girls' rooms. Midnight cupped her chin. I thought he'd be done by now. Well, that's fine. I can wait. She sat down near the kitchen and waited patiently. A number of the boys let their gazes wander. Mineta held his head in his hands. Gotta stay focused. Tokoyami sat next to him and closed his eyes with his arms crossed. I recommend meditation. I recommend beating that meat. Shut up, Dark Shadow. Shoji snorted quietly. Mineta looked towards the other side of the common room to see Bakugo and Kirishima distracting themselves by playing video games against each other. Mineta knew he needed something to distract himself with. The elevator to the girls' side opened and Izuku stepped out looking refreshed. Izuku spotted Midnight and hurried over with a smile. Sorry about being a bit late. No, that's all right. I didn't wait long. Midnight stood up and her costume creased in all the right places. Oh. Mina said, sitting up properly now. Her gossip senses were tingling hard right now. You know what? I'm glad I reconsidered that bet. Kaibara said, sweating slightly. Most of the other boys in the common room either gawked or groaned or gave some other sign that they were aware. But not Izuku. He kept his same charming, innocent-looking smile as he talked to Midnight. Seriously, how is he so immune? Zero shouted, outraged. He is too pure to be corrupted by such temptations. Ibara sighed in respect for Izuku, her hands clasped together. So, where's Asui? Midnight put her arms over her head, stretching. Mineta stared in disbelief. DMN. Dark Shadow rested an elbow on Tokoyami's shoulder and rubbed his incorporeal chin. Tokoyami shook his head, a light ruffle in his feathers. Fiends. Tsuyu was feeling tired, so she's sleeping now. Izuku's freckles bunched together as he smiled up at her. Tie it here. Monoma deadpanned at that. So they're totally screwing, aren't they? Tsuburaba decided to say it. Aizawa wriggled furiously in the background. Midnight was silent, intrigued by what was happening. Emma said something in French about Midoriya becoming a man. I see, so she won't be joining us for practice. Midnight then led Izuku out of the dorms, hips swaying as she walked, her hands resting behind her head. Practice. Practice. Rin nearly screeched out. I'm sure they mean actual practice. Not that they are doing something else. Pony tried to say, but even she was starting to have second thoughts. God DMN. Dark Shadow was immediately swatted with a newspaper by Tokoyami even though he too was watching Midnight leave. Mineta buried his face in his hands. I'm gonna fail. Day 15. Mineta sat at his desk, a haggard look on his face. Tokoyami, 𝐒𝐿, Kirishima and Kaminari all gathered near his desk. Kaminari spoke up. What's wrong, man? I failed. A gasp arose from the other boys. Kirishima wiped a manly tear away. You did your best, bro. Bakugo merely looked at him in disbelief. Mineta shook his head. I was up all night and I failed. He stared at his left hand with sorrow and shame. The other 4 boys hung their heads as if at a funeral. They mourned his loss. The door slid open and Izuku walked in, looking tired himself. His eyes drooped and he yawned. Mineta frowned at that. Why's he all exhausted? Gee. I wonder why. Shinso said sarcastically. Most of the people present jolted at his voice. They hadn't even realized he was there. Kaminari looked over at Izuku. I don't know, maybe that after-class training has been really tough on him. I know I felt like I was gonna die at the training camp. Mineta curled in on himself. Oh God, don't remind me. Izuku took his seat in front of Mineta, giving a half-hearted greeting to the boys. He looked ready to pass out as his head drooped. The door opened again and this time Tsuyu stepped in though Mineta noticed something curious. She was having trouble walking, as if her legs were sore or something. Nearly everyone's jaw dropped as their brains were making connections they didn't want to connect. Rip it. I guess we know who lost No Nut November. Tsuyu simply said. Uraraka looked at her friend. Are you not surprised? Tsuyu shook her head. Not really. More flustered if anything. I wouldn't mind hopping him. Uraraka sputtered at that, her cheeks red. Ida bolted up immediately as soon as he understood what the universe was implying. Mating in the dorms is strictly forbid. Ida was cut off as 𝐒𝐿's tape wrapped around his mouth, and then 𝐒𝐿 proceeded to cocoon him much like Midnight did Aizawa. Ida was struggling the entire time. Mineta thought back to what she'd been doing yesterday. She was with Midoriya yesterday and didn't join the training. Mineta's eyes widened. Hold the F up. For once Mineta is the voice of reason. Soto says. Famous last words by the great philosopher Mineta the perverted, hold the F up. Kaminari said, everyone chuckling at that. So are we not going to acknowledge the fact that Midoriya is screwing Midnight and Tsuyu? And possibly. Uraraka. 𝐒𝐿 asked incredulously. Mineta groaned, his pervert senses tingling, but he remained unconscious. Day 22, you are so full of it, 𝐒𝐿 said. I'm serious, think about it. Mineta urged. I am, which is why I can tell you that you're out of your mind. There's no way Midoriya's been doing all that, all through November. Look. Mineta held his hands together as he spoke. We've seen him be all lovey-dovey with Uraraka. We know he's spent time with Asui. And what about all those after-class lessons he takes with Midnight? Okay, no, yeah, he's definitely doing all 3 of them. Ojiro admitted. It was only Shoji grabbing her wrist that prevented Uraraka from flying away. Midnight pointedly ignored Aizawa's searing glare. It's another universe. Midnight said in defense. Mineta looked around the first-floor common room, spotting most of the people there far enough away that their conversation wouldn't be overheard. Okay, first of all, 𝐒𝐿 held up a finger. Midoriya and Uraraka are like best friends, so obviously they get along. Second, 𝐒𝐿 held up a second finger. He's smart and friendly, so it makes perfect sense that he would help Asui or anyone else who needs help studying. He helped me once before. Mineta held the sides of his face with his hands. Not you too. He's banging everyone. No, he's not. And as for the after-class stuff, he keeps walking into class super tired. When would he have the time or energy to be doing all that after training? 𝐒𝐿 glanced over to the kitchen where Izuku was having tea with Momo, both them smiling. Oh no. Momo whimpered out, a blush on her face. That's 'cause banging is his after-school training. Mineta followed 𝐒𝐿's gaze. He's a sec-crazed maniac. His doing the opposite of No Nut November. His giving all the nut. Think about it. That's why he's been tired so many days. I never thought I'd see the day where Mineta spoke truths. Kirishima said in awe. Too bad no one believes him. Koroiro muttered. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami said in agreement. Didn't you say that Ida told you how that was healthy though? How it's supposed to make you happy and energized? Zero asked. In moderation, of course. Both boys jumped at the sudden intrusion by Ida. Ida took a sip from his orange juice before continuing. Anything done in excess would be unhealthy or leave you tired. That's why you guys shouldn't be participating in that stupid event. For the record, I'm no longer cause I lost. Mineta said glumly. Zero scratched his chin. Class rep, are you telling us to nut regularly? Rin choked on the air, Minoma following suit. Kaminari and Zero were both bawling their eyes out with laughter. Ida struggled furiously against his bonds. I'm just saying to stay healthy so you can perform in your academic career. By busting one every now and again. Zero quirked an eyebrow. Ida said nothing and merely took a sip of his juice. Ida struggled harder. A nut a day keeps the bad stuff away. Awase joked. Tsuburaba snorted at that. Day 26 Minoma stomped over to Class A's dorms. Stepping inside, he looked around until he found who he was looking for. There was Kendo sitting beside Izuku, chatting happily. Mina sat on Izuku's other side. They held some papers in their hands. Tokage pointedly stared at Kendo, a mischievous grin on her friend. Say a word. I dare you. Kendo warned, but it was hard to look threatening when your cheeks were burning up. Minoma stepped in front of them, sneering. What are doing hanging out with the enemy, Kendo? They're not our enemy, and I'm just having Izuku and Ashido help me plan some more events for our classes to get together. We don't do much together as classes. Usually. Kendo glanced at Izuku as she mumbled that last word. Kendo buried her face in her now enlarged hands as Tokage laughed next to her. Mina wasn't faring much better. Lucky I didn't bet. Kaibara mumbled. I knew it. I'd been hearing rumors about their class, especially this. Conniver. Minoma gestured to Izuku, who tilted his head in confusion. Wo Minoma listened to Mineta. Jiru asked, surprised that the 1B student would listen to one of them. Minoma faltered a little on the inside as Izuku's head tilt reminded him of a small puppy. Not a hint of malice in Izuku's face. Minoma sighed. I must admit he is simply too good. Nearly everyone gaped at him as he just basically complimented someone from 1A. He's not conniving. He's just helping me out. I mean, look at him. Kendo petted Izuku's fluffy hair. I don't know what rumors you've been hearing, but Izuku has been nothing but nice to the other girls and I. Izuku blushed under the praise and shrunk in on himself. Mina seemed to find this amusing and she began petting his fluffy green hair as well. Why do I want to do that now? Mina asked out loud. She blushed hard as she realized she had said that out loud. You have similar hair, why don't you just head pat yourself? Soto asked. It's not the same. Mina argued back. Minoma stared at the scene in front of him before huffing and walking over to the group of boys in the kitchen. Keep him away from our class. I know he's putting on an act. No one's that innocent. Minoma pointed a thumb behind him to Kendo and Mina teasing a flustered Izuku. No one's that innocent here. Tetsu teased his friend. Minoma simply scoffed, refusing to admit defeat. Minoma is still right though. Koroiro muttered. Here. I mean, Midoriya is making love with them, so that doesn't make him innocent. Realization dawned on Minoma's face. He stood up immediately and pointed an accusing finger on 1A. Aha! Your Midoriya is not as innocent as Minoma's voice faded away as nearly all the females gave him a death glare. He gulped and quickly sat down, his life flashing before his very eyes. It was disappointingly short. See, this is what I've been saying. Mineta raised his hands towards Minoma. Someone gets it. I mean, did you hear that? She called him by first name. You don't call Midoriya by first name unless you're smashing, right? Kirishima scratched his cheek. You realize how unreliable. You sound if Monoma is the person agreeing with you, don't you? Bakugo snorted at that. You're all right, Kirishima. Here. Thanks, man. Kirishima gave his friend a toothy grin. It's not too unreasonable that they are on good terms. Midoriya is a good friend to everyone. Tokoyami looked up from his bowl of cereal. Dark Shadow nodded in agreement. You're all blind and you don't even know it. Mineta mumbled under his breath. Surprised you came here for that. I thought it would be some more Class A versus Class B stuff. Kirishima pointed a spoonful of cereal at Monoma, then shoved it into his mouth, tearing through it with his sharp teeth. HMPH. Not like I need to come over for a challenge. I hear some of you guys already lost part way through November. Monoma eyed the boys smugly. Wait. You do that too? Kirishima asked, surprised. I don't have to answer that, you brute. Monoma said in retaliation. Tokoyami looked down in shame. He had fallen not so bravely in battle. F for Tokoyami. Kaminari whispered loudly. F, Tokomi groaned, muttering under his breath. Mineta spoke up. I don't count. Everyone knows I got a condition. Oh yeah, what condition? Zero asked. Mineta put a hand on his chest dramatically. I got a sickness for the thickness. You've got a sickness all right, from being in this class of chumps. You guys can't even make it half of the way through the month. Our class is beating this month harder that you guys beat your meat. And me. Monoma pointed to himself. I haven't nor will I nut at any point in November. Zero gave Monoma an Ida patented hand chop. You don't nut at any point outside of November. Everyone laughed at that, Monoma stuttering out some half-buttered response. The other boys snickered. Tokoyami sputtered some of his cereal and Kirishima nearly choked on his. Monoma turned tail and stormed off, fighting the heat of embarrassment on his face. At least take the loss like a man, Monoma. Tetsu shook his head. Day 28 Mineta stroked his chin, eyeing the rest of the lunchroom as he ate. He was sitting with some of the boys including Zero, Kirishima, Tokoyami, Kaminari, and even Shoji. At another table they saw Izuku sitting with Ida, Okako, Tsuyu, Kyoka. This wasn't too odd, the boys had agreed, as everyone in the class was often friendly with each other and Izuku got along so easily with everyone. What was a bit strange was that they were soon joined by Ibara, Pony, Yui, and even Mai. That and also Izuku's head drooped every so often as if he was tired. Once or twice his head leaned over onto Tsuyu's shoulder, after which he'd jolt awake and apologize. Everyone gawked at that. Are you kidding me? Kaminari choked out. How does he even have the stamina for all of that? He's a monster. Shishida exclaimed. Kendo timidly poked Shiozaki, who seemed to have broken down the moment she'd seen herself. Oh boy! So manly! Tetsu and Kirishima cried out. Mineta had woken up to all the noises, and Kaminari quickly filled him in. Midoriya, you backstabbing smooth talker! Mineta cried out, leaping towards their Midoriya but quickly being wrapped up by Zero as well. He struggled furiously, determined to learn Midoriya's secret. Kaminari was close to following suit too, but he didn't want to be taped up. Mineta narrowed his eyes at even girls outside of their class being so chummy with Izuku. Look at this, I know what I'm talking about. I've got a sixth sense for perverted things and it's telling me Midoriya is secretly the most perverted of us all. Kaminari glanced between Mineta and Izuku. Not to call you out, dude, but ever since you lost No Nut November you've been super keen on this idea. You sure you're not just jealous or something? Mineta wagged his finger at Kaminari. You don't get to grill me on that. Mister, it doesn't count cause I didn't use my hands. Plus the only person here who hasn't lost is Shoji, but I got my doubts, who has 6 hands and doesn't use them. Shoji coughed loudly, shaking his head. Gotta admit. Your senses were right, Mineta. Kaminari complimented his friend. Mineta wiggled in agreement. Shoji pulled his face mask up higher, trying to hide his blush. You know Kirishima and I are still in it, right? Zero asked with a gesture towards Mineta. Okay, you may be, but how does Kirishima manage to handle this long without losing? That's like 28 days of being hard. Minata's gaze focused on the redhead. That's my secret captain, Kirishima grinned, seeing the opportunity to strike. I'm always hard. The Kirishima on screen followed suit. That's my secret captain, Kirishima saluted with a smile. I'm always hard. Bakugo groaned his head at that callback. The sound of clattering distracted the boys from that statement. They looked back to Izuku's table. Izuku's face had food from his plate on it and Okiko was busy trying to help him clean it off with a napkin. There was quite a mess and Ibara also grabbed a napkin to help out. Mineta turned to the other boys with a look of determination. We need to get to the bottom of this and I know exactly who can help us. Oh, who? Toru asked. Mineta knocked on a dorm room door and the rest of the boys from earlier waited behind him. Are you serious, dude? Kirishima yawned. The door cracked partway open. There was a chain lock on the other side of the door preventing it from opening fully. Mineta spoke up. We're here to find out the truth about Midoriya. Whoa, wait, who is it? Mina asked curiously. The door closed. Zero blew a raspberry and shook his head. The door opened to reveal 𝐿𝐴𝐽 with a serious expression on his face. I understand. Come in. Ah. What? Nearly everyone yelled, whipping around to stare at Todoroki. I have a feeling they have mistaken what I know. Todoroki said. Mina and Toru's Tododiku senses said otherwise. The boys walked into 𝐿𝐴𝐽's room and saw the walls lined with papers clipped or pinned and different strings connecting the papers and photos and names. Among the photos were Izuku, All Might, Izuku using his quirk, Izuku in his hero costume, and a random picture of Koda's bunny with question marks all around it. Koda gawked in confusion and amazement. Everyone did. They heard a slam behind them, and turned to see Aizawa face down on the desk with Shinso barely suppressing a SHT-eating grin. Wait, do you actually have that in your room? Zero asked. Todoroki pretended not to hear. Zero closed the door as he was the last one in. So, about Midoriya. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 clapped his hands together. So, I've gathered as much evidence as I can on their relationship. Mineta bounced on his feet. See. So, what's the scoop? 𝐿𝐴𝐽 looked across at all the boys with an intense but certain gaze. Midoriya is without a doubt All Might's secret love child. Their Midoriya did a brief spasm, glancing at him in confusion. Everyone else was either laughing or staring in shock. Bakugo was shaking, barely holding it together. For someone so smart, you're ridiculously dense icy hot. Kirishima and Zero started laughing while Mineta face-palmed. Not that. We're talking about how he's with all of the girls. He's defiling the sanctity of No Nut November. Of what? 𝐿𝐴𝐽's face morphed into pure confusion and that got Kirishima and Zero laughing harder. This was a mistake, I'm out of here. Mineta trudged out of the room, disappointed. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 cast a glance at the door, then a glance at Kirishima and Zero, who wiped tears from their eyes. He shook his head. So, anyway, I've found the missing link. Oh yeah. What is it? Zero partially covered his mouth to not start another laughing fit. Bunnies. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 emphasized his point by using 2 index fingers above his head like bunny ears. Aizawa's eyes held promise that he would be drinking after this. Even Tokoyami's face had trouble holding back a smile at that. How so? 𝐿𝐴𝐽 began pointing to the different pictures he had. So we already know how similar Midoriya's quirk is to All Might's and how they act like father and son. The thing is, it doesn't end there. Think about this. What characteristic does All Might's image and Midoriya's hero costume share? That's right, the bunny ears. Todoroki nodded, agreeing with himself. These were all valid points, and now his classmates would understand. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 pointed to the picture of the green hero costume. And every time he's involved somehow there's bunny-related stuff. He gets into UA and All Might just happens to be teaching the same year. He's got the green bunny hood and his fighting style is him jumping around really quick. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 placed his hands together again. My father, during the encounter with that Numu, came across Miruko, the rabbit hero. Who else did my father come into contact? Midoriya, at the sports festival. Coincidence? I think not. Todoroki and Ida looked confused at that. Miruko wasn't at Hosu, was she? The boys except for Kaminari were stunned by what they had just heard, incapable of following Xiaoto's train of thought. Frankly, everyone was in the same boat. Kirishima started asking, but Bakugo placed his hand on his shoulder and shook his head. It wasn't worth it. Somehow it made some sense to the blonde and he asked, so how does Koda's bunny play into this? He pointed to the picture with the question marks around it. Xiaoto cupped his chin. I'm not sure. Maybe he's the mastermind behind this whole operation. Koda made a subconscious note to ask his bunny about this. Day 30 Mineta tilted his ear to hear better. He'd been walking over to the teacher's lounge to ask Midnight about the after-school training and see if he could find answers for himself. As he'd gotten to the door though, he'd heard Midnight talking, presumably on the phone. Yes, tonight works, it's the weekend after all. Oh, absolutely. Bring as many other pros as you can for this session. It'll be amazing, I'm sure of it. I'll send someone to lead you to the room once you get to UA. Aho! Sounds like Izuku's in for a party. Midnight perked up, Aizawa having long since given up trying to escape. It wasn't logical to waste so much energy. Mineta heard Midnight hang up and bolted away from there with this new nugget of information. Throughout the day he discreetly told the other boys, not including Ida or Koda, to meet him at a certain unnamed, seemingly unused training room. He'd been piecing together where Midnight's training sessions were most likely to take place and this had been the spot with the highest chance. Deep into the night he gathered near the room with some of the boys, Kaminari, Xiaoto, Zero, Kirishima, and Tokoyami. Xiaoto wiped his eyes and spoke first. Do you mind if we hurry this up? I want to go to sleep soon. Why are you even here? Zero asked. Mineta said we would find out the truth, so I'm here, Xiaoto stated calmly. Todoroki sighed at his alternate self. Wrong truth, I'm afraid. The only truth that matters. Mineta yelled back. He was determined to find out the truth, and see his female classmates in the process. Sure, we gotta be sneaky about this. Mineta motioned for them to follow him as he tiptoed closer to the room. As they got closer they heard a noise like a bed frame rocking or a mattress squeaking. The boys aside from Xiaoto and Mineta all looked at each other with apprehension. A voice cried out loudly from inside but it was muffled. No thing way. Zero's voice trembled as he spoke. There's no way. It's Midoriya, right? This is too much for anyone but especially him. Mineta hushed them again and put his hand on the door handle. The boys all held their breath and Mineta opened the door. Everyone held their breath, ignoring Aizawa and Ida begin to wiggle furiously once more. They all gaped in shock at what they saw inside. Beds and mattresses filled the massive training room with pillows and covers paired to each. On each mattress or bed beneath the covers rested one of the girls from either Class A or B, the covers brought up to about their collarbone making it clear that they were not wearing anything else underneath. Their hair messy, frames breathing heavily and their faces flustered with blushes and perspiration. Everyone's jaw dropped. Many looked away out of respect, nearly. Everyone was blushing and left speechless. Midnight crackled her WHP out of respect as Aizawa and Ida began to yell, struggling furiously. Mineta and Kaminari had gotten on their knees. Electing Midoriya as a god amongst men and the ultimate king. All of the girls from both classes were accounted for except Okiko. She was nowhere to be seen. Uraraka tried not to let it show how much that hurt. Mina winced at that. Ouch! Who was to be seen was in the middle of the room on the largest bed. Izuku, with his back to the door, the covers reaching up to about halfway up his back. Beneath him was Midnight, out of her hero attire, out of any attire, her body bare and holding onto Izuku's back and the nape of his neck. Aizawa yelled out louder now, as if he was experiencing literal torture. Midnight's eyes were fixed on the screen, wanting to see more. Despite them being under the covers, it was clear that the two were going at it like animals. Midnight aimed into Izuku's neck and it became clear that the voice the boys had heard earlier was hers. Zero's voice came out quiet as a whisper. You're kidding, right? Xiaoto stroked his chin. They're going at it like rabbits. Him very suspicious. Todoroki. Someone choked out, everyone being snapped out of their trances at Todoroki's nonsensical logic. Holy SHD! Dark Shadow's voice resounded in the room and everyone turned towards Tokoyami. There was immediate yelling at the boys to out from the majority of the girls, the ones that weren't busy trying to hide themselves under the covers in embarrassment. No! Tokoyami UPP block dash Mineta was cut off as more tape surrounded him. Izuku himself turned red and tried to hide his face in Midnight's embrace. Midnight stroked the hair on the back of his neck. Don't stop now, we were almost there. Izuku's muffled voice came out, but people are watching. Midnight laughed. I don't mind if they watch. Everyone looked at her in shock, and a little bit of fear. Midnight spoke into his ear. I don't mind if people watch. She savored the way he trembled as a chill ran up his spine. Regardless of her words, Izuku shook his head, still buried in her embrace. Midnight motioned with her head to some of the other girls and they more forcibly yelled at the boys to leave. Leiko made some pillows fly towards the boys, swatting them away. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Zero took pillows to the face and retreated out of the room. Tokoyami tried to look away and follow the boys out. Dark Shadow put an arm on Tokoyami's shoulder. Hang on a moment, let's see how this plays out. Dark Shadow, we are leaving, now. Tokoyami dragged Dark Shadow out of the room with him. Shoto, seeing the boys leave, decided to go with them. That left Mineta standing there in shock, mumbling out loud. I knew it. I knew. I was right the whole time. This maniac is a threat to everyone fighting through No Nut November. How does it feel to be right for once? Jiru tried to joke, still too flustered by what she had seen. At least he finds me attractive. Izuku's ears perked up at that. Before Izuku could say anything, Kendo stood up, making sure to cover herself with blankets as she activated her quirk. She chased Mineta out and shut the door behind him. Ha ha! Big sis Kendo, am I right? Tokage tried to joke at her friend, only to find her nearly catatonic. Tokage waved a hand in front of her friend's face. Hey, Kendo machine broke, she muttered. Now it was just the girls and Izuku. Midnight spoke directly into Izuku's ear with a sultry voice. There. Now that they're gone, we can continue. Izuku glanced back towards the closed door with a pensive look on his face. What's wrong? Midnight kissed his cheek, digging her fingers into his soft hair. He said No Nut November, but Izuku turned to look Midnight in the eye. You said it was numerous Nut November. Bondo dropped to the floor, unconscious before he'd even left the seat. Kaminari followed suit. Why, you mean to tell me he's been doing that all month? Kinoko asked incredulously. What kind of monster? Kaibara gawked. Well, Midnight looked away, averting her gaze. Momo cleared her throat. That's more a matter of perspective. Jiru glanced at her friend, unimpressed. What? It is. Momo defended herself. Midnight coughed into her hand. That's right. Kendo came back from the door and took a seat across from Izuku. That's just what those idiots were doing, not us. Midnight pulled Izuku back down and spoke into his ear. That's right, besides we're almost done anyway. We should finish what we started. She ran her hands up and down his back. Yes. It'd be bad to give up after having come so far. Midnight nodded in agreement. Izuku still seemed unsure. I don't know. Midnight gently tugged on his earlobe with her teeth. That convinced Izuku. Before long the two were back at it and Midnight found sweet release, her back arching as pleasure spread throughout her body. Midnight made a silent vow to train with Midoriya in the future. Aizawa simultaneously made a vow to always have an eye on Midnight. This time she didn't bother hiding her voicing it right into Izuku's ear as they both finished. She lay there, breathless, and Izuku stopped supporting himself, resting on her. He was exhausted. Why, yeah, no kidding. Zero chuckled. He'd been doing this in secret throughout the whole month. They lay there, enjoying each other's warmth as the girls from the two classes gathered around, caressing Izuku's hair or praising him for how hard he'd worked to satisfy them all throughout the month. Yui reached over, grabbing his hand. Her normally stoic face shifted, a soft smile crossing her lips. She rubbed the back of his hand with her thumb as her eyes stared burned with emotion. Izuku smiled back, tired as he was. You know, if not for the setting, that would have been downright romantic. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said to her friend. And Shane Kodai called first dibs. Tsuyu bluntly said. I don't mind sharing. Yui said, equally as blunt. Before anyone could answer, they were drawn to the screen. The door opened once again and Izuku tilted his head to see who it was. Through the door walked 𝐒𝐿𝐵, the missing member of their class, alongside a number of pro-heroines that Izuku recognized. Among them were Ryukyu, Miruko, Bubble Girl, the female members of the Wild Wild Pussycats, Mount Lady, Burning from Endeavor's agency, Ms. Joke, and even Uwabami. Kirishima dropped unconscious, shortly followed by Tetsu and Monoma. You're kidding. Kendo choked out. Shiozaki's head dropped onto Kendo's lap, also unconscious. Izuku's eyes widened. I thought you said you were only bringing a few. It is just a few, Deku. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 sat down and began rubbing Izuku's back. Come on, I know that if anyone can handle it, it's you. She brought her hand down, giving Izuku's but a light squeeze, earning a light blush from the greenette. Uraraka's face was bright red now. Her heart was beating incredibly fast, but at least she wasn't the only one. Koda quickly made sure that Ida still had a pulse, before passing out himself. Ryukyu shut the door and the pros all gathered around the bed Izuku was on. Izuku got up off Midnight and she bundled herself up in a blanket, gazing lovingly at him. Bubble Girl rubbed her arm awkwardly. So, are we good to start this? She looked down at his lap as he sat today. He looked spent. Aizawa thanked whatever deity watched over him that night I hadn't come today. The other pros followed her gaze and began to look a little worried. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 smiled and unclothed herself at a speed that impressed even Midnight. She sat on Izuku's lap, grinding slowly. You just need a little motivation. Uraraka squeaked unintelligibly. An alarm rang and Izuku turned his gaze to the digital clock blaring 12 o'clock on one of the bed frames. Saved by the bell. Rin sighed in relief. Midnight groaned at the bad timing. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 ignored the alarm and kept grinding, letting her chest graze against Izuku's. Her breath was hot against his neck. He resisted the urge to grab her behind as he watched it move. Oh 𝐒𝐿𝐵. It's not in November anymore. He closed his eyes for a moment, swallowing hard and taking a deep breath to calm his growing alo. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 rubbed her nose against Izuku's, causing him to open his eyes and look into hers. He was mesmerized in her soft brown eyes. Uraraka passed out, her unconscious body almost floating away if not for Shoji. All this boldness was simply too much for her. All around them the pro-heroines began shredding themselves of their clothes. Uwabami sat down next to Izuku and caressed his cheek. Ryukyu ran her fingers up and down the muscles on his arm. Girls. Everyone. It's not November miles per hour. Izuku was silenced by a kiss from 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and she felt him harden against her. Kinoko and Rin dropped unconscious. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 pulled away with a smirk on her lips. Her voice was teasing as she spoke. Numerous nut November is over, but 𝐒𝐿𝐵 glanced at even the Class A and B girls gathering around Izuku. Deku December just started. Midnight roared in approval. Aizawa's body dropping to the floor as nearly all the girls combusted simultaneously. The students still conscious were yelling and freaking out. ♯ got up, dragging Aizawa with him. He was going to rinse his eyes for at least an hour. After a brief hour-long break, everyone went back to their seats. Quite a few people had to be taken to the infirmary, and Aizawa still hadn't returned. Thank his lucky stars Night Eye didn't come today. I wouldn't have let him leave. Midnight lamented humorously. Well, at least Deku didn't see all of that. Uraraka took solace in that silver lining. Oh, I could make it so he can. Mai perked up. Wait, you mean to tell us he could have been watching all along? 𝐿𝐵 asked. Yeah, I just need time to implement the baby and he won't have to sit here. Mai beamed. Everyone stared at her incredulously. Why didn't you do that before? ♯ asked. No one brought it up. Mai said as if it were obvious. She had already recorded the previous universe, intent on watching it with Izuku. Okay. Shinso simply said, taking it in stride. Aizawa came in, sitting away from Midnight. Go on dear, play the next one. Midnight said eagerly. Mai shivered a little, and pressed play. I've always had a deep fascination with space. Uraraka perked up at that. She liked space too. When quirks came to be, almost all technological progress was put on pause. Space exploration included. It is true. If quirks had not come to be, space travel on a bigger scale would have been possible. Ida threw in his 2 cents. That's kind of weird to think about actually. Mineta added on. I wanted to know what was out there. I wanted to go beyond what we knew of space. To go plus ultra. As UA would say. Plus ultra. Everyone chimed in excitement. So that's what I did. I went beyond. I studied and built and forged on and on, learning how to make space equipment that had stopped being made nearly 200 years ago. I learned how to make the necessary equipment and shuttle required to make it to space safely. It took almost a decade, and by the time I figured I was ready, I was barely reaching 15 years of age. You're kidding me? Mai gasped out. Wait, so would he be like the youngest astronaut ever? Awase asked. When I found out I didn't have a quirk, I was upset for a while, because I wanted to be a hero like 𝐭𝐽. But this dream was more achievable, and it's what I wanted to do. I couldn't have done it alone either. I had friends and family to help. Strangers willing to lend a helping hand. The screen cut to Yorozu, making some plating while Midoriya bowed to her repeatedly. It showed Awase, combining material to make it stronger, better. Mai was shown lecturing and helping Midoriya on certain hardware. 𝐭𝐽 was seen blasting some platings Izuku had brought him, to test their strength. Oh! This is so wholesome. Mina squealed out. Oh, I wanna see his baby. Mai grunted out with a pout. Technology has come a long way in 200 years. Before, space travel was possible, yes. But it wasn't as secure. With all this current technology, however, with quirks, it was more than secure. It was better than ready. Aha! I forgot to mention I never got the paperwork for all of this. Nor did I actually build this with consent from the government. But how they to impede progress. My mother tried to tell me to get someone else, but this is what I needed to do. I had to see the fruits of my LBR. I had to see beyond, and I was more than willing to give my life for it. So I bid my mom and 𝐭𝐽 farewell, I bid everyone farewell, and I got in, ready to take the next big step. A decade put to use making all of this. It was time to see if it had paid off. Everyone held their breath. This Izuku was doing something no one had bothered to do in nearly 200 years. They were honored to be able to see this, something that no one else would ever see. Izuku was shown settling into his small pod. His space shuttle was much more compact, as many of the equipment used in the past was now obsolete or simply smaller. His was about the size of a large truck. Izuku snorted inside the shuttle, admiring its beauty and laughing at the fact that he had kept this hidden from basically everyone for many years. His outfit looked so badass. Tsuburaba exclaimed. Much more sleek and high-tech. Shishida agreed. His babies look amazing. Oh, they look so appealing, I love them. Mai squealed, unable to contain her excitement. Always determined to go beyond, aren't you? Of course. That is what makes you who you are, Midoriya. Tokoyami dipped his head in respect. Ida stood up, remaining as firm as a tree trunk. While I know you cannot hear us, it is an honor to dash. Shoji covered his mouth. Be calm now, my friend. Just sit with us and enjoy the fireworks. Ida nodded in understanding. T-10. Izuku took some deep breaths, attempting to calm his nerves. 9. He checked every button and SWCH around him. 8. He had to make sure everything was calibrated properly. 7. 6. The students counted along. Midoriya took a second to reflect on his life, steeling his nerves. 5. He ruffled inside one of his pouches, withdrawing a photo. 4. The students yelled. Izuku took another second to look at the picture. It was of him and his mother, surrounded by his friends. 3. Oase, Mai, Bakugo and Momo smiled at the picture. It was nice to see them all smile like that. Izuku sighed, sticking the picture next to an older and more worn-out picture, one that was of him and his old friend. 2. The picture was of a young Izuku and Uraraka. They had an arm slung around the other and appeared to be laughing at something. A few people squealed. Uraraka smiled at the picture. She bet it would have been great to have Deku as a childhood friend. Guard my back, Gravity Girl. Izuku chuckled with a smile. 1. Izuku grit his teeth as Dagobah Beach seemed to part in the middle, revealing where Midoriya had stashed the shuttle all these years. It rumbled, the machinery vibrating and whirring as they finally got put to use. Then he was off. He breathed out. Launch went off successfully, Izuku thought gleefully, taking the opportunity to look outside the window. The city was slowly getting smaller, the people and cars shrinking until they weren't visible anymore. I wonder what the people seeing this must be thinking. Izuku told himself humorously. Yeah. Kirishima yelled in excitement. Many gave cheers to the alternate Midoriya. Look at who's Ms. Good Luck Charm hehe. Mina told Uraraka, a sly grin on her face. WL. We were friends there. I wonder what happened. Uraraka said, wondering what had happened to her alternate self. This was only supposed to be a trial run. I got up there safely, but I had only intended to stay up there for 5 days. I was stuck floating for an hour, near the moon, basking in the sight that was Earth. He could see it in front of him. His home. It was almost enough to move him to tears. It's so appealing, Uraraka said in awe. It's so weird. To know that every human ever is just there. It's kind of poetic, in a way. Koroiro said. Midoriya has ascended into the infinite abyss of space. Tokoyami followed up, entranced by the beauty that was Earth. Mai had started recording long ago, her baby capable of doing that already. I spent the next 2 days drifting along the Milky Way, passing by the other planets in our solar system, gazing at the stars. The first step had already been taken on the moon, so long ago. Izuku intended to put the other foot down. This is so great. We should have 13 in here. Uraraka said to Midnight, looking like a kid in a candy store. Midnight shook her head sadly. 13 is busy with class, but Mai will be sure to give me a copy. Mai nodded. Space is appealing. But it is also very dangerous and mysterious. Izuku narrated. He was shown asleep in the shuttle, the AI he had installed navigating the ship for him while he dreamed. That doesn't bode well. Yanagi stated. She didn't like the way Midoriya had said that. Izuku was startled awake as the console in front of him flashed red. Warning. Warning. Unknown space breach detected. The AI screamed. What? Nearly everyone yelped out. Izuku watched as some tear in space slowly enlarged in front of him. It was massive, easily over a mile long, and it was pulling him in. Oh no, this is bad. This is really, really bad. Midoriya yelled as he set all thrusters in reverse, but the pull was simply too strong. Midoriya! Nearly everyone cried out in worry. The tear in space scared him in, and Midoriya looked at the picture of him and Uraraka for comfort, sking in his breath as he vanished in a flash of light. Space is dangerous. But it is oh so interesting. Is he dead? Kinoko asked timidly. I don't think so. He is narrating after all. Yarozu said, hoping he was all right. I was adrift in space for nearly a year. That tear in space turned out to be a portal of some sorts, leading from one part of space to another. Whether it was in the same universe or not, I guess I'll never really know. Uraraka's eyes widened. Portals. In space. It's not completely impossible. It does seem entirely possible. I think I read once that it was their eyes that wormholes were portals as well. But to actually see this portal, it's amazing. Tokage trailed off. But how is he narrating if he was gone for a year? He shouldn't have the resources for it. Zero cried out. I crash-landed on some foreign planet. A very strange mechanical planet the likes of which I'd never seen before. It was like a technological world, and I sensed that something malevolent lived here. Eventually, I'd come to learn this place was known as Requiem. The screen changed to show Izuku in his suit, looking around the terrain. Trees and mountains littered the area as far as the eye could see. It was appealing. Whoa! That looks so amazing. He probably lived off the wildlife here. Turns out, I wasn't as alone as I thought. I found relics and old stations. Well, old for the people of this time. For me, it was more advanced than anything I'd ever seen before. I spent days reading the archives, learning about these Forerunners and Prometheans. Alien life. Alien life. So we're not alone. I think I need a minute. After a few days, I began to notice that I was being watched. Mineta mumbled. I got to see these Prometheans for myself. Izuku hid away as 4 sentient mechanical warriors walked into the station he'd been hiding in, simply walking around. He wasn't sure if they were looking for him. Frankly, I don't want to find out. I decided to leave as soon as possible, before whatever was watching me decided I'd overstayed my welcome. I picked up many new toys in my time there. Izuku was shown holding some kind of futuristic sniper, grey with orange accents. Parts seemed to be floating seemingly on their own. Mai made some unintelligible groan of admiration as she watched him check out the weapons. It took nearly 10 months. The air was breathable, and the wildlife consumable. I began to see more and more of the mechanical creatures. Some were like wolves, but with heads that reminded me of ants. Others were flying drones of sorts, I suppose. I steered clear of them all. I fixed my shuttle using the advanced technology here. And with the hyperdrive I'd rebuilt in the station, I was confident I could get back home. Izuku wiped the sweat from his brow as he fell to the ground, his shuttle now complete. It looked glorious. It was grey and dark green, glowing orange lines trailing around it. That looks so badass. Kirishima and Tetsu exclaimed. Izuku was shown leaving the planet, all the Prometheans there turning to look up at the rapidly shrinking shuttle as it left their world. It took nearly a month to find my way back. You wouldn't believe how hard it was to find my own planet when you're not even in the right universe. I think. Oh no. I hope he found his way back. Don't say that. Of course he will. Finally. I made it. I was home. Izuku narrated as Earth appeared before him, as appealing and magnificent as he remembered. He prepared to descend, wondering just what had gone on while he was away, but of course, something had to go wrong. One of his thrusters decided it would be okay to take a nap on the job. Everyone began to panic as the Izuku on screen started to descend down to Earth, a bit too rapidly for their taste. The control panel kept flashing red in warning. Izuku wasn't too worried about burning up upon reentry, the shielding could handle it. He was worried about the landing. He rebooted the whole system, the shuttle temporarily shutting down. Hopefully the thruster would come back online. And quickly, because that dome was starting to get awfully close. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Awase quipped. Kendo shot him a glare. Is that the USJ? Minoma asked. Zero noticed that it was. Oh boy. The shuttle turned back on, the booting sound a welcome noise to his ears. He quickly turned on the thrusters, attempting to stabilize and control his crash. Brace yourselves. Izuku joked to himself as the shuttle careened into the dome, albeit much slower now. It would still be a pain to explain, but he'd at least live to explain it. The last thought he had before crashing into the center plaza was this is the USJ. Midoriya makes an entrance. Ida adjusted his glasses. But his quirkless. He's gonna get killed. Mineta panicked. Quirkless doesn't mean useless. Kodai noted, and the previous quirkless Izukus were a testament to that. He groaned, noting that he was, in fact, alive. I sincerely hope there isn't a class at the moment. I hope the teachers don't scold me, I didn't mean to crash on purpose. Izuku thought as the door to the shuttle ejected, and Izuku stumbled out. He noted many things. First, he noted that there were, in fact, people here. There were many people laying down on the ground, unconscious. Secondly, there was a ragged-looking young man staring at him in shock and confusion, standing beside some hulking figure that was even bigger than All Might in size. Speaking of All Might, he was there too, next to a couple of students, including 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐿. All Might. I swear I didn't mean to crash here. Please forgive me. Bakugo looked at Izuku in shock. They were being attacked by villains, and All Might had almost died. And suddenly, a big shuttle crashes in from the roof, crash lands, and out of it comes Izuku. What the F dash, yeah, no kidding. This just threw everyone there for a loop. Kaminari chuckled. Izuku bowed at the two menacing figures, apologizing to them as well. All Might gawked at him, and the redhead beside Kaken hesitantly said, Hey. They aren't with us. Kirishima honestly didn't know what to make of all this. Even the stoic Todoroki was at a loss for words. Here. They're not. Then why? Oh. Midoriya's eyes widened in realization. Villains. Well. Isn't this a surprising turn of events? Who might you be? Reinforcements. The scrawny man asked him. Izuku noticed he had hands all over his body. Weird. Young man. You must get to safety. These villains are dangerous. All Might warned. Honestly, Izuku could care less, he was living. Deku. Get the hell away from them. Bakugo warned, and the scrawny villain began to scratch his neck. Bakugo set off a few warning blasts as the misty man started moving again. These guys will kill you. Get the hell out of the way. Bakugo yelled. 𝐿𝐵, the scrawny man simply said, and All Might barely managed to react as the hulking figure blurred, punching All Might away, who had pushed Bakugo away. The warp villain was now free. Holy crp. Kaibara yelled out. Is he okay? Pony asked, worried. All Might's quirk levels are dropping. What? Izuku thought as he displayed the quickly lowering quirk levels on his visor. Hey! Stupid villains. Leave them alone. Izuku yelled out, drawing the attention of the scrawny man. Izuku had picked up on many things during this very brief introduction. That enormous, strong villain they had brought was clearly meant to go up against All Might. It didn't appear to be sentient anymore, and it had multiple quirks. Screw laws. Lives are on the line. Izuku decided to finally test out a weapon he'd been holding out on. Last time he'd used it he'd almost died, but it was time to put to use the fruits of his LBR. He casually reached inside his shuttle, something that the villain noticed. You're irritating me. 𝐿𝐵. Kill the brat. The villain said. Everyone tensed up, and the 𝐿𝐵 came charging at him. Bakugo yelled out in warning, as All Might rushed to intercept the villain, but he wouldn't make it. Deku. Uraraka cried out. Todoroki tensed up as he barely caught the smile Midoriya had. The 𝐿𝐵 screeched, punching right through Midoriya. Right through him, as if he wasn't there. Everyone paused, confused. He should be dead. The villain tried to process what was happening. Izuku materialized on top of the 𝐿𝐵, turning off his cloaking device as his hologram faded away. The villain's eyes widened and Shigaraki tried to warn his pet 𝐿𝐵, but it was too late. In one fluid motion, Midoriya shoved what appeared to be a grenade, and leapt off of the 𝐿𝐵. OSHT Rin simply said. The 𝐿𝐵 turned to look at him, and then his upper half exploded. The 𝐿𝐵's entire chest and head were completely incinerated as the grenade went off in its mouth. It dropped heavily to the ground, where it lay still. Everyone's jaws dropped. Holy SHD, Kirishima yelled out. He just took it out with one attack. Kendo cried out. Mai stared in awe at the babies Midoriya had displayed. A hologram to trick the 𝐿𝐵. A cloaking device to sneak up on it. A grenade that disintegrates, preventing the 𝐿𝐵 from regenerating. She shivered a little with giddiness. How? You cheat. You can't kill the 𝐿𝐵, you can't. Shigaraki yelled out in rage, furiously scratching at his neck. Tomura Shigaraki. We must go. We can't kill All Might with the 𝐿𝐵 gone. All Might and the others were still staring at Izuku in shock, sure that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They were all distracted as a commotion started on top of the stairs. The other heroes had arrived. Shigaraki and Kurogiri quickly took the opportunity to escape before the heroes could react. All Might grit his teeth, and Bakugo blasted towards Izuku. Deku, what the hell was that? Where have you been? What the hell? Bakugo yelled inarticulately, trying to make sense of what the hell the nerd was doing here. Izuku tried to calm his friend down, explaining what had happened as the pros quickly spread out to gather the others. All Might was quick to rush and explain that Midoriya wasn't a hostile, but that he had to come with Cementos. All Might left in a hurry, probably to make sure the others were all right. Izuku smiled at Bakugo as they walked upstairs. The shuttle was going to be confiscated, obviously, but he'd at least managed to snag the photos before they were taken as well. Mina perked up, gasping and squealing. Toru whipped to look at her. What? What? They're gonna meet. Mina cheered out. Everyone looked at her confused, before they realized. Uraraka squeaked, her heart beating rapidly. Honestly, it probably wasn't healthy for that to happen so often during these viewings. Uraraka sighed, resting against Mina as they came down from their fear. She perked up as she heard Bakugo and someone else coming up the steps. Mina and Toru gasped, leaning forward. Everyone else grinned in anticipation of this long-awaited reunion. So you're telling me everything you just did right now was future tech? Yeah, basically. How's Aunt Mitsuki? And my mom? They a fine nerd. They've been worried sick for you, but you're Fing here now so it's fine. You do realize you just Fing discovered new life, right? Do you know how big that SHT is? And you're telling me you've been in Fing space for a year. Almost a year. Uraraka's breath hitched as Bakugo and the other boy came into view. Izuku trailed off and his eyes widened as he realized just who he was looking at. Jiru glanced at her friend, worried. She could literally hear her frantic heartbeat all the way from here, and she wasn't even trying to listen to it. Bakugo looked on in confusion as Izuku and Uraraka walked towards each other. They looked exactly the same as the other remembered. Her with her pink cheeks and brown bob, and him with his messy green curls and kind green eyes. They rushed towards each other, hugging the other tightly. Everyone there looked on in confusion as Uraraka seemingly hugged a stranger. Bakugo's eyes widened as he connected the dots. SHT, so that gravity girl you were talking about before was pink cheeks here? Bakugo asked, and the two squeaked, pulling away from each other and blushing. They tried talking, stuttering and blushing too hard to look each other in the eyes. You two are such a train wreck. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 laughed out. She found it really romantic and funny at the same time. Shiozaki scolded her. Don't tease. Thankfully, they were saved as a voice called out in bewilderment. Midoriya. Izuku turned around to look at Yaoyorozu. Oh my god, hey. Izuku cheered out. He was happy to see Uraraka, and that his friend Momo had made it in. Did Awase and Mai make it in? Izuku asked excitedly, running up to Momo, and Uraraka pouted behind him. Yaoyorozu blinked at him, then chuckled. Yes, I'm fine, thank you Midoriya. Izuku blinked, then panicked, bowing to everyone present. I'm sorry I wasn't being rude, I swear. Are you all right? Izuku turned to look back at Uraraka, worry in those gorgeous green eyes of his. Are you all right? Uraraka gulped, heart pounding. Yep. Never better. She coughed out quickly. Zero laughed. The awkwardness levels between the two was just so amusing. Everyone sighed in relief, happy that the worst was over for now, and that this reunion had come about. All right. Come on nerd, they still need your statement. And you are gonna be in there for a thing while. Bakugo reminded him. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, chuckling nervously. He walked back to Uraraka, withdrawing a photo from one of his pouches. Uraraka's breath hitched as she looked down at the photo they'd taken so long ago. Izuku smiled at her. Thank you. You inspired me a lot, you know. Uraraka looked back at him, a wobbly and heartfelt smile on her face. Really? Izuku grinned even wider. Yep. There's just so much I can't wait to tell you. With that, the screen shut off. Everyone cheered. Some were crying, some were laughing. Everyone was in a good mood after that happy ending. Even Aizawa and Shinso couldn't contain their smiles. Alright, everyone calm down. Go ahead and play the last one for today. Midnight lectured, but she was smiling too. Mai nodded, and off to the next one they went. Midoriya always feared nightmares whenever he would go to sleep. The thought of creatures and possible evils coming for him with their darkness-ridden clutches terrify him. Revelry in the dark, Tokoyami helpfully supplied. Yeah, I'm not good with scary stuff. Kaminari chuckled nervously. Mina and a few others nodded in agreement. That was, until he claimed his quirk, despite the doctor saying it wouldn't ever be possible thanks to a toe joint. The greenette would have bawled looking back at this time, but now, he could only roll his eyes at the doctor's nerve to offend him that way. Or look at him. He's so small and cute. Toru squealed. The rest agreed. Midoriya had a pretty good day overall on his 5th birthday despite Kaken having blasted his explosions very close to his face for the nth time. Still able to keep a facade for his mother, the Granette went to bed at 9 p.m. And yet, he felt an urge to stay up for another hour. What should he do? Almost everyone glanced at Bakugo, who just ignored them. Oh, maybe a book will ease his worries. Taking every free instance to sharpen the mind. Ida said with respect. Lighting up his room with the SWSH, Midoriya got off his bed to a small shelf of books. Story books, that is. He was always fond of reading any books except for those that had to do with murders and death. He was simply too young, too innocent for such monstrous genres of literature. However, something about the book consisting nightmares called out to him. Normally, he would avoid this book out of his dislike for nightmares. Yanagi, Tokoyami and Koroiro perked up. For tonight, however, he was willing to give himself a little spook. Oh man. I don't like jump scares. Uraraka whimpered out. To willingly look into the abyss. Koroiro trailed off. Opening the lock that closed the book with an included key, he pulled off the chains that bound the pages together in a tight bind. They were silver in color, and rather thin. When they clattered to the floor, he opened the first page and started to read as he sat back on his bed. The Marionette's Revenge. Oh hell no. Mineta whimpered out, covering his ears. What title was that? Oh well, time to start reading. Well, at least the lights are on. If the lights are off for more than 15 seconds, we are legally allowed to panic. What? A puppet was created by a skilled craftsman who was known for his finesse in carving anything out of wood. One fine day, the craftsman passed, and all who knew him attended his wake. His will insisted to give all his creations to those who needed them more than he did. Oh, that's very kind of him. Pony said. The child felt sorry for the poor guy. Even though all this was fictional, he can't stop himself from wanting to weep for him. I know, right? The dude was so manly. Giving his stuff away for others. Kirishima nearly cried out. Nevertheless, he continued. The puppet was his prized creation, for he was never able to have a child with his wife, who passed a few years prior. He regretted this mistake, so he made the puppet to cope. It was given to a kid who was known for his arrogance. Oh no, there's the 180. Kaibara whispered out. Poor dude. Awase sighed. Being a snob, he never shared the puppet to anyone, even if they offered to give him something. But in just a month, the marionette was all mangled and its wooden pieces was chipped. It was ugly. The boy threw it away, never wanting to see it again. Bad move. Very bad move. Jiru warned. Everyone had a good feeling where this was headed. Midoriya sweated a little. Did this story just narrate his life story up to present? Just a few changes to the details, but there. Everyone tensed up at that. With a cold sweat down his back, he read the last part. However, the marionette, after being left in the dust for a long time, came to life. It came at the boy. And neither was seen nor heard from again. Kaminari whimpered a bit, holding his head in his hands. Mina quickly checked behind her. Koroiro, Tokoyami, and Yanagi nodded in appreciation of a good story. He felt the shivers down his spine, but it was exhilarating. He loved the chills, and he thinks he can sleep easy. How do people enjoy scary stuff like that? Toru exclaimed. He just said he loves the chills it gives him. Zero sighed. Shutting the lights off, he heads to bed, dreaming of that puppet from the story. 𝐭𝐽 opened the door and immediately felt the need to vomit. Everyone immediately steeled their nerves, preparing for the worst. There was no BLD or anything. No violence. Everyone breathed out a sigh of relief. So why is she afraid of the hands that came from under her son's bed? And why do the wails she hears remind her of Izuku? I suggest moving immediately. Rin said questioningly. What are these for, Mom? He was rather confused when his mother bought a few rings with web-like patterns in the inner part, a few beads looped by some of the threads at a few intersections like bugs stuck to a spider web, and 3 dangling threads, each having a small, silver feather. He'll soon learn that they are dream catchers. Those won't save him from the horrors. Yanagi chuckled. Not that he seems to mind anyways. Sweetie, do you know what happened last night? All I remember was that I read some sort of horror story dealing with this puppet, and fell asleep. What happened, Mom? I saw these hands come from under your bed, and their wails seemed to remind me of you. Izuku. Hands. Don't look under the bed. Don't look under the bed. His room looks exactly like his dorm room now that I look at it. Apparently another reason for Katsuki to blast near his face is because he likes to make fun of Deku's tendency to faint when it comes to occurrences that could possibly go very, very bad. Uraraka threw a quick glare at Bakugo. They both agree to go to a quirk counselor that they can trust, now that Izuku's told his mom everything minus the Kaken part. Well, this is certainly a bizarre case. The counselor, named Ronri, known in the facility for his logical thinking despite whatever the circumstances. The child just tipped his head to a side in utter confusion. Seems like his mother decided to pick up on this and ask the question Izuku has harbored since last night. Or, he's like a confused puppy. Kinoko giggled at the comparison. What's going on with my baby? Well, I was able to have a thorough look at him and apparently, his quirk came in. Just a year late. Late bloomer hair. Monoma said. Seems like every one of them either remains quirkless or gets one later on. Shishida noted. The greenette's eyes blew wide. I have a quirk. Congrats. Yes, indeed. But it is one that can be mastered with enough control. You see, some may not exactly accept you for your quirk, knowing the societal code nowadays. Ronri muttered, rolling his eyes at the stupidity of society. Aizawa and Midnight scowled at that, more familiar with those societal codes than they'd like to be. People didn't like it when Aizawa removed their ability to be flashy, while one or two had glanced at Midnight warily after the forest attack, since she had a quirk similar to one of the villains. How? Your quirk deals with dreams. Izuku beamed, but. Of course there's a but. Kendo pouted, and nightmares. OSHT, Tsuburaba whispered. It didn't last long. And nightmares. But, they're scary AMD evil. I don't want to, and then a calm hand to his shoulder and a quiet hush. It's okay. I am fully aware that nightmares and dreams can be all confusing. You should be fine with the dream half, but the nightmare can use some work. If you don't mind me asking, Ms. Midoriya, may I test his quirk? If my son is okay with it, Ronri-san. After an affirming nod, Ronri took the child's hand and spoke. Tell me, can you sense your own dreams and only yours? Izuku shook his head no. I can see your dreams too, Ronri-san. Oh. Tokoyami helpfully said. Well, that was new. Tell me, what was I dreaming last night? $10 it's something terrifying. Mineta said. You weren't exactly dreaming, more like remembering a few folders left unmanaged as you fell asleep. Yes, that was incredibly creepy. Almost wet myself. Monoma deadpanned. That was new. Despite having been called out, Ronri was able to identify some possible outcomes. A quirk like that would have been seen as villainous. Shinso thought, sympathizing with that Izuku. I think I know what your son's quirk is. Well, the basis, I can't say anything specific. But anyway, Izuku Midoriya is able to use the energy from not only his own dreams and nightmares, but those of everyone else. The Midoriyas were in awe. Do you think, even with such a concerning power, that I'll make a good hero? Aizawa nodded. Izuku's classmates shouted words of confirmation. A quirk like that may seem villainous, but it can certainly be used just as well for heroics. Yanagi said. Kodai nodded. With some practice, I can confidently say that you will be one unique hero. The counselor spoke with a smile as he went for a quirk details form. After writing down the necessary details, he passes the paper and pen to Izuku. We only need a name. Nightmare. Grim. I got nothing. Izuku thought, and thought. And finally, he wrote down the best he can think of. Inko was glad Izuku had spent the day with no casualties. She smiled as he finished his daily hero streamings and tucked himself in. Wait, we don't even get to know the name. Yoirozu frowned. Bah. Kamakiri spat out in disappointment. Good night, she said before closing the door. Midoriya Hisoshi was glad that he was never near that mistake of a child. The quirkless son he bore was just another pebble in the vast, grand world. As if he'd ever sum up to anything. Everyone immediately growled at that, even Bakugo. It was one thing for a bully to say it, another thing for his own father to as well. After typing the last of his required data, he clocks out and heads to the apartment he had. Why was there a black dream catcher on his door? He wasn't even superstitious. Run. Zero helpfully supplied. He immediately tore the decoration off the door. When he heard a voice. I missed you. Okay, yeah, no, that's creepy. Azaya way startled, leaning back in his seat. He lives alone. Not helping. Rin added. Who the hell was this runt? Looking back, there was no one. Then he checked all the rooms. Kitchen. No one. Then the cupboards. No one. He won't be found unless he wants to be. Kuroiro said. His study room, bedroom, bathroom, even the basement. No one. Show yourself. Man, everyone there is making classic horror movie mistakes. Kaminari complained. Bakugo snorted. As if you wouldn't do the same thing. And then, a child's laughter rang in the one room he didn't check. Everyone gulped at that. Child laughter in horror. Movies was also a no. The storage room. Double no. Koda whimpered a bit. He looked inside and was in shock when he saw a literal hand coming out of his small mirror and feeling around it. Many of the students yelled back, almost jumping onto the person behind them. Yanagi, Kuroiro, and Tokoyami chuckled at the display. He can only watch as the hand felt a music box. And snagged it, pulling it into the mirror. Don't reach into the mirror. Don't reach into the mirror. Mineta chanted as he gnawed on one of his ball. Hisoshi was enraged. That was a prized possession. Not worth it, bro. Tetsu shook his head. He punched the mirror, thinking he would be able to claim the music box. Nope. All he did was punch a mirror into bits, causing his knuckles to bleed. Bakugo snorted at the man's pain. He cursed as he went to wrap his knuckles with bandages. But stopped. Who was laughing back there? Your son. He was laughing at how stupid you are. Kaibara whispered out like a ghost. Izuku didn't expect to actually steal something, but he did. Whatever, he never really held remorse for his father anyway. Yeah. F the guy. Bakugo yelled out. Everyone was a bit sad that that was Midoriya's father. They briefly wondered what his mom was like. It's been a few years, and Midoriya learned to hone his quirk. It allowed him to create terrains or items related to one's dreams and nightmares, use energy from them, and maybe a few more. Everyone gasped. That was much more powerful than they'd originally thought. Midoriya can set the terrain to his advantage. That's already a very good start. Yoirozu said with pride. Dreams were one half of his quirk. From it, he was able to make dreams literally come true, or have his surroundings be dreamlike. So if I dreamed of hot babes, he can make them real. Mineta nearly drooled. Jiru took the opportunity to stab him with her jack. Nightmares were the other half. He made disturbing noises and imagery from the dark, looming energy of the nightmares. Mostly, these nightmares were his own or his mother's. Wonder what Midoriya dreams about. Wouldn't you like to know? As odd as it sounded, Izuku was fond of the scary, creepy, nightmarish half of himself. Yanagi hummed in agreement. Koroiro and Tokoyami nodded. Ironic, since the name of his quirk can be misleading. He vividly remembers the registration form and what he had placed. Quirk, good night, misleading name here. I dig it. Zero said. Yes, it could definitely be an advantage to throw off your opponent with false information. Ida said, rubbing his chin in thought. The confusions that could come from those who hear about it can be hilarious to him. His personality seemed to shift too. Back then, he was always a sweet, pure child that wanted to help everyone. Oh no! Uraraka whimpered out. Now, his groan. A sense of mischief. Please don't tell me he turned into Monoma. Hey! While he is still the cutie pie that the elderly knows, he can be a little condescending to others. Bakugo tried not to let his rage show. One time, a teacher was embarrassedly scrambling as she went for the worksheets she apparently left in the previous room. There was silence. And then, tee-hee-hee. How dare you laugh at our teacher like this? A girl who was known for her nitpicky antics was complaining, when Izuku just grinned at her, and she was immediately back in her seat, sweating bullets like she saw a poltergeist. Tsuyu shivered a little, her fight-or-flight instincts kicking in. I hope this one doesn't go villain. Kinoko said hopefully. All Might expected the slime villain to be on the loose, possibly taking over someone's body. He never would have thought that the same villain would be brought in his place by a third-year middle schooler. Midoriya took him down. I fought the BSTRD too, you know. Green hair with black, round eyes akin to a cute animal's, maybe a deer. And a rather short stature. Midoriya. He didn't expect someone so ordinary to use dark powers against the slime villain, for his eyes were outlined with cracks of purple. Everyone gawked at Midoriya. He looked positively horrifying right now. The sight chilled him to the bone, and All Might had a little bit of fear here. The same kid was all back to normal, offering All Might an empty soda bottle, containing the same sludge villain. Kaminari rubbed his neck at the sudden whiplash. Thanks, young man. I have to get going now, for justice never waits. The muscled hero jumped up, flying, but felt a weight on his lower leg. Every time. Bakugo yelled out. Are you crazy? Get off my leg. All Might tried to shake the kid off his foot. By the way, said kid was sitting on the hero's leg, both legs dangling off one side. All Might stop. He'll fall. I'm gonna die if I do that. Fair point. Everyone sighed as the green bean averted a possible death. They land on top of a building, and Midoriya spoke. So, tell me. Can I be a hero with a confusing quirk? How can it be confu-? His voice caught in his throat when the boy's arm was in dark tendrils. And then, it disappeared into a glowing light. Yeah, that's very confusing to look at. Midnight remarked. I'm basically able to use dreams and nightmares. Though I admit, I use my nightmare half more. Well, my boy, I believe with some practice, you will get the hang of it. Dish smoke. Looks like his time is up. Aizawa groaned, burrowing deeper into his scarf. And there, in All Might's place was a skeletal man. Oh. I guess even heroes have their own secrets. The screen turned off. What? You can't just leave us off on a cliffhanger. A lot of the students complained. Kirishima groaned. It's just like the one with Eri. I'm sure we'll see them again eventually. Some universes CYCL back. It just takes time. Mai supplied. Everyone cheered at that. Izuku rubbed his neck as he was let out of the chair. So, what did we learn today, class? Midnight asked. That Midoriya is an unrivaled lust-driven beast. Mineta stated in a normal tone. Midoriya nearly passed out as he heard that. That muscles over here can make Diamond good babies if he puts his mind to it. Mai cheekily said as she slung an arm over a startled Midoriya. That other life exists. Shinso grumbled. Dream powers are scary. Kaminari said. Dream powers are great, Yanagi corrected. After that, they went back into the dorms, and Midoriya was startled as Mai barged into his room. Hatsune what Shizuku choked out. Sure, I'm here to scan your brain, Also I brought a movie, she said, plugging a disc into a projector she'd brought. Her Midoriya was cut off as Hatsune planted a helmet onto his head. Just wear this for about 10 minutes. What are we watching? Izuku asked curiously. Just the 3 universes we watched today. I figured you wouldn't want to miss out. Mai said. Izuku smiled at that, touched that she'd thought about that. Thanks,